People in Dragon Ball. Choose the All-King Avatar at the beginning. Author, Ling Shan Island Master. Fang Yun traveled to the Dragon Ball world, and the God-level system awakened at the beginning, and chose the God-level ability. Choice 1, God of Destruction Avatar. Choice 2, Angel Avatar. Choice 3, Great Priest Avatar. Choice 4, All-King Avatar. Fang Yun decisively chose the All-King Avatar. Sun Wukong, Fang Yun, don't you need to practice? Vegeta, damn, Fang Yun is so powerful even if he does radio gymnastics all day long. Beerus, Fang Yun, what do you mean by waving at me? Fang Yun, I really can't fight, I'm just practicing Erasure. Chapter 1 All-King Avatar. Age 737. Universe 7, Frieza's 88th planet. Frieza, can you sing Two Tigers? Fang Yun looked at Frieza silently. Frieza's mouth twitched, his face was dark, his body trembled slightly, and his fists were clenched tightly. After a short silence. No. Frieza uttered 2 words from his teeth. Kurd, can you do it? Fang Yun turned his head to look at Kurd on the other side. Kurd was Frieza's father. Seeing Fang Yun looking at him, Kurd's forehead was bulging with veins and his teeth were bared. But soon, Kurd stopped. Kurd shook his head, not daring to speak. What about you? Do you know how to do it? Fang Yun glanced at Frieza and Kurd's many younger brothers. The younger brothers trembled, and were silent, not daring to speak loudly. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to do it, I'll teach you. Fang Yun cleared his throat and began to sing. Two tigers, two tigers. Run fast, run fast. One has no ears. One has no tail. How strange! How strange! The song was loud and beautiful, spreading faintly on Frieza's 88th planet. Frieza's face became uglier and uglier, his fists clenched tightly, and his nails penetrated into his palms. Kurd was so angry that his face was as white as a piece of paper, his teeth were broken, and half of his tail swung left and right. This song made the 2 cosmic emperors feel 10,000 points of critical damage. We zoomed in a little bit. We can clearly see that Frieza's 2 ears disappeared inexplicably. A person without ears looks so funny. Especially Frieza, after losing his ears, his whole head looks round, like a football, which is very funny. Looking at Kurd again, his tail also disappeared without a trace. Fortunately, Kurd's experience is better than Frieza's. After all, there are not many humans with long tails in this universe. No wonder Fang Yun's song Two Tigers made them so excited. No one knows how Frieza and Kurd's ears and tails disappeared. Just as no one knows how this person named Fang Yun appeared. It's so scary. Ever since such a scary person appeared on Frieza's planet 88, Frieza and his brothers have felt the purgatory on Earth. After hearing about Frieza's experience, Frieza's father Kurd immediately rushed over with his army, but he also suffered. Run fast, run fast. Fang Yun's singing sounded again, and he looked at Frieza and Kurd with deep meaning. Frieza and Kurd shuddered respectively. The next moment, the 2 of them almost didn't hesitate at all and fled quickly. In just a blink of an eye, the 2 disappeared from Fang Yun's sight. Fang Yun silently looked at Frieza and Kurd's brothers. The younger brothers were so scared that they trembled all over, and some of them even peed themselves. Run fast, run fast. Fang Yun's singing voice sounded. How could the younger brothers not know what it meant? They hurriedly ran away. Looking at the disappearing people, Fang Yun's face was full of a faint smile. Yes, Fang Yun traveled through time. It has been 3 months since Fang Yun traveled to the Dragon Ball world. As soon as he came to the Dragon Ball world, Fang Yun opened a system called God Level. The system gave Fang Yun 4 options, allowing Fang Yun to choose a God level ability. Choice 1, God of Destruction. Choice 2, Angel Power. Choice 3, Great Priest Power. Choice 4, All-King Power. Fang Yun could choose it with his toes, so the All-King was naturally the most powerful. In this Dragon Ball world, is there any god more powerful than the All-King? So, Fang Yun chose the All-King power. Then, Fang Yun naturally possessed the magical ability of the Omni-King. This system belongs to the upgrade type, and it can't be done in one step. The Omni-King doesn't have any great ability, the only ability is Erasure. And this simple Erasure ability is divided into 7 levels: Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Star, and King. Only when you advance to the King can you wipe out all the universes with a wave of your hand. If you advance to Star, you can be comparable to the current Omni-King's strength and wipe out a universe with a wave of your hand. Currently, Fang Yun is only at the Bronze level. You can only erase part of a person's body, or a corner of a building, or erase other people's energy or something. According to the system's prompts, Fang Yun needs to erase part of 1,000 people's bodies, or a corner of 10,000 buildings, before he can advance to the Silver level. After advancing to Silver, Fang Yun can easily wipe out a human. No matter how powerful this human is, with a light wave of his hand, this person will disappear. Erasure is so magical. Chapter 2 Erasure is so magical. Fang Yun has the power of the Omni-King. Fang Yun can't fight. However, Fang Yun's physique is very special. Fang Yun's physical strength and speed in the Bronze Age are 100 times that of Frieza. Moreover, Fang Yun can survive in space and have eternal youth. The reason why Fang Yun can't fight is because Fang Yun can't send waves. What Kamehameha Qigong Wave, Qi Yuan Zhan, Te Yang Chuan, anything that has a little bit to do with cultivation, Fang Yun is difficult to comprehend. Fang Yun also tried to condense his breath, but it was useless. Fang Yun couldn't condense Qigong waves no matter what. But Fang Yun thought about it and felt relieved. What Qigong waves? What spirit bomb do you need? Wouldn't it be nice to wipe it out? Wave your hand and wipe it out. No matter how strong the wind blows, I will just wave my hand gently. Then I will wipe it out with the King of all and see who can wipe out who. Of course, the premise is that the King of all provokes me. After Fang Yun traveled to the Dragon Ball world, he was originally practicing the power of erasure on a strange planet. Fang Yun did not kill innocent people, but just wiped out a corner of the major buildings on this planet, and he had a lot of fun. Not long after, Frieza's army attacked and killed many people on the planet, and the rest were captured as prisoners. Fang Yun followed the people of Frieza's army and came to this planet called Frieza's Planet 88. From that day on, the nightmare of Frieza's army began. Every day, these little brothers of Frieza would be horrified to find that someone inexplicably lost an arm, a leg, or an ear, nose, eye, etc. In short, some organs of the body will always disappear without knowing it. The problem is that no one knows how these organs disappear. For example, if you lose an arm, how did you lose it? Was it chopped off by someone or blown up by an energy bomb? Or was it amputated by surgery? But, none of them. It just disappeared magically. It didn't hurt at all. It didn't hurt or itch, but the mysterious disappearance of body organs caused Frieza's army to panic on this planet. It was terrible. What exactly happened? The most terrible thing is that no one knows what important organs they will lose. The disappearance of facial features and limbs is not fatal, but what if important organs such as the heart suddenly disappear? Wouldn't they die on the spot? The people of Frieza's Planet 88 were walking on thin ice and fled the planet one by one in fear. According to the people who escaped, this planet was cursed by the devil. After hearing this, Frieza flew into a rage and beat the nonsense-talking brother to death with his tail. I am the Emperor of the universe, what demon can I be afraid of? I am the demon. Frieza and his brothers landed on Planet 88 with great momentum. Frieza personally led his brothers to investigate the planet. Finally, Frieza finally found that Fang Yun was a special person and looked very suspicious. However, something happened that frightened Frieza. From that day on, Frieza lived on the edge of collapse. Because the moment Frieza pulled Fang Yun out, Fang Yun directly wiped off Frieza's ears with a wave of his hand. From that day on, Frieza no longer had ears. Fortunately, Frieza could still hear. Fang Yun was very kind to leave Frieza's ear canal. If you can't hear, how can I talk to you? The problem is that without his ears, Frieza's image as an emperor is completely gone. Frieza would naturally resist. However, no matter how hard Frieza tried, no matter how powerful his moves were, they were all wiped out by Fang Yun with a wave of his hand. Frieza's generals Dodoria and Sabo also took the opportunity to punch and kick Fang Yun physically. Then, one of them broke his fist and the other had a comminuted fracture of his leg. Frieza transformed into the fourth form and hit Fang Yun's chest with his head. Fang Yun was fine, but Frieza was dead on the spot. A few days later, Kurd, who heard the news, came with his younger brothers. As a result, something happened that made Kurd feel desperate. Fang Yun was simply a monster, and it was impossible to defeat him. From that day on, Frieza and Kurd were controlled by Fang Yun. The two thought of various escape plans. However, Frieza and Kurd were also afraid. If Fang Yun catches up with him and wipes out his vital organs while he is escaping, who can he turn to for justice? This is a life-threatening situation. For the first time, Frieza and the father and son of Kurd showed their ability to work together and planned a perfect escape plan. And Fang Yun also kept practicing the erasure skill with Frieza and his brothers. Finally, when Fang Yun saw the prompt given by the system, he almost laughed with excitement. Chapter 3 The Devil is finally leaving 9999. Finally, only the limbs of the last person or the corner of the last building are left. Fang Yun's eyes were filled with tears. He took out a whistle from his pocket and blew it. In less than 10 seconds after the whistle sounded, Frieza's hundreds of people on Planet 88 had assembled and lined up neatly. Frieza, Kurd, Dodoria, Sabo, and others were all in the team. Report to Mr. Fang Yun, Frieza's 88th Corps has assembled. There should be 365 people, and there are 365 people. Frieza grinned and squeezed out these words from his teeth. This sentence was also said by Fang Yun after they had undergone special training. Anyway, Fang Yun was free, so he pulled the Frieza Corps over for training when he had nothing to do. At ease. Fang Yun ordered. The younger brothers of the Frieza Corps stretched their feet mechanically. Today, I have good news for you. Fang Yun said with a smile, I'm tired of playing on this planet, I plan to leave. Frieza and others immediately pricked up their ears and burst into tears. Leaving? Is this demon finally leaving? Great. It's really great. Report. Frieza said excitedly. Go ahead. Fang Yun nodded slightly. I wonder which planet Mr. Fang Yun is going to go to. Frieza asked cautiously. The universe is so big, as the Emperor of the universe, you should know more than me, right? Fang Yun smiled. Frieza was scared. Frieza was most afraid of Fang Yun's smile. Every time this smile appeared, Fang Yun was going to wipe out someone's body. I have a suggestion. Planet Vegeta seems to be more suitable for Mr. Fang Yun. Frieza's triangular eyes turned and suggested to Fang Yun. Oh? Planet Vegeta? What's it for? Fang Yun asked knowingly. That's the Saiyan planet, with the Saiyans, a fighting race, on it, and all Saiyans have tails. Frieza said an important piece of information. Don't you like to wipe out other people's tails? All the little brothers of Frieza's 88th Legion, as long as they have tails, have been wiped out by Fang Yun. All Saiyans have tails. Is this enough for you to play with? If I leave, will you miss me? Fang Yun asked. Frieza. Curd. Who the hell would miss you? Go to hell. However, no one dared to say they didn't want to. Everyone replied loudly in unison with one word, want to. If you miss me, I won't leave. Fang Yun sighed, actually, I can't bear to leave you. Frieza was about to cry. Curd was even more tearful. Sir Fang Yun, we can go with you. Frieza's eyes turned, and he immediately came up with a plan. Together. Fang Yun looked at Frieza. We will personally send Mr. Fang Yun to planet Vegeta. If Mr. Fang Yun finds it fun, he can stay there for a few more days. If not, we will come back immediately. Frieza suggested. It seems interesting. Fang Yun nodded thoughtfully. Frieza was excited. Is he finally leaving? When does Mr. Fang Yun plan to leave? Frieza asked. Pack up and get ready to go. Fang Yun smiled. Yes, Mr. Fang Yun. Frieza bowed. Who's here today? Fang Yun looked up at the sky and asked. Everyone present shivered. Every night when it falls is the nightmare of these Frieza brothers. Because at this time every day, Fang Yun has to wipe off a part of a person's body. Now this Frieza's 88th Legion is missing arms and legs, and there are few complete existences. Frieza secretly kicked Dodoria. Sir Fang Yun, everyone has been wiped once. Dodoria replied tremblingly. Fang Yun glanced at Dodoria. Forget it, let's wipe out this palace today. Fang Yun said, waving his hand gently. Swish! Suddenly, the palace on planet 88, which was a corner of Frieza's palace here, disappeared magically. No one saw how the corner of this palace disappeared. Moreover, the fracture at the disappearance position was extremely flat, as if it had been cut with a knife. After Fang Yun wiped out a corner of the palace, he suddenly found that his erasure ability had magically evolved from bronze to silver. Silver magic power can erase a human or animal, or an entire building. After erasing 1,000 humans and animals, or 10,000 buildings, you can advance to gold magic power. In addition, Fang Yun's physical strength and speed have reached 1,000 times that of Frieza. It is 10 times higher than that of the Bronze Age. Fang Yun was very happy. Chapter 4 Two Tigers, Ready, Sing. Since we have come to the Dragon Ball world, we must go to planet Vegeta, right? Fortunately, planet Vegeta has not been destroyed yet. I will give you 10 minutes. Fang Yun ordered. Yes. Frieza's many brothers did not dare to neglect and hurried to clean up. In fact, there was nothing to clean up. 10 minutes later. Frieza's spaceship carried Fang Yun into the sky and entered the vast starry sky. Fang Yun sat on the throne, silently admiring the beauty of the universe. Frieza's brothers stood beside Fang Yun with smiles on their faces, waiting for Fang Yun's orders. Sing a song. Fang Yun called. The brothers nodded tragically. Do you know the two tigers I taught you before? Fang Yun asked. The brothers, even Frieza and Curd, responded hurriedly, saying that they knew it. Very good, I'll start. Fang Yun smiled and cleared his throat. Two tigers, ready, sing. Two tigers, run fast, one has no ears, one has no tail. Frieza's 88th Legion, led by Frieza and Curd, a total of 365 people, sang together. As they sang, Frieza and Curd almost cried. Dodoria and Sabo both cried. Even many of the younger brothers were so moved that they burst into tears. The scene brought back memories. About an hour had passed. Frieza and Curd sneaked into a room while Fang Yun was taking a nap, looked at each other, and trembled all over. Father, we must avenge this. Frieza, will never let this guy go. Frieza bared his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Then we will implement it according to the original plan. After we go to planet Vegeta, we will make this guy happy first, then take the opportunity to leave and completely destroy that planet. Don't you just dislike Saiyans? It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Kurd said in a deep voice. I have to pretend to be your grandson for another 3 days. I can't swallow this. Frieza was furious, his fists clenched and cracked. Why not destroy this spaceship now and expose him to space? He might die directly. No, Frieza, don't be careless. Kurd shook his head slightly. What if he can survive in the universe? No way. Can he survive in the universe? He looks a bit like a Saiyan. This race can't survive in the universe. Frieza didn't believe it. He knows that kind of magical magic. I believe it shouldn't be difficult to survive in the universe. Kurd didn't think much of Frieza's method. You have to understand, Frieza, if he can't die and he gets angry, it will be us father and son who will die. Frieza trembled all over, and veins popped on his forehead. The only way now is to place him on planet Vegeta, and then take the opportunity to destroy planet Vegeta, and we will leave immediately on the spaceship. Kurd said coldly, in this way, even if he can survive in the universe, it will be difficult for him to find us without the spaceship. Moreover, when the time comes, all of us will release energy bombs together. I don't believe that we can't kill this guy in this starry sky. Frieza nodded and agreed to his father Kurd's proposal. 3 days later, under the leadership of Fang Yun, Frieza's 88th Corps landed on planet Vegeta, singing the beautiful ballad Two Tigers. Vegeta 3, that is, King Vegeta, personally led several Saiyans to greet them. At the moment when the hatch of the spaceship opened, King Bei suddenly heard the beautiful singing on the spaceship. King Bei was confused. What does this mean? Why are you still singing? But King Bei was furious immediately afterwards. Frieza, you are going too far. How contemptuous of you! You actually came to our planet Vegeta singing? Are you here for tourism? Just wait, I will destroy you when our Saiyans give birth to a Super Saiyan. Although he was angry, King Bei still stood respectfully under the spaceship to welcome the arrival of Frieza and Kurd. However, what surprised King Bei was that the first person to come out was not Frieza or Kurd, but a young man. This young man had a handsome appearance, and his appearance was somewhat similar to that of a Saiyan. He looked less than 20 years old. Behind this young man were Frieza and Kurd. King Bei was stunned for a moment, a little confused about the situation. Chapter 5 King Bei, where is your son? Who is he? King Bei felt that Frieza and Kurd had completely become this man's followers. That cowardly look, it was simply unmatched. Hey? Something is wrong. What's going on? King Bei was shocked to find that Frieza's ears were gone. Looking at King Kurd, his tail was gone too. King Bei looked at the little brothers brought by Frieza and Kurd, each of them was missing arms and legs or noses and eyes, a complete group of defeated soldiers. What's going on? What happened? King Bei was almost laughing out loud while being surprised. It's so funny. Frieza, I didn't expect you to have this day. Ahem, King Bei, let me introduce you. Frieza smiled awkwardly. King Bei, just laugh for me. You'll cry later. Anyway, soon, Frieza, will destroy this planet myself. At that time, all those who laughed at me, Baokui and his group of wild monkeys, will also be buried with me. It would be best if Fang Yun also died. All of this was caused by Fang Yun, the bastard. Frieza, will let you taste the torture of hell. King Bei, this is Mr. Fang Yun, the supreme commander of our Frieza's army. Frieza introduced. Hello, respected Mr. Fang Yun. King Bei bowed. King Bei is very smart, how could he provoke Fang Yun at this time? First figure out the situation. King Bei, where is your son? Fang Yun greeted. What's so good about King Bei? Fang Yun is more interested in Vegeta. After arriving at planet Vegeta, Fang Yun tried his own gravity. It seems that he didn't feel that his body was particularly heavy. Isn't the gravity of planet Vegeta 10 times that of the Earth? No feeling, no feeling. Maybe, I am too strong? Sir Fang Yun, Vegeta has gone out for training. Bei Wang was stunned and replied respectfully. He has gone out for training? How old is he? Fang Yun asked. Just 5 years old. Bei Wang replied. 5 years old. Fang Yun smiled slightly, time flies so fast. Frieza and his son were confused. What's going on? Could it be that Fang Yun knows Vegeta? Otherwise, what does he mean by asking Bei Wang's son alone? The two of them couldn't understand Fang Yun's thoughts at all. Vegeta is not on this planet. This is a bit boring. Fang Yun sighed and waved his hand gently. Swish! A surprising scene happened. The magnificent Saiyan palace behind Bei Wang disappeared out of thin air. Nothing was left. Only the flat ground, the foundation on the ground, and the guards left in the palace seemed to explain the history of the palace. King Bei was stunned. Frieza widened his eyes. King Kurd was trembling with fear. The next moment, Frieza and Kurd quickly exchanged glances. Both of them had the same idea. Frieza and Kurd had seen before that this Lord Fang Yun seemed to be able to only erase a small part of a building. No matter how big the building was, it was only a part of the complete building. Now, the two saw with their own eyes that the Saiyan palace disappeared just like that. In other words, has Fang Yun's strength increased again? This is too scary. This. King Bei's face changed again and again. What kind of trick is this? With a light wave of his hand, a palace disappeared? Are you kidding? Am I dreaming? I can immediately ask Vegeta to come back to meet Mr. Fang Yun. King Bei made a prompt decision and saluted Fang Yun. No need, I suddenly have no interest in him. Fang Yun smiled lightly, turned his head and called to the people of Frieza's 88th Corps behind him, don't stand there stupidly, sing a song to cheer yourself up. Two tigers. Dodoria, Sabo, and others began to sing. King Bei finally figured out why Frieza's corps was singing this song. Frieza, Kurd, you two. Fang Yun waved at the two. The two hurried forward. I'll go around this planet first. By the way, let me show you something. Fang Yun smiled strangely at the two, pointed to a satellite floating in the sky. Do you see that thing? Frieza was stunned. Kurd also looked confused. What to see? It's just a satellite. What's so good about it? Swish! Fang Yun waved at the satellite. Then, the satellite just disappeared. Frieza was so scared that his whole body trembled. Kyud's face changed color. This guy, can he erase things from such a long distance? This is too scary. Don't destroy this planet first. My erasing ability is very strong. According to preliminary calculations, although I can't reach Frieza's planet 88 here, I can still reach it if you let your fastest spaceship fly for a day. Fang Yun smiled and looked at Frieza and Kurda. P.S. As usual, reward one person plus one update, no upper limit. By the way, will this book be linked with Angel's book? Chapter 6 Don't Act Rashly. What? Frieza's face became extremely ugly. Destroy planet Vegeta. After hearing this, King Bei was even more stunned. Ahem. Lord Fang Yun, how can we destroy planet Vegeta? Ha ha ha, no, this is impossible. Kurd quickly denied. As for whether Fang Yun can reach such a far place, Kurd and Frieza dare not try. In fact, Fang Yun can't reach that far at present. At best, Fang Yun can only reach that satellite. If it is farther, Fang Yun will have to upgrade to gold to erase it. The buildings on Planet 88 that Fang Yun mentioned need to be upgraded to diamond at least to erase them from such a far distance. It's still a little short of the right time. Even so, Fang Yun's words made Frieza and Frieza turned pale. How could they risk their lives to try? You should live in peace. Fighting and killing all day is so boring. Fang Yun said with a smile. Yes, yes. King Kurd nodded in agreement. Everyone, please leave. Fang Yun called out, Kurd, Frieza, you two will accompany me around. As for the rest of you, listen to my orders and stand at attention. Yes. Many Frieza brothers formed a square team and stood at attention. Fang Yun flew up slowly. Kurd and Frieza followed behind Fang Yun. Seeing such a scene, King Bei was completely stunned. What is going on? This rhythm. Why is it getting weirder and weirder? But then, King Bei turned his head and looked at his palace. Damn it! Give me back my palace! Pass the order down, no one is allowed to act rashly. King Bei ordered his men. Kyud and Frieza remained silent, occasionally looking at Fang Yun with fear. Sometimes, the two of them communicated with their eyes. Frieza bared his teeth. Kyud shook his head gently. Frieza clenched his fists, his whole body trembling. You two, don't be idle, sing a song to liven up the atmosphere. Fang Yun turned his head and called out to Frieza and Kurd. Frieza's body trembled again. Kyud's face was also livid, and he wanted to go forward and fight. What? Do you have any objections? Fang Yun smiled at the two of them, and then wiped out a piece of white cloud in the sky. Kyud's pupils shrank sharply. Frieza was also scared and sweated on his face. Although the father and son could also blow away the clouds in the sky with powerful energy. But to make a large piece of white cloud disappear with a light wave of the hand like Fang Yun, they could not do it anyway. Two tigers, two tigers. Kurd sniffed, cleared his throat, and began to sing. Frieza burst into tears, and was so angry that he had to hum along. 3 minutes later. There is a town below, let's go and have a look. Fang Yun called out, and then he fell from the sky. Pa! Fang Yun landed in the town. This town is a small city of the Saiyans. The Saiyans are a minority with a small population. At present, all the Saiyans added up to only a few thousand people. Because they are a fighting nation, it is still difficult for the Saiyans to increase their population. The Saiyans in the town were a little confused when they saw Fang Yun, Frieza, and Kurd appear. Are those two? Lord Kurd and Lord Frieza? Is that Lord Kurd? Where did his tail go? What's strange is that Lord Frieza's head is so round. No ears. Who is the person in front of them? Everyone was talking about it, and they all looked at Fang Yun and the other two silently. Among the crowd, there was a couple. Bardock, is he Frieza? Jin asked curiously. Yes, it's him, but he looks a little funny, as if he has no ears. Bardock replied. They are singing, something about two tigers, one without ears, and one without a tail. What a strange ballad. Jin lowered her voice. Bardock. Who is the person in front of them? Do you know him? Bardock. Jin asked. Bardock shook his head slightly. It seems that Frieza and his father are very afraid of him. Jin pondered. According to the news from the palace, his name is Fang Yun. King Bei told us not to provoke this person. Bardock said in a deep voice, Jin, let's go back first. Bardock, they seem to be coming towards us. Just as Jin was about to leave with Bardock, she suddenly saw Fang Yun walking towards her step by step with Frieza and Kurd. Bardock's face changed again and again, and he immediately stepped forward and blocked Jine in front of him. P.S. Please reward, please give flowers, please comment. Chapter 7 Bardock, where is your son? Jine, you go back first. Bardock whispered. I won't leave. Maybe they don't have any bad intentions. Jine shook her head. Jine, don't be naive. Bardock gritted his teeth. While speaking, Fang Yun had already appeared in front of Bardock with Frieza and Kurd. Fang Yun gently raised his hand. The singing of Frieza and Kurd stopped abruptly. Bardock. Fang Yun greeted with a smile. You know me. Bardock was stunned and looked at Fang Yun in surprise. Where is your son? Fang Yun asked. Bardock was a little confused. Cold was also slightly startled. Frieza looked confused. After this guy came to planet Vegeta, why does he always like to ask about other people's sons? The first one to ask was King Vegeta, who asked where his son was as soon as they met. The second one to ask was this Saiyan, who asked the same question. What does he want to do? I can't guess it. Frieza and Cold looked at each other, unable to understand Fang Yun's thoughts. My son? You mean Raditz? Bardock replied, he and Lord Vegeta went to other planets for training. I'm talking about Kakarot. Fang Yun smiled. What? Kakarot? Bardock's face changed color. Jine's face was even paler for a moment. What? Has he been sent away? Fang Yun asked. What did you say? Bardock's face changed again and again. You sent Kakarot to the Earth in the Milky Way, am I right? Fang Yun smiled slightly, lowered his voice, and said in Bardock's ear. Bardock's pupils shrank sharply. How did he know about such a secret thing? Except for himself and Jine, no one should know. Kakarot's future is limitless, you have a good son. Fang Yun patted Bardock's shoulder and smiled. What do you mean? Bardock looked at Fang Yun with some fear. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. Fang Yun smiled, I'm just bored, so I came here to chat. Chat? Bardock couldn't keep up with Fang Yun's pace. What can I talk about with you? But it seems that you are not good at talking. Fang Yun smiled slightly. Bardock. By the way, do you want to find your son? Fang Yun asked, I can take you there. We won't go, he has his own stage. Bardock shook his head. Okay, whatever you want. Fang Yun said, waving his hand, erasing a small house behind Jinia. Everyone was stunned. The small house just blinked and disappeared. It was terrible. Fang Yun smiled and flew into the sky again with Frieza and Kurd. To upgrade the All-King avatar to gold, you need to erase 1,000 people or 10,000 buildings. Obviously, if you just erase the buildings, the number will be 10 times more. It is still the most convenient choice to erase the people. But who should be erased? Fang Yun thought the 365 people of Frieza's 88th Legion were pretty cute. It's a pity to just erase them. Frieza, this planet is a bit boring. Fang Yun turned his head and greeted Frieza. Sir Fang Yun, in fact, planet Vegeta is still very interesting. Don't those Saiyans have tails? How fun is it to wipe off their tails? Kurd suggested. Do you think I'm idle? Why would I wipe off their tails for no reason? Fang Yun asked back. Kurd. Frieza. Didn't you wipe off both of our ears and tails for no reason? What do you mean by saying this now? Then, we return to Planet 88. Kurd asked cautiously. No need, you prepare a spaceship for me, I want to act alone. Fang Yun thought for a while and pondered. Kurd pricked up his ears at that time. Frieza also wanted to prick up his ears, but unfortunately his ears were gone. The two exchanged glances quickly. He wants to act alone? Really? Prepare me a space navigation map with planets with many people marked on it. Fang Yun said. Okay, I'll contact Dodoria and ask him to prepare. Frieza suggested. Fang Yun nodded gently. Frieza immediately contacted Dodoria through the detector and asked him to get ready. 5 minutes later, Fang Yun landed near the Saiyan Palace with Frieza and Kurd. Sir Fang Yun, this is the spaceship prepared for you. This is a space navigation map, with a total of 108 planets with life marked on it. Dodoria handed over a map respectfully with one hand. Chapter 8 The Devil is Missing? Fang Yun took the map and opened it to take a look. Sure enough, there were 108 planets marked on the map, and the positions and coordinates of the planets were clearly written. Fang Yun seemed quite satisfied with this map. As for the spaceship, it's a bit big. The spaceship is too big, change to a smaller one, 1/3 the size of this one. Fang Yun greeted. As he spoke, Fang Yun waved his hand lightly and wiped out the large spaceship. Everyone present was so frightened that they trembled and looked at Fang Yun with fear. Not long after, a new spaceship was ready. Fang Yun looked and found that the size of the spaceship was just right. Is there anyone going on a trip with me? Fang Yun looked at Frieza's team and asked with a smile. Everyone shook their heads together. Who the hell wants to go on a trip with you? No. I won't go even if I kill you. You devil! Will you miss me? Fang Yun asked. Yes. Frieza and others replied quickly. I can't bear to leave you either. How about you accompany me? Fang Yun said with a smile. No. Everyone hurriedly changed their words. It's worse than death to accompany this devil. Very good, you finally said what you think. Fang Yun waved his hand and wiped out the person who just shouted I don't want to the loudest. Frieza and others looked at the disappeared guy in horror. Nothing was left. It's terrible. Make people disappear out of thin air. I will miss you, goodbye. Fang Yun waved goodbye. But when he waved his hand, Frieza's army was frightened and fled in panic, fearing that they would be wiped out by Fang Yun. Swoosh! The next moment, the spaceship rushed into the sky and soon disappeared. It was not until the spaceship had flown away for 10 seconds that Frieza and others reacted. He really left? Frieza asked his younger brother in disbelief. Sir Frieza, he really left. He should be heading towards the planet Latuket. There are about 30,000 people on that planet. If it weren't for him, we would have occupied that planet long ago. Dodoria responded quickly. Prepare the spaceship and leave this planet. Frieza made a prompt decision. A minute later. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Frieza's spaceship rushed into the sky and soon disappeared. Cooled also took another spaceship to leave planet Vegeta. The rest of Dodoria and others boarded a slightly larger spaceship and were about to return to planet 88 to wait for Fang Yun's orders. After receiving this order from Frieza, Dodoria and Sabo even wanted to die. Why let us wait for orders? We don't want to go. Dodoria and Sabo dared not disobey and returned to Frieza's planet 88 to wait for Fang Yun's call. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, a month had passed. Fang Yun did not return to planet 88. Even the communication was interrupted out of thin air. 2 more months passed. Fang Yun still had no news. Frieza also became active. Fang Yun disappeared? Lost contact? Haha, is he dead? Frieza was secretly happy in his heart and asked people to quietly look for the planet where Fang Yun appeared last time. The results of the investigation came out soon. The planet where Fang Yun appeared last time was called Blue Planet, which had primitive creatures on it. Not many creatures disappeared. However, Fang Yun disappeared. At the same time, Fang Yun's spaceship disappeared from the planet. Mr. Frieza, it is very likely that Fang Yun wiped out the communication equipment and monitoring system of the spaceship. A younger brother guessed. So, he doesn't want us to know where he went. Frieza pondered. The younger brother nodded quickly. Pass the order down. If anyone finds Fang Yun's whereabouts, tell me as soon as possible. Frieza gave the order. By the way, summon all Saiyans to return to planet Vegeta. Just as Frieza was giving orders in this universe, Fang Yun's spaceship slowly landed on a planet. Crack! The hatch of the spaceship opened, and Fang Yun walked out of the spaceship. This is Yadrat. The main reason why Fang Yun came to Yadrat was to see if he could master Chi through the Yadrat people. That is what the Yadrat people call Spirito. Although Fang Yun has the ability to erase, wouldn't it be nice to have one more skill? Besides, Fang Yun wants to learn teleportation. Without teleportation, it is a waste of time to simply travel in the universe. Although Fang Yun will master teleportation after being promoted to Diamond. But Diamond is still too far away. It is also a good thing to learn teleportation while bored. In these 3 months, Fang Yun calculated that the time wasted in voyage in the starry sky is as long as 40 days. Fang Yun has only wiped out more than 600 vicious people in total. There is no way, the population of the 7th universe is a bit small, it seems that I have to go to the Earth. There are many people on the Earth, tens of billions. Chapter 9 Send me to the Kaishan realm, additional chapter for Jingtianshi 0401's reward. After explaining his purpose, the Yadrat people showed a friendly attitude. 3 months passed again. Mr. Fang Yun, I'm really sorry. Your physique is very special. I'm afraid you can't condense Spirito. The elder of the Yadrat people shook his head and felt sorry for Fang Yun. While feeling sorry for Fang Yun, the elder looked at the disappeared building and almost cried. You have been here for 3 months, and the infrastructure of our planet has regressed at least 10 years. It's within my expectation. It's okay. Fang Yun nodded. We have taught you everything we can, but unfortunately Mr. Fang Yun's physique is very special. I guess our tricks are not suitable for Mr. Fang Yun to learn. The elder said with a wry smile. Are you sending an order to expel me? Fang Yun smiled. Of course not. We still welcome Mr. Fang Yun to stay for a while. The elder was embarrassed to drive him away directly. Then I will stay for a while. Fang Yun thought about it and pondered. The elder. I'm just being polite. Don't take it seriously. Forget it, since I can't learn Spirito, I'd better leave as soon as possible and not waste time here. Fang Yun stretched lazily. The elder was very excited. The tribesmen around him also showed their joy. Finally, I'm leaving. If you stay, our Yadrat will degenerate to its original form. Elder, you can sense from here how far is it? Fang Yun asked. How far can it be sensed? The elder was slightly startled, a little confused about what Fang Yun meant. I heard that you can perform teleportation. I'm too lazy to take the spaceship. You can take me there, so I don't have to waste time on the road. Fang Yun suggested. The elder. It seems that you are thinking about my teleportation. Mr. Fang Yun, I'm really sorry. We Yadrat people are restricted from using teleportation. The elder said with some embarrassment. Who restricted it? Fang Yun asked. I'll go and wipe him out now. The elder. After a short silence. Ahem, this person, I'm afraid it's not easy to mess with. The elder smiled bitterly. Tell me about it. Fang Yun immediately became interested. Yes, it's the Great Kai. The elder replied, and said a fair word for the Kai. The Great Kai is also worried that we will overuse instant movement and affect the ecological balance of the universe. The Great Kai? The guy who was swallowed by Bu? Fang Yun asked with a smile. Yes. The elder looked at Fang Yun silently. You are well informed. The Great Kai is gone, what else do you have to worry about? Fang Yun asked back. This is the principle of our Yadrat people. I'm really sorry, Mr. Fang Yun, we can't disobey the orders of the Great Kai. The elder looked embarrassed. Okay, then I have to take the spaceship. Fang Yun nodded. When does Mr. Fang Yun plan to leave? The elder suppressed his excitement. Great elder, what is the name of that mountain? Fang Yun looked around and pointed to a long mountain in the distance. That is the sacred mountain of our Yadrat, the faith of our Yadrat people. The elder was stunned for a moment and replied. Because the elder had briefly introduced this mountain to Fang Yun. How long is this mountain? Fang Yun asked again. It is at least 100,000 kilometers long from north to south and 10,000 kilometers long from east to west. The sacred mountain is the totem that protects our Yadrat people. The elder said with a smile. Great elder, I think my erasing ability is getting stronger and stronger. Do you think I can erase such a big mountain in one go? Fang Yun pondered. The elder's smile froze, and his face changed color wildly. The Yadrat people around the elder were also scared one by one. If you erase the sacred mountain, we Yadrat people should move as soon as possible. I suddenly remembered that it seems that there is no big problem to secretly use instant teleportation occasionally. The elder immediately changed his words. Really? If the Kai King knows, he won't blame you, right? Fang Yun asked with some surprise. He probably doesn't know. The elder was about to cry. Actually, I really don't want to embarrass you. I'd better take the spaceship. Fang Yun pondered. It's okay. I'll take you there. Mr. Fang Yun, please don't be polite with me. The elder responded hurriedly. Okay, then take me to the Kai King. Fang Yun suggested. The elder. P.S. 3 updates guaranteed. 1 reward plus 1 update, no upper limit. Chapter 10 Robbing the Kaishan. The elder was really going to cry. The Great Kaishan ordered that the Yadrats were not allowed to use teleportation. How good of you, you actually asked me to send you to the Kaishan. Although the Great Kaishan is no longer here, how could the current Kaishan not know the Great Kaishan's order? I don't know. I don't know if Mr. Fang Yun went to the Kaishan for something. The elder wiped his sweat and asked. I heard that the Kaishan has a space-time ring that can travel through time and space at will. I want to take it and study it. Fang Yun pondered. The elder burst into tears immediately. What kind of person did I provoke? You actually thought about stealing the space-time ring of the Kaishan. Mr. Fang Yun, I heard that only the Kaishan can use the space-time ring. The elder replied. I know, I'm just researching it. If it works, that's the best. If it doesn't, just erase the ring. Fang Yun said. The elder. Just tell me whether you want to send me there or not. Fang Yun was a little impatient. P-Bala, send Fang Yun there. The elder ordered. P-Bala. Why me? However, P-Bala couldn't disobey, so he had to bite the bullet and accept it. The breath of Lord Kaishan is not easy to sense. P-Bala said in a deep voice. Take your time, don't rush. Fang Yun smiled. I'll try. P-Bala nodded gently. 10 minutes later. I sensed it, it is indeed the breath of Lord Kaishan. P-Bala said in surprise. Is there anyone around him? Fang Yun asked. No one around. What does Mr. Fang Yun mean? P-Bala looked at Fang Yun strangely. Teleport behind him, I'll knock him out with one punch, then snatch the space-time ring and leave immediately. Fang Yun suggested. The Great Elder. P-Bala. You are trying to kill someone. You are actually going to attack the King of the Worlds? You are not going to steal the ring, you are robbing it openly. No, stealing it secretly. Okay, Get ready. Fang Yun urged. The great elder, the old man was really going to cry. Piccolo was also trembling with fear. Don't joke. King Kai, that is the greatest god in the universe. You are actually going to launch a sneak attack? Are you tired of living? This. Mr. Fang Yun, let's take a long-term view on this matter, take a long-term view. The elder hurriedly stopped him. If King Kai knew that it was the Yadrat people who launched the sneak attack, would we Yadrat still be alive? Fang Yun, don't hurt us. Don't worry, I won't let him find out. No one knows it was you who did it. Fang Yun smiled, and with a wave of his hand, he wiped out a 1,000-year-old tree in the distance. The elder's pupils shrank slightly, and he made a prompt decision. Piccolo, take Mr. Fang Yun to King Kai's realm immediately. The elder ordered, remember, be careful not to let his followers find out. Yes. Piccolo agreed with tears in his eyes. What a sin I have committed. About 10 seconds later. Shua. Piccolo brought Fang Yun and appeared behind King Kai Shin in an instant. King Kai seemed to sense some movement behind him and turned his head to look back. Bang! Fang Yun slapped King Kai on the back. King Kai Shin fell to the ground softly before he could react. King Kai Shin's strength was barely at the second stage of Super Saiyan, far inferior to Super Saiyan 2 Son Gohan during Cell's time. Fang Yun's current strength was equivalent to 1,000 times that of Frieza. It was easy to slap King Kai unconscious. After knocking King Kai unconscious, Fang Yun immediately looked at the ring on King Kai's hand. Space-time ring. Quick, Piccolo, take off his ring. Fang Yun called out. Piccolo. Do it yourself. You want to steal the ring of Lord Kaishin, and you let me do it. You are so shameless. Piccolo was afraid that something might happen. Now time is the most precious thing. Immediately, Piccolo hurried forward to take off the ring on the finger of Lord Kaishin and handed it to Fang Yun. The ring is already in hand. Let's go quickly, Mr. Fang Yun. Piccolo urged in a low voice. Hey? Is he wearing the Patara earrings? The kind that can be combined. Fang Yun looked at Shin's earrings again. This. Piccolo's face changed color. Quick, take off his earrings too. Fang Yun called out. This. Piccolo was about to cry. However, at this critical moment, Piccolo still took off Shin's 2 earrings from his ears as quickly as possible and handed them to Fang Yun. Mr. Fang Yun, can we leave now? Piccolo asked. Chapter 11 Take the sword with you, Namekian rewards and more. By the way, I heard that there is a myth in the God realm. In this Kai King God realm, there is a sword inserted in a mountain. As long as you pull out the sword, you can have great strength. I don't know if it's true or not. Fang Yun pondered. Mr. Fang Yun, that's just a legend. Don't take it seriously. Piccolo's tears fell. What? Do you still want to spend the night in Kai King God realm? Why don't you run away quickly? Why are you still thinking about the sword? What kind of sin did we Yadrat commit? How can we find out whether it's true or false if we don't look for it? Fang Yun pondered. I think, let's go in that direction and have a look. Maybe we can have an adventure. Piccolo. You don't have to go. I'll go find it myself. Fang Yun smiled. Mr. Fang Yun and I will go together. Piccolo's face turned black. If you wander around in the Kaishin realm by yourself, you will be discovered sooner or later. I will go with you, so I can take care of you. The two of them flew up immediately. Mr. Fang Yun, the followers of the Kaishin are in that direction. If we want to find the magic sword, it is better to act as soon as possible. Piccolo said hurriedly. By the way, Piccolo, there is no breath fluctuation on my body. He can't find me through breath sensing, and can only search through his eyes. But you must hide your breath well. It will be difficult to explain if he finds it. Fang Yun said with a smile. P-Bala. 10 minutes later. Under Fang Yun's perception, the two landed on the top of a high mountain in the Kaishan realm. On the top of this high mountain, there was indeed a sword. There really is a magic sword. Fang Yun said with a smile. P-Bala immediately felt something was wrong. Take the magic sword with you. Fang Yun suggested. P-Bala cried. You have already robbed the ring and earrings of the Kaishan. Are you going to take the sword of the God realm with you now? People are greedy. The Kaishan seems to have awakened. What are you hesitating about? P-Bala. Fang Yun said. This. If you want to take it away, you have to pull it out first, right? You can't take it away directly. P-Bala gritted his teeth and made a prompt decision. At this point, taking one is also taking two. Why not take the God realm with you as well? No problem. Fang Yun stepped forward and grabbed the sword. Click. Instantly, the sword was easily pulled out by Fang Yun. The power has not increased. The legend is not credible. Fang Yun shook his head. P-Bala for more novels, 118,520, join, https://discord.gg/xxgastk. You can go back now. Fang Yun called out. Shua. P-Bala cried and performed teleportation, taking Fang Yun back to Yadrat. It went well. The elder asked hurriedly. Not bad. Fang Yun nodded and waved the magic sword. What's the matter with this sword? The elder was stunned and asked in confusion. This is the magic sword circulated in the Kaishan realm. Elder. P-Bala explained with tears in his eyes. What? The magic sword. The elder's pupil shrank. Not only that, Mr. Fang Yun also brought back the earrings of Lord Kaishan. P-Bala said in a deep voice. The elder of Yadrat's eyes blurred and he almost fainted. I have offended Lord Kaishan thoroughly. The elder is sure that if Lord Kaishan knows that we are accomplices, our Yadrat clan may be exterminated. The elder and P-Bala looked at each other in tears, speechless. Swish, swish, swish. Fang Yun was waving the sword and having fun on the side. Kaishan realm. Lord Kaishan, what happened to you just now? Jebet looked at Kaishan Sheen in confusion. It seems that someone broke into Kaishan realm and knocked me out. Kaishan Sheen scratched his back, which still hurts. What? Someone broke into Kaishan realm? Who is it? Jebet immediately became alert. I didn't see it clearly, and I fainted. Xian scratched his head. Who could it be? Could it be West Kaishan? Maybe he's still alive. Jebet guessed. Impossible, wasn't she killed by Bu? Xian shook his head. Besides, even if West Kaishan was still alive, she had no reason to knock me out. Lord Kaishan, something's wrong. Where are your earrings? Jebet looked at Xian's ears. Earrings. Xian was stunned and touched his earrings. Sure enough, the earrings disappeared. That man knocked me out and took the earrings away? What a weird guy. Xian frowned, a little confused about the other party's routine. Lord Kaishan, see if anything else is missing. Jebet asked. A minute later. My ring. My ring is gone too. Xian screamed. I suddenly have a bad feeling. Jebet's face darkened, and he turned his head to look at the mountain where the sword was. Could it be? Chapter 12 The sword is for you, 1827-041-0927 rewards for more. What did you say? Sheen's face also changed color. The two quickly appeared on the top of the mountain where the sword was stored. When he saw the missing sword, Sheen knelt down immediately. Damn it! Who is it? Who stole the sword? Sheen clenched his fists. That's the treasure of Archaean realm, and it's gone just like that. Jebbit wanted to cry but had no tears. Jebbit, find a way to find out. Sheen bared his teeth. Lord Kaishan, this person's strength should not be simple, right? Jebbit frowned and said in a deep voice, that's the divine sword. Neither I nor Lord Kaishan can pull it out. How did that person pull it out? Sheen's pupil shrank. Yes, that's the divine sword. Who else could pull out the divine sword that even we couldn't pull out? And if he pulled out the divine sword, wouldn't his power increase again? Anyway, the divine sword is also a treasure passed down from ancient times in Archaean realm. If it is lost inexplicably, how can I explain it to my ancestors in the future? Sheen said in a deep voice, Jebbit, no matter what, you must find the divine sword for me. Yadrat planet. Fang Yun put the space-time ring on his index finger and turned it. The space-time ring did not react at all. Can you use this thing? Fang Yun asked. The Great Elder and Piccolo shook their heads vigorously. Even if he knew, he couldn't tell him. What a pity, it can't be used. Fang Yun shook his head, a look of regret. This, maybe only Lord Kaishan can use it. The Great Elder guessed. How about? Ask Lord Kaishan. Fang Yun suggested. The Great Elder. Piccolo. Both of them had cold sweat on their faces. If you ask Lord Kaishan, you'll be walking into a trap. You beat Lord Kaishan, and robbed Lord Kaishan of his ring, earrings, and sword. Just a joke, just a joke. Fang Yun smiled. Is there such a joke? The elder shouted loudly. How shameless! You should leave Yadrat as soon as possible. If you stay, we will be tortured to death by you. Okay, as you wish, I plan to leave this planet. Fang Yun smiled, I plan to go to the Earth in the Milky Way. I don't want to take a spaceship. If it's a spaceship, it will take at least 7 days to fly from here, right? The Milky Way? Earth. The elder was slightly startled, not understanding why Fang Yun wanted to go to that planet. The level of technology on Earth and the strength of human beings seemed to be very ordinary. Is there a problem? Fang Yun asked. No problem, of course no problem, I will find a way to send Mr. Fang Yun over through teleportation. The elder laughed. Finally leaving. This guy is finally leaving. We Yadrat normal order will be restored. After about 10 minutes, the elder of Yadrat finally sensed the breath of someone on Earth. We sensed it. Let's set off now. The elder suggested. Will you miss me? Fang Yun looked at the people on Yadrat who came to see him off. Yes, yes. Piccolo quickly took the lead and responded. I've troubled you for so long. If someone bullies you in the future, such as the Frieza army, you can report my name. Fang Yun smiled. Thank you. The elder nodded, let's go. Swish. The elder moved instantly and took Fang Yun away from Yadrat in a flash. Earth, Kame Sensei's island. Kame Sensei was lying on a recliner, admiring a new women's comic. His eyes had turned into a heart shape, and his old face was even more rosy and glowing. Teacher Wu Tian? You are so old, why are you still reading such unhealthy books? The old turtle on the side shook his head, feeling ashamed for Master Kame. You are a turtle, what do you know? Master Kame stared and turned a new page. After seeing the beauty in the book, Master Kame's saliva almost flowed down. Swish! Just then, the elder appeared beside Master Kame with Fang Yun. Then, Mr. Fang Yun, let's say goodbye. The elder waved his hand. Go, go. Fang Yun nodded. Swish! The elder was afraid that Fang Yun would change his mind, so he quickly used instant movement and disappeared without a trace. Master came and the old turtle on the side looked at Fang Yun and the elder who suddenly appeared on the scene without blinking. Then, they looked at the elder who disappeared in a moment strangely. The female comic in Master Kame's hand slowly slid to the ground. "Old man, I want to ask for directions. How do I get to a large city?" Fang Yun asked. Master Kame. Old Kame. Ask for directions? You came to an isolated island to ask for directions? Also, how did you appear? Who was that guy who disappeared? Master Kame mechanically pointed to the west. Thank you. Fang Yun said, and took out the magic sword. This magic sword is for you. Asking, Fang Yun threw the magic sword to Master Kame. P.S. Reward 1 person plus 1 update, no upper limit, come quickly. There is a linked vote, click it when it is convenient. Chapter 13 There is no way to be King Vegeta now. Master Kame was stunned, and quickly reached out to take it. However, the moment he touched the magic sword, Master Kame's face changed color. An incomparable sense of heaviness suddenly rushed to Master Kame's arms. Boom! The divine sword smashed directly onto the ground, shocking Master Kame into a cold sweat. What's going on? This sword seems very heavy. Goodbye. Fang Yun soared into the air and flew towards the direction of Zidu. Master Kame was stunned, watching Fang Yun flying away without blinking. The old turtle also broke out in a cold sweat, looking stunned. Are they aliens? Master Wu Tian. The old turtle was silent for a moment, and asked hurriedly. I don't know. I can't sense the breath on him. Who is he? Master Kame's face changed again and again. Master Wu Tian? Take a look at the sword. The old turtle suggested. Master Kame walked to the side of the divine sword. The divine sword was lying on the ground of the island at this time, deeply embedded in the grass. What a strange sword! Master Kame went forward to take the sword, but was shocked to find that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move the sword at all. Can't you lift it? The old turtle asked in surprise. You said light, it's really heavy. Master Kame shook his head. Even Master Mutant can't lift it. But that young man is lifting it easily. The old turtle was shocked. What is the origin of that young man? Master Kame looked into the distance, trying to find Fang Yun's trace. However, Fang Yun had already flown away. A certain planet. Vegeta, Raditz, Nappa and several other young Saiyans gathered here. Just received news that planet Vegeta was hit by a meteorite and destroyed. A Saiyan said in shock. What? Meteorite hit? Planet Vegeta was destroyed. Raditz was stunned. There is no way to be King Vegeta now. Vegeta said nonchalantly while gnawing on a chicken leg. Raditz. Nappa. You have a big heart. Your Highness Vegeta, what should we do next? Nappa asked. We Saiyans enjoy fighting, so let's keep fighting. Vegeta stood up and smiled. By the way, Your Highness Vegeta, I heard that many people in Frieza and his army lost their tails or ears. I don't know what happened. Nappa said again. Oh? Is there such a thing? Vegeta responded, and pondered, nothing to be surprised about. Maybe they met someone stronger than them. Who could it be? Raditz asked puzzledly. Frieza and his men are very powerful. Stupid, the most powerful in the universe are Super Saiyans. Vegeta looked far-sighted. I, Vegeta, will become a Super Saiyan one day and become the master of this universe. Frieza Planet 88. Report to Mr. Frieza, there is still no trace of Fang Yun. Dodoria reported through the video equipment. It's best if there is no trace. He is probably dead. Frieza was on the other side of the screen, laughing so happily. Planet Vegeta was destroyed. Almost all the Saiyans died. There is no news about Fang Yun. Well, Fang Yun must have fallen into some cosmic crack and died unfortunately. From now on, I, Frieza, will regain control of this universe. The Milky Way, Earth. An hour later, the sky gradually darkened. Fang Yun successfully saw a large city, brightly lit, and the night view was very beautiful. This city is really not small, several times larger than the cities Fang Yun had seen on alien planets before. What surprised Fang Yun the most was that the population of this city. So many. After a preliminary calculation, this city has at least 100,000 people. The Earth is so great. Fang Yun's hands were shaking with excitement. How about taking the time to wipe out this city? Can he upgrade to gold directly? Maybe he can even skip gold and advance to platinum. Fang Yun was excited. Help! Help! Someone save me! Suddenly, Fang Yun heard a girl in the distance shouting for help, and the voice sounded pretty nice. Swoosh! Out of curiosity, Fang Yun flew towards the sound. Soon, Fang Yun saw a pretty girl below him. The girl had short golden hair and looked about 16 years old. Hey! Why do I feel like I've seen this girl somewhere before? Behind the girl, there are two fierce-looking men who seem to be roughing up the girl. This is a typical hero saving a beauty scene. But it doesn't matter, Fang Yun is just about to practice the power of Erasure. These two guys can just meet Fang Yun's requirements. Chapter 14 Bulma's sister? Pa! Fang Yun fell from the sky and landed beside the girl, blocking the two fierce men. Boy! Who are you? You have nothing to do here. Get out of here! The tall man shouted at Fang Yun. How did he appear? It seems that he flew here. The short man frowned. Are you dazzled? Kill him, the nosy guy. The tall man smiled lightly, took out a pistol, and shot Fang Yun directly without any hesitation. Fang Yun waved his hand. Suddenly, the gun in the tall man's hand and the bullet shot from the muzzle disappeared out of thin air. The tall man was confused and looked at his empty right hand in confusion. Where is my gun? What happened? What happened to me? Even the Emperor of the universe doesn't dare to shoot at me. You are just a small human being. You are really tired of living. Fang Yun was almost amused. What should I make you into? Emperor of the universe. The tall man couldn't react. I got it. I'll make you into a human stick. Fang Yun waved his hand gently. Swish! Suddenly, the tall man's limbs disappeared out of thin air. The short man's eyes almost popped out of his sockets, watching this amazing scene without blinking. Swish! Fang Yun waved his hand again and wiped out the short man directly. The girl looked at such an amazing scene in surprise. Although the tall man had become a human stick. But because it was night and there was no blood flowing on the tall man's body, he didn't look very scary. Thank you for saving me. The girl thanked him quickly. My name is Thais, please take care of me. Thais. Fang Yun was stunned for a moment, but suddenly remembered the identity of this girl. Thais, isn't she Bulma's sister? Bulma at this time seemed to be only 5 years old. Your magic is so good. Thais looked at the tall man who turned into a stick not far away, and naively thought that this was Fang Yun turning into a magician. Fang Yun. Okay, if you say magic, then it's magic. What's your name? Thais asked Fang Yun. Fang Yun. Fang Yun, in order to repay your life-saving grace, I will treat you to a meal. Thais said hurriedly. No need to eat, do you know where the prison in this city is? Fang Yun asked. Fang Yun thought about it seriously and decided not to erase the city. If the city is erased, who will make the food in the city? Besides, Fang Yun only needs to erase more than 300 people now to advance to gold. Fang Yun decided to see what conditions are needed to advance from gold to platinum. Prison. Taisai couldn't keep up with Fang Yun's train of thought. Are you going to the prison? Yes, the prison. Fang Yun nodded. Are you going to work in the prison? Taisai asked innocently. You are so smart. Fang Yun nodded again. Aren't I going to work in the prison? Erasure is my job. I'll check the navigation. Taisai said, took out her mobile phone, opened the map navigation, and pointed to a location on it. Here, this is Zidu prison, not far away, about 20 minutes by car minutes. If we fly over, it will only take 1 or 2 minutes. Fang Yun pondered. Fly over? Hee, don't joke. Taisai was stunned for a moment, and then replied, I just happen to be free, I'll take you there. As she said that, Taisai took out a universal capsule and threw it out. Bang! The universal capsule turned into a jet car. Let's go, don't be polite to me, hee, I'm the eldest daughter of a rich family. Taisai pulled Fang Yun to say hello, and patted her chest. Fang Yun originally wanted to fly to the prison and directly wipe out the prison. But Fang Yun couldn't refuse Taisai's kindness, so he had to follow her into the car. Swoosh! The car took off and sped towards the prison. Just as the car left, 2 people came out from a corner in fear. One of the 2 people wore a mask and his clothes were very strange. The other was an old man. It was Jack from the Galactic Patrol and the Doctor of Engineering. Jack, is that guy a magician? The doctor asked, pulling Jack's arm. This is called a magician. This is magic, do you understand? Jack widened his eyes and walked in front of the tall stick. The doctor scratched his head. Is there a difference? When the 2 saw the miserable appearance of the tall man, their faces changed color. Chapter 15 Fang Yun, the bath water is ready. Kill me! Kill me quickly! The tall man shouted loudly. Jack, how did he do it? The doctor asked. I don't know, maybe he is really a magician. Jack held his chin up, thinking, no, I have to go and see, doctor, you go home first. Swoosh! Jack said, his feet spitting fire, flew into the sky, and chased in the direction of Fang Yun's car. Doctor! Wait for me! Take me with you! 20 minutes later, Fang Yun really saw a large building, which was the big prison located in the suburbs of Zidu. There is a simple introduction to the prison here. Taisai took the phone and called up the prison information. There are more than 2,000 prisoners in the Zidu prison, including 128 death row prisoners, 287 robbers, and 298 forced female prisoners. Hey, I haven't finished talking yet, what are you doing? Taisai was talking, and Fang Yun had already got off the car. Fang Yun, it's time to get off work now. If you want to go to work, you have to go tomorrow. Taisi lowered the car window and said to Fang Yun. Go back, don't worry about me. Fang Yun waved his hand. After saying this, Fang Yun disappeared into the night. Then, Fang Yun appeared in the prison without anyone noticing. Fang Yun waved his 2 little hands. Shua. 1. 2. 3. This is a very complicated project. Although for Fang Yun, erasing a person only requires waving his little hand. But Fang Yun now can't do group erasure. It can only be erased one by one. After erasing about 100 people, Fang Yun was a little bored. Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow. Anyway, there's no rush. Fang Yun thought about it and left the prison. After walking out of the prison, Fang Yun looked closely and found that Taisai's car was still parked outside. You haven't left yet? Fang Yun walked forward and asked. Waiting for you. Taisai smiled friendly and asked, how is it? Is the matter done? I'll come again tomorrow. Fang Yun smiled slightly. I'll accompany you tomorrow. Taisai greeted. Okay. Fang Yun did not object, let's find a place to rest first. I have a universal capsule house. Taisai said, let's find a safe place. The car started and stopped in the suburbs. Tais took out a universal capsule and threw it out. Bang! The capsule turned into a house. Come in. Taisai invited. Fang Yun and Taisai entered the house together. The door closed. About a quarter of an hour later. Fang Yun, the bath water is ready. Taisai's voice came out. Outside the house, behind a big tree, Jack silently looked at the house in the distance. Women on Earth are so casual. They are in the same room with that man so soon. Jack pondered. After a short silence. There are magicians on Earth? Never mind. The most important thing for me now is to find materials to repair the spacecraft. Let the magician be whatever he wants. Jack muttered, turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Just when Jack disappeared, the door opened. Fang Yun, what's the matter? Taisai asked. It feels like someone is watching me secretly. Fang Yun scratched his head. Who would watch you? Taisai looked into the distance, but saw nothing. Forget it, never mind. Fang Yun shook his head, ignored it, and returned to the room with Taisai. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Taisai sent Fang Yun to the prison gate. Fang Yun had plenty of time today. Fang Yun waved his little hands. Half an hour later. Inside the prison 267 prisoners magically disappeared. After erasing these prisoners, Fang Yun was surprised to see that his erasure ability had finally advanced from silver to gold. Golden Avatar, the body strength is 10,000 times that of Frieza, and can wipe out a group of people or a large city with a wave of the hand. Erasing 1,000 large cities can advance to Platinum. After seeing the option to advance to Platinum, Fang Yun was speechless at the time. Erase 1,000 large cities? What a joke! It seems that there are not many large cities on Earth today, okay? This Earth is not the Earth of Fang Yun's previous life. There is only one country on Earth now. The cities on Earth are only divided into 4 large cities in the southeast, northwest, and some medium-sized cities. According to the meaning of the system, it seems that it is necessary to erase 1,000 large cities, that is, cities as large as Zidu. Advanced Option 2, erase the designated characters, Tao Pai Pai, Nappa, Frieza, Android 19, Cell, and you can also advance to Platinum. P.S. Please give me a reward, even a reward of 100 book coins is a great encouragement to me. Chapter 16 Taisai, I want to repay you. Just when Fang Yun was a little speechless, the system gave a new prompt. Erase the designated characters. You can also advance. Fang Yun knows all these characters. However, when Fang Yun saw the time span of these characters, he felt a little annoyed. It takes 20 years from Tao Pai Pai to Android Cell, right? That is to say, I have to wait at least 20 years before I can advance to Platinum. It would be faster to erase a large city. If not, try to erase a medium-sized city tomorrow to see if the number of advancement can be increased. Fang Yun appeared in front of Taisai's car with a sad face. Is your work not going well? Taisai saw Fang Yun's sad face and asked with concern. Forget it. Fang Yun shook his head. It doesn't matter. Just quit if it doesn't work. Taisai suggested. Is there a city smaller than the western city nearby? Fang Yun asked. A smaller city? Taisai didn't understand what Fang Yun meant. Forget it, they also have wives, children, friends, and relatives. I'd better wait a little longer. Anyway, I have eternal youth. I'm anxious to upgrade to the king. Do you want to wipe out the entire universe? Fang Yun shook his head gently and decided to wait a little longer. Erasing a city casually, although for Fang Yun, it's just a wave of his hand. Although Fang Yun is not a saint bitch, he doesn't want to kill innocent people at will. At least, Fang Yun is now invincible in the human world. Even if he encounters a god like the king of the worlds, he can be slapped to death with one slap. As for whether he can defeat Beerus, the god of destruction, Fang Yun is not sure. If he can't defeat him, he can just wave his hand and wipe him out. It's so magical. However, for Beerus to wake up, it will take at least 30 years, right? Fang Yun, what are you talking about? Taisai looked at Fang Yun in confusion. Taisai, can you help me find a place to settle down? Fang Yun asked. Sure, you saved me, so live in our house. Taisai suggested. Actually, I think so too, I'm just embarrassed to say it. Fang Yun smiled. Taisai. You are so honest. I don't know how to respond. 2 hours later. Taisai took Fang Yun to the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company. Look, this is my home. My home is big, right? Taisai looked at Fang Yun with some pride, as if to say, praise me quickly. Look, I am the eldest daughter of a rich family. You saved me, and you will be very successful in the future. Yes, it's much bigger than my home on Frieza's planet 88. Fang Yun nodded slightly. Frieza? Planet 88? What does that mean? Taisai was confused. Nothing, a planet about the same size as the Earth. Fang Yun smiled. Haha, you are really good at joking. Taisai naively thought that Fang Yun was joking with her. Under Taisai's guidance, Fang Yun met her parents, Dr. Briefs, and Taisai's sister Bulma. Are you my brother-in-law? Bulma looked less than 5 years old, staring at Fang Yun with curious eyes. Bulma, don't talk nonsense. Taisai's face flushed. Tais, you are not interested in Fang Yun, are you? Bulma's mother asked her daughter directly in front of Fang Yun. Hehe, the boy looks very energetic. Taisai has grown up, and she has never brought a boy home. Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses. So, I have a brother-in-law. Bulma looked at Fang Yun thoughtfully. Dad, Mom, Sister, it's not what you think. Taisai said with a red face. When saying this, Taisai glanced and saw Fang Yun drinking tea there as if nothing had happened. Hey, say something. Taisai shouted at Fang Yun. Since everyone thinks so, what's the point of explaining? Fang Yun smiled and smiled immediately. The more you explain, the less they believe it. Tais. What you said makes a lot of sense. I don't know how to refute it. By the way, Fang Yun, what do you do? Dr. Briefs asked. Fang Yun is an excellent magician. Taisai said quickly. Magician? Dr. Briefs was stunned. Brother-in-law, show us a show. Bulma's eyes lit up. Swish. Fang Yun waved his hand lightly, and the cup on the coffee table disappeared mysteriously. Bulma's family widened their eyes. It's amazing. Is it really a magic trick? Just like that, Fang Yun stayed in Taisai's house for a while. Unconsciously, 12 years passed in a flash. Fang Yun lived comfortably in Taisai's house. Taisi was engaged in her favorite profession, writing novels. With Fang Yun's help, Taisai's novel career was flourishing. Taisi didn't even need to travel in the universe to write wonderful novels. The method was very simple. Fang Yun just told Taisai some costume TV dramas he had watched in his previous life and asked her to adapt them into the form of novels, which became very popular. Chapter 17 Brother-in-law, look what I found. You know, those well-known TV series are all adapted from best-selling novels. Nowadays, Taisai is already a well-known writer on Earth. Today, Taisai is still writing novels in the study as usual. Fang Yun was bored and basking in the sun in the yard. Fang Yun held the time and space ring he got from Kai King God Zine in his hand and played with it casually. 12 years have passed, and Fang Yun has not figured out how to use this ring. If he could travel through time and space, Fang Yun would definitely travel to the future immediately and wipe out the 5 designated people, so that his erasure ability can be upgraded to platinum as soon as possible. However, after accumulating these 12 years, Fang Yun actually likes this plain and peaceful life. What's the point of platinum erasure? Anyway, he is invincible now. Sometimes, Fang Yun can only comfort himself in this way. Of course, Fang Yun did not give up practicing. However, no matter how hard Fang Yun tried, he could not practice out of chi. But Fang Yun's physical strength is not weak at all. Forget it, whatever. With the erasure, what's the point of practicing? Success! I finally finished it. I'm such a genius. Fang Yun was closing his eyes to rest and bask in the sun, and heard a girl's surprised cry from the next room. Then, a blue-haired girl ran out of the room, holding a round instrument in her hand, and appeared next to Fang Yun. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, look at what this is. The girl took the round instrument and patted her chest. The girl was Bulma. Bulma is now 16 years old, a young girl in her prime, ready to bloom. Chest. Fang Yun looked at the place where Bulma patted gently. Bulma. What's so good about it? Your sister has it too. Fang Yun was not surprised. But Fang Yun still saw the Dragon Ball radar in Bulma's hand at a glance. Is Bulma finally going to find the Dragon Ball? Brother-in-law. This is what I'm talking about. This is it. Where are you looking? Bulma shouted angrily, waving the Dragon Ball radar in her hand. I thought you asked me to look. Ahem, don't mention it, I watched you grow up. Fang Yun smiled. Brother-in-law. You said you watched me grow up. Why do I feel that you have a deeper meaning in what you said? Bulma's face turned red. What are you holding in your hand? Fang Yun changed the subject, asking knowingly but pretending to be curious. Hehe, after 3 months of research and reading a lot of ancient documents, I finally found a big secret. Bulma grinned and took out a golden bead from behind. Dang dang dang, brother-in-law, look, what is this? What a beautiful bead! Fang Yun nodded. Brother-in-law, this is not an ordinary bead, this little thing is magical. Bulma said mysteriously. While talking, Taisai stretched and walked out of the room. Sister, come and see what I found. Bulma called to Taisai. What is it? Bulma. Taisai stepped forward step by step. Look, what is this? Bulma presented the Dragon Ball to Taisai. This is... Taisai widened her beautiful eyes and looked at the Dragon Ball in Bulma's hand with some surprise. Hehe, do you know what this is? Bulma was so proud. Ask me quickly. Ask me quickly. Isn't this a Dragon Ball? Are there such small Dragon Balls? Taisai picked up the Dragon Ball and looked at it curiously in front of her eyes, saying with a strange look, it doesn't look like a replica, is it a real Dragon Ball? Bulma was stunned and looked at her sister with a confused look. It's real. Fang Yun smiled and nodded. Is it really a Dragon Ball? Are there Dragon Balls on Earth? Taisai was surprised. Because, there are Namekians on Earth. Fang Yun smiled slightly. Ah? There are Namekians on Earth. Taisai was stunned. You, how did you know about the Dragon Ball? Bulma asked loudly. I finally figured out that this golden bead is a Dragon Ball. You guys, you already knew it. You knew it, but you still let me study it for so long? Sister. Brother-in-law. You are so shameless. Bulma, your brother-in-law and I went on an alien trip last time. We went to a planet called Namek. There are Dragon Balls on that planet that can fulfill any 3 wishes. Taisai explained to Bulma, but the Dragon Balls on Namek are so big, at least 10 times the size of this one. Ah? Namek? Why didn't you mention it before? Bulma didn't know what to say. Chapter 18 Taisai's 3 Wishes. You were still young at that time, and you wouldn't remember it even if I told you. Taisai smiled. So, have you fulfilled your wishes? Bulma asked in surprise. Yes, it came true. Taisai nodded gently. There are 3 wishes in total. The first wish is for me to have eternal youth, the second wish is for my mother to be immortal, the third wish is for my father to be immortal. Bulma. What about me? Why didn't you make me immortal? Bulma pointed to her nose. Bulma was only 5 years old at that time, so it was not easy to make a wish. Taisai scratched her head, and there are only 3 wishes, so we can only wait until later. Brother-in-law doesn't want eternal youth. Bulma asked curiously. Your brother-in-law said that he would make a wish for our parents first, and he would have plenty of time to go to Namek in the future. Taisai replied. It's a pity that after you came back, the spaceship was completely broken and couldn't be repaired, right? And we lost contact with Jack. Bulma shook her head. I'm afraid we can't leave the Earth in a short time. Thinking back then, Galactic Patrol Jack finally came to Fang Yun's house 20 days after he moved into Taisai's house. Jack had no hostility, and he did not see Fang Yun, so he explained his purpose. Jack just wanted to repair his spaceship. When the spaceship landed on the Earth, the engine was damaged and a special material was missing. This material was available in Bulma's home, and she generously gave it to Jack. In order to repay Bulma's family, Jack asked them what their wishes were. Thais asked Jack for a spaceship, intending to travel, so Fang Yun took Taisai to Namek and fulfilled her wish. However, the workmanship of the Galactic Patrol's spaceship was not very good. After Fang Yun and Taisai returned to Earth, the spaceship was completely broken, and even Bulma and Dr. Briefs could not repair it. In addition, without a spaceship, there was no way to contact the Galactic Patrol. Originally, Fang Yun wanted to make a wish to the dragon Porunga to let himself travel through time and space to the future world. But after thinking about it, Fang Yun gave up the idea. Fang Yun still cherishes this peaceful and tranquil life. Especially the days with Thais are still very fun. It took me 3 months to research the secret of Dragon Ball. I didn't expect that my sister and brother-in-law had seen it on other planets and realized their wishes. Bulma suddenly felt that she had worked in vain for 3 months. While saying this, Bulma was about to throw the Dragon Ball radar in her hand. Bulma, what is in your hand? Fang Yun asked. Dragon Ball radar, what's wrong? Bulma asked back. Can it find the exact location of Dragon Ball? Fang Yun asked again. Yes. Bulma nodded. You haven't worked in vain. You made the Dragon Ball radar. You are really a genius. Fang Yun smiled. Didn't you use the Dragon Ball radar when you were looking for Dragon Ball? Bulma asked curiously. Namek is different from Earth. The Dragon Balls on Namek are kept by several elders. Your brother-in-law and I get along very well with the Namekians, and the Namekians are also very kind, so they gave us Dragon Balls to fulfill our wishes. Taisai explained with a smile. Ah? Is it that simple? Bulma widened her eyes, then flipped through the books and scratched her head. No, I saw from the classics I found that the Dragon Balls can summon the dragon, and can only fulfill 1 wish. Why did you fulfill 3 wishes? Only 1 wish can be fulfilled? I don't know. We did fulfill 3 wishes on Namek. Taisai shook her head, also a little confused. No matter. I want to fulfill my wish too. Bulma pouted and was unhappy. What wish does Bulma want to fulfill? I'll write it in the book for you. You can have whatever you want. Taisai said with a smile. Sister. Bulma stared. I don't want to be written into your book. It's really frustrating. I'm already the eldest daughter of a wealthy family, and I want to stay young forever. Bulma pondered. Is it too early for Bulma to stay young forever? Tais asked with a smile, you haven't grown up yet. Staying young means keeping your current appearance. Bulma looked up at her sister Tais. Bulma found that her sister had grown much better than herself. No, if I make a wish for eternal youth now, will this one not grow? By comparison, my sister is still better looking. Or, I'll grow a little bit longer, and then make another wish? P.S. Please give me a reward. Give 1 reward plus 1 update. No upper limit. Chapter 19 Brother-in-law, accompany me to find Dragon Ball. Fang Yun looked at Taisai, then at Bulma. Do you think I don't exist? Humph, I don't want to grow up. Bulma pouted and said, I have it, I want to find a boyfriend, let the dragon give me a boyfriend as good as my brother-in-law. Tais. It's a happy decision. Bulma said, summer vacation starts tomorrow, I will leave early to find Dragon Ball. Do you want to go by yourself? Taisai asked. Well, I'll go by myself. Bulma nodded, I'm grown up now, I want to go out for a walk. Let your brother-in-law go with you. Taisai was still worried about her sister, the Dragon Ball on Earth shouldn't be so easy to find, right? Who knows what monsters and demons will appear on the road? Sister. Where are the monsters? You've written too many fantasy novels, right? Bulma couldn't help but smile bitterly, then held her chin and pondered, but it's okay, let my brother-in-law accompany me, I can feel more at ease. I'm a girl sleeping in the open, if I meet a pervert or something, it will be troublesome. Tais. You really dare to think. Fang Yun, you accompany Bulma to find the Dragon Ball, okay? Taisai asked, originally, I also wanted to go together, but I'm planning to finish this novel recently, so I don't have time to go out. Speaking of which, I also want to go out to relax. I don't really want to move. Fang Yun shook his head. Brother-in-law, you don't want to move when you have such a beautiful woman like me to accompany you. Bulma blinked at Fang Yun. Go ahead, Fang Yun. You're just sitting there doing nothing. Why don't you go out for a walk? Tais advised again, I can rest assured that you accompany Bulma. If you meet any bad guys, use magic to destroy him. Fang Yun was speechless. Do you really want me to accompany your sister? Aren't you worried at all? Tais also told Fang Yun to protect his sister Bulma and never let anyone bully her. Fang Yun suddenly remembered that Bulma was bullied by many men on her first journey to find the Dragon Ball. 3 people bullied Bulma. One was little Goku. One was Master Roshi. Another was Leaping. Oh, there was also a pig. Forget it, she is my sister-in-law after all. I'd better accompany her to find the Dragon Ball. Early the next morning. Fang Yun hadn't gotten up yet, and the door was pushed open by Bulma. Bulma pulled off Fang Yun's quilt. Fang Yun. Aren't you afraid that I'm not wearing any clothes? Brother-in-law, get up quickly, let's go. Bulma urged. So early? It's already dawn. Fang Yun looked up at the sun outside the window. The first Dragon Ball is very far away from us, about 2,000 kilometers away from here. Even if we set out now, it might be dark when we get there. Bulma said, brother-in-law, look, the first Dragon Ball is in a place called Bayazai Mountain. Okay, let's go. Fang Yun got up and dressed neatly. Bang! Bulma threw out a universal capsule, drove away with Fang Yun at a high speed, and didn't say hello to Tais and her parents. Last night, Bulma had told her parents about finding the Dragon Ball. When Bulma's parents heard that Fang Yun would accompany Bulma, they didn't ask any more questions. With Fang Yun accompanying her, there shouldn't be any danger. After all, Fang Yun had accompanied Taisai on an alien trip back then. How could it be dangerous to travel on Earth now? Bulma drove very fast. Even so, the car finally arrived near Baizai Mountain near dusk. Hey! I'm so tired. Bulma stopped the car, exhaled, and stretched. Fang Yun also got off the car to stretch his muscles. Brother-in-law, you and my sister have been together for so long, don't you want a child? Bulma asked. Children don't ask such questions. Fang Yun glared. I'm not a child anymore, I'm 16 years old. Bulma corrected, and replied confidently, when brother-in-law met my sister, wasn't my sister also 16 years old? Fang Yun smiled. You're really good at talking. I don't know how to answer. Forget it, I'll see where the Dragon Ball is first. Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar and pressed the button on the radar. Ding, ding. The Dragon Ball radar responded quickly. It's nearby, about 3 kilometers away from us. Bulma said to Fang Yun. While talking, a child holding a big fish came quickly from a distance. What a strange child! Bulma looked at the child in surprise. The child was none other than Goku. Chapter 20 Leaping, Ah! No more! Goku had just caught a big fish from the river and was about to go back to eat it. When he saw Fang Yun and Bulma, he stopped immediately. Hi, hello! Goku waved. Little friend, you are quite strong. Bulma greeted. Who are you? Goku asked innocently. My name is Bulma, and he is my brother-in-law Fang Yun. Bulma introduced. What is a brother-in-law? Little Goku scratched his head in confusion. Brother-in-law is. Bulma felt a headache. Why should I explain? Do you live on Baizai Mountain? Bulma changed the subject. Yeah, my home is on the mountain. Little Goku pointed to the location of his home, and then pointed to the big fish behind him. Come with me, I haven't seen anyone here for a long time, I'll treat you to fish. Brother-in-law, what do you mean? Bulma asked Fang Yun. Let's go and have a look. Fang Yun knew that the first Dragon Ball was in little Goku's home. After going to little Goku's home, he successfully found the first Dragon Ball. The following plot is almost the same as the story of the original Dragon Ball. However, because of Fang Yun's participation, the kind of things that little Goku did to Bulma naturally no longer exist. With Fang Yun around, can his sister-in-law still be bullied? One day later, Fang Yun, with little Goku, Bulma, and an old turtle, met Master Kame at the beach. 12 years have passed, and the old turtle has completely forgotten Fang Yun. He only remembers that Fang Yun was wearing armor, but his appearance is a little blurry. Even Master Kame only met Fang Yun once. Fang Yun was suspended in the air at that time, so the man and the turtle did not look very real. After seeing Fang Yun at the beach, Master Kame was silent for a moment, thinking that he looked a little familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. Master Kame gave little Goku a somersault cloud, gave the Dragon Ball to Bulma, and left with the old turtle. Master Kame sat on the old turtle's shell, thinking about his own things. Teacher Wu Tian? What are you thinking about? Asked the old turtle. The young man named Fang Yun looks a little familiar. Master Kame pondered. Teacher Wu Tian has seen countless people, and he must be familiar with many people, right? Why don't you just say it directly, Miss Bulma looks familiar to you? The old turtle smiled. You really know me? Master Kame laughed. After successfully obtaining the Dragon Ball from Master Kame, Fang Yun continued to move forward with Bulma and little Goku. Then, the three of them came to the place where Wulong was and rescued the girls from Wulong. When they arrived at a large desert, just like the original book, Bulma accidentally lost the box of the universal capsule. fell to the ground tired, and fell asleep. Swish! Someone rode a motorcycle and appeared at the scene at a high speed. It was Li Ping, who called himself the Desert Hyena. "Hand over the valuables on you," Li Ping said, pulling out a machete. Swish! Fang Yun waved his little hand gently. Li Ping was stunned for a moment, feeling that something was missing from his body. "What's going on?" "Pool, you look at them first." "Why do I feel something is wrong?" Li Ping frowned. "Master Li Ping, what happened?" Pool asked curiously. "I'll go over there and take a look," Li Ping said, and hurried to the dark corner to check his body. "You'd better not move. If you dare to resist, Master Li Ping will kill you," Pool threatened. "Hurry up and give them the valuables," Wulong said to Fang Yun. "Pig, do you want it?" Fang Yun smiled. "It's time, and you're still making such a boring joke," Wulong shouted loudly. "Pool! Be serious, it's a robbery." Pool stared. "Hey? Are you Pool? You are my classmate in the transformation zoo." Wulong suddenly remembered something. "I recognized you a long time ago, shut up!" Pool shouted. "Ah! No more!" At this moment, Li Ping shouted loudly in the distance. "Lord Li Ping, what's wrong? What's missing?" Pool hurried over and asked curiously. My, suddenly disappeared. Li Ping fell to the ground softly, his face becoming more and more ugly. "What?" Pool was puzzled. "What disappeared? Just tell me." "Here." Li Ping pointed to his pants. "Ah? Disappeared? How is it possible?" Pool was stunned. "There are monsters here." Li Ping was so scared that his face turned pale. He didn't care about robbing and left the scene quickly. Chapter 21 Rashi Senin, the sword is waiting for the destined person. Fang Yun looked at Li Ping, who was leaving, with a smile. The guys who had improper thoughts about Bulma on the way to find the Dragon Ball have been solved. It can be regarded as completing the task assigned by Tais. After a month-long journey, Bulma and her group finally gathered 7 Dragon Balls. However, Fang Yun had quietly left at this time. In the end, Bulma did not realize her wish and returned to her home with regret. "Bulma, you are back." Taisai waved. "Ah? Sister, that... I..." Bulma stuttered, her eyes dodged, not knowing what to say. "What's wrong, Bulma?" Taisai looked puzzled. "Sister, I lost my brother-in-law, Wivu." Bulma burst into tears. "Lost your brother-in-law? What does that mean?" Taisai looked at Bulma with a puzzled look. "My brother-in-law suddenly disappeared while looking for the Dragon Ball, and then he never appeared again." Bulma Irma wiped her tears and said. "Your brother-in-law went home 10 days ago." Taisai scratched her head and asked, "Didn't he tell you?" "Ah? Go home." Bulma widened her eyes and rushed to Fang Yun's room at a high speed. The 4 looked at each other. "Brother-in-law!" Bulma shouted loudly. "Bulma is back? Did your wish come true?" Fang Yun asked. "What do you think?" Bulma glared at Fang Yun. "It doesn't matter. The Dragon Balls on Earth can't fulfill wishes, but there are still the Dragon Balls on Namek, right? After the spaceship is repaired, I will go to Namek again and give you 3 wishes." Fang Yun smiled. "Brother-in-law, you are too much. You didn't even tell me that you were back. I made people worry about you for a long time. I thought you were eaten by a monster." Bulma took a deep breath, stared with big eyes, and wanted to scratch him. At the same time, Xiao Wukong moved his family to the island of Master Kame. "Grandpa, as agreed, I'm here to practice with you." Little Goku greeted Master Kame, who was watching a TV show of a beautiful woman dancing. Okay. Okay. Master Kame nodded, but his eyes did not move away from the TV. Grandpa, I'm hungry. Little Goku said. There's food in the refrigerator, you can eat whatever you want. Master Kame pointed to the refrigerator. Little Goku took out all the food in the refrigerator and ate it all upside down. Then, little Goku strolled around the island and saw the magic sword lying on the ground. What is this? Little Goku looked confused and reached out to take the magic sword. However, little Goku could not move the magic sword at all. What is this? Little Goku scratched his head, what a strange thing. As he was talking, Master Kame walked out of the room. That's the magic sword given to me by a master. Master Kame said with a smile. Grandpa, but I can't lift it. Little Goku said. It's right that you can't lift it. Only those who have the spirit of martial arts and a heart of justice can use this magic sword. Master Kame said with a smile. Grandpa, I don't understand what you said. How could little Goku understand these great principles? He immediately looked at Master Kame with some excitement, so, Grandpa can definitely use this sword. Of course. Master Kame smiled. Grandpa, can you show me a demonstration? Little Goku asked excitedly. Master Kame. I just said it casually, but you took it seriously? Master Kame looked at the magic sword lying on the ground silently, and was a little at a loss for a while. If I could move this sword, would I let it lie here? By the way, what are you doing here? Master Kame quickly changed the subject. I'm here to practice with Grandpa. Little Goku replied. If you want to practice with me, it's very hard. Master Kame smiled. Children are easy to deceive. Time passed quickly. Fang Yun was also at Bulma's house, and followed Bulma through the world's #1 martial arts tournament. After the world's #1 martial arts tournament, Goku also started a new journey to find the Dragon Ball. Fang Yun knew that Tao Pai Pai appeared during this period. However, Fang Yun was not in a hurry to erase Tao Pai Pai. Tao Pai Pai did not die in the battle with Goku, and he would reappear at the 22nd World's #1 Martial Arts Tournament. At that time, it would not be too late to erase Tao Pai Pai. After all, it would take several years after Tao Pai Pai was erased before Nappa would come to Earth. A few more years passed. Goku and Krillin also grew up. Over the years, Goku's biggest goal was to pick up the magic sword on Master Kame's island. However, after so many years, the magic sword just lay there, never moved at all. Chapter 22 Goku, you have a son? I followed his people to give more rewards. Master Roshi also found various reasons and did not touch the sword. In addition, Fang Yun also successfully found Tao Pai Pai and wiped it out with tears. Finally found you. Almost lost it. If I had known it would be so troublesome, Fang Yun should have followed Xiao Wukong to Galanta and wiped out Tao Pai Pai directly. After wiping out Tao Pai Pai, Fang Yun patiently waited for the next prey. The next person to be wiped out is Nappa. Calculating the time, it will take a while. With Fang Yun's patient waiting, he finally waited for the day when Raditz came to the earth. That day, Fang Yun accompanied Taiz and Bulma to Master Roshi's island. And Son Goku also brought his son Son Gohan to the island to play because his son Son Gohan was 5 years old. Ah! Goku, you already have a son. Bulma sighed, time flies so fast. Haha, yes. Master Roshi nodded. Today, I must pick up this magic sword. Sun Wukong walked silently to the side of the magic sword, and his aura also rose a little bit. The next moment, Sun Wukong grabbed the magic sword with both hands and tried to lift it up. However, no matter how hard Sun Wukong tried, he still couldn't move the magic sword at all. It still doesn't work. Sun Wukong shook his head in disappointment. Wukong, don't waste your energy. I think Mr. Wu Tian is fooling us. This thing must be cast with magic. Otherwise how could it be unable to move? Krillin said with a smile, maybe even Master Wu Tian can't move. Bang! Turtle Master punched Krillin's bald head. What truth are you telling me, kid? It hurts so much. Krillin covered his head. I think this sword might recognize its master. Turtle Master sighed, just like the novel written by Tais, this thing is a kind of spiritual treasure, only its owner can use it, and others can't move it. That's a novel, you actually took it seriously. Tais didn't know what to say. Brother-in-law, why don't you try it? Bulma called. Bulma, do you think they will lose face if I pick it up? Fang Yun smiled and lowered his voice to Bulma's ear. Bulma glanced at Fang Yun. Brother-in-law, you are really good at bragging. You are just a magician. A magician who can only erase things. My sister told me everything. Hey? Someone is coming. Sun Wukong suddenly looked into the distance and said. Someone? Is it Tian Xinyan and the others? Bulma asked curiously. No, it seems to be a stranger. Sun Wukong shook his head. I have a bad feeling. Master Roshi frowned. Shua. The next moment, Raditz appeared in the sky, looking down at the people present, and then cast his eyes on Sun Wukong. Pa! Raditz fell from the sky and landed right in front of Sun Wukong. Kakarot, I finally found you, you look exactly like your father. Raditz said to Sun Wukong with a smile. Who are you? Sun Wukong looked confused. Kakarot, have you forgotten? You are a scion from the fighting nation, and we are the greatest warriors in the universe. Raditz said proudly, also, how come there are still humans on this planet, and what about the mission assigned to you? Why haven't you completed it yet? What are you talking about? It's not good to be drunk in broad daylight. Krillin waved his finger and walked over. Krillin, don't get close to him. Sun Wukong shouted loudly. Bang! Raditz's tail swept lightly and directly whipped Krillin away. Krillin hit the wall behind him heavily, screaming in pain. Krillin! Sun Wukong was shocked. It's okay. I'm still alive. Krillin climbed up from the ground with difficulty. You bastard! Sun Wukong was furious. Just as he was about to take action, he was surprised to see the tail behind Raditz. Finally remembered. Raditz smiled. You, why do you have a tail? Sun Wukong looked at Raditz in confusion. Kakarot. Did you lose your memory because of a head hit? Raditz was so angry that his nose was crooked, and he shouted at Sun Wukong. It seems so. I remember a head hit. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Sun Wukong asked back. That's right. I said you forgot everything. Raditz smiled lightly and looked at Sun Wukong and said, Kakarot, you are a scion from the fighting nation, and I am your biological brother Raditz. Everyone was stunned. This person is actually Sun Wukong's brother? I finally found my relatives, but it turned out to be such an evil guy. Bulma also felt sorry for Sun Wukong. Chapter 23 Raditz, just a broken sword, 10 GE's rewards and extra updates. The mission assigned to you is very simple, which is to destroy all humans on this planet, and then we will sell this planet to aliens at a high price. Raditz smiled and said to Sun Wukong, it's a pity that you disappoint me so much, Kakarot, you actually forgot your glorious mission. If that's the case, it's terrible. Bulma's face changed color. This material is good. I didn't expect that there would be such a story about Wukong. I have to write it down. Taisai thought for a moment and picked up a pen to start recording. Bulma. Master Roshi. Sister, it's already this time, and you still have the mind to find material for the novel. Bulma shouted loudly. You are already a very famous novelist. Kame-sensei also scratched his head. Just because I am a very famous novelist, I can't relax myself because of this. I have to continue to work hard. Tai said, shaking her head gently. Also, I don't seem to have made much progress in these years. I seem to be living off my past achievements. That woman. Shut up. Raditz was so angry that his nose was crooked. Why are you interrupting? Let's get back to the point. Raditz continued, originally, the Saiyans were a minority, and several years ago, the Saiyan planet was hit by a meteorite and unfortunately destroyed. Kakarot, our parents died in the explosion of the planet. I and 2 other companions happened to be on a mission on an alien planet, so we survived. Sun Wukong. Recently, my companions and I discovered a relatively valuable planet. It was a bit difficult for the 3 of us to conquer it, so I thought of Kakarot. Although your current combat power is still very average, I think you can grow up quickly after our training. Raditz continued. Go back, I will not kill innocent people. Sun Wukong shook his head and refused decisively. Hehe, I have noticed it for a long time. The kid next to you is your son, right? Raditz looked at Son Gohan. No. Of course not. Son Goku denied hastily. No need to hide it, isn't the tail behind him the best proof? Raditz smiled lightly and was about to step forward to grab Son Gohan. Son Goku immediately prepared for battle. Bang! Raditz punched Son Goku's abdomen lightly. Son Goku fell to the ground with a bang. Except Fang Yun, everyone was stunned. Son Goku was knocked down by his brother with one punch. This gap is too big. Pa! Raditz stepped forward and grabbed Son Gohan. Son Gohan cried loudly and trembled with fear. By this time tomorrow, if you kill 100 Earthlings, I will return your son to you and admit that you can become a member of our team. It's that simple. Raditz smiled and was about to take Son Gohan away. Wait a minute. Master Roshi suddenly called out. What's the matter? Earthlings. Raditz looked at Master Roshi with a smile. Did you see that sword? If you can pick it up, I'll let Goku follow you to fight on the alien planet. Master Roshi said. Who do you think you are? Raditz chuckled. Your fighting power is not a little bit worse than Kakarot's. I know that my current strength is not as good as Goku's, but I am Goku's enlightenment teacher, and he will listen to what I say. Master Roshi looked at Raditz and said, you said you asked him to kill 100 people, but Goku would not do it. I can convince him to let him follow you to fight on the alien planet. Of course, the premise is that you can pick up that sword. Raditz glanced in the direction of the sword. Humph, just a broken sword. Raditz smiled contemptuously, walked over, and bent down to take the sword. It's heavy. What the hell is this? It's impossible. I can even move a mountain, and it's a mountain on planet Vegeta. I'm on Earth, a planet with only 1/10 the gravity of planet Vegeta. Can't I lift a long sword? Raditz raised his energy to the extreme. As a result, the sword still didn't move. Raditz blushed, and his face changed again and again. Teacher, why did you let him pick up the sword? Krillin was a little puzzled. I want to see, is he stronger, or is the person who left this sword stronger? Master Kame whispered. He can't lift it. He is so powerful, can't he lift it? Krillin was shocked. Master Kame's face changed again and again. How powerful must the person he met that year be? Chapter 24 Vegeta, that divine sword seems very interesting, Kangya's reward plus more. Master Kame only remembered that the man was wearing armor and holding the sword like playing. It's a pity that after so many years, Master Kame doesn't remember what the man looked like very clearly. Perhaps, if he appears in front of me again, I can recognize him at a glance. Master Kame thought so. However, what Master Kame didn't know was that Fang Yun had appeared in front of him many times. Master Kame never recognized him. "Old man, you dare to tease me?" Seeing that he couldn't move the sword, Raditz was furious and walked towards Master Roshi step by step. "No. Absolutely not, this is the legendary sword, which has been waiting for its owner. Whoever gets this sword will have his strength greatly improved, this is a legend on our earth. Master Roshi is very good at making up stories." Bang! Raditz slapped Master Roshi to the ground, but didn't kill him. "Kakarot, remember to kill 100 people after one day." Raditz snorted coldly and flew away with Son Gohan. Not long after, Piccolo descended from the sky and said that he would fight Raditz together with Son Goku. Son Goku was overjoyed. In this battle, Son Goku and his brother Raditz died together. Piccolo took Son Goku's son Son Gohan away. Fang Yun did not make a move. What if he made a move and Nappa didn't come to Earth? You can't chase him to the alien planet to wipe him out, right? Just like the original, Son Goku was sent to the Snake Road by the gods. And the rest of the warriors worked hard to train in order to welcome 2 more powerful Saiyans a year later. A planet. Vegeta was gnawing on an octopus leg. Nappa looked up at the distant sky. "Raditz, dead," Nappa suddenly said. "Humph, useless trash, was killed by a guy with a combat power of more than 1000. Vegeta looked disdainful. "Are we going to Earth?" Nappa asked. "Yes, of course we are going." Vegeta stood up and said with a smile, "I wonder if you have noticed that we have received 2 important messages." "What?" Nappa scratched his head. "You idiot, didn't you hear it?" Vegeta shouted unhappily. Nappa smiled bitterly. "First of all, the first important message is the thing they call the Sword of the Gods. It is said that as long as you can pick up the sword, you can stimulate the potential energy in your body." Vegeta smiled, with a proud look on his face. "You said, with my strength, can I still pick up the Sword of the Gods? Can't afford a broken sword." Nappa. "So you are thinking about the sword? The question is that thing real? It's a lie, right? What about the second one?" Nappa asked. "The second important information is that there is a magical thing called Dragon Ball on Earth, which is said to be able to fulfill any wish. We go to collect the Dragon Balls, and then let us live forever and fight forever, isn't it great?" Vegeta smiled. "Nappa. Is this thing reliable? Why do I feel that Dragon Ball is more nonsense than the sword? You must think they are talking nonsense, right?" Vegeta smiled. "No. No." Nappa hurriedly denied. "I think they are talking nonsense too, the story is magical enough." Vegeta smiled lightly, "But, what if it is true? Anyway, no matter what, we have to go to Earth to witness it in person, right?" "Yes. Your Highness Vegeta." Nappa bowed. "Besides, didn't the once invincible Frieza mysteriously lose his ears? Don't you think this kind of thing is magical enough?" Vegeta added. "It seems, that's the reason. No one knows how Frieza's ears and Kurt's tail were lost. So many years have passed, and even with the most advanced treatment equipment, they still haven't grown back." Nappa nodded in response. "So, for some things, it's better to believe it than not to believe it." Vegeta smiled. "Frieza is the best example." "Yes, Your Highness Vegeta." Nappa felt that Vegeta was right. As expected of His Royal Highness. His knowledge is extraordinary. Frieza's spaceship. Frieza eavesdropped on the conversation between Vegeta and Nappa through monitoring technology. After hearing that the two of them actually used him as a negative example, Frieza was so angry that his whole body trembled and veins on his forehead bulged. P.S. Reward 1 person plus 1 update, no upper limit. Also recommend Dragon Ball's Strongest Teacher and Dragon Ball, Apprentice Angel. Chapter 25 Fang Yun, I can erase one. These two bastards. Frieza, will not forgive them. Frieza's pupils were full of bloodshot. Vegeta, you two wait for me. See how I will destroy you in the future. How dare you laugh at me, Frieza, for not having ears. The younger brothers were all terrified, and they all lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. After a short silence. Sir Frieza, are we going to Earth? Sabo asked respectfully. There is no need. If the Earth is really that magical, why would it allow Raditz, whose combat power is only a little over 1000, to sweep it? This shows that the two pieces of information Vegeta said are pure nonsense. Frieza analyzed with a dark face. By the way, Sir Frieza, that guy named Fang Yun looks very similar to an Earthling. Could he be an Earthling? Dodoria guessed. Frieza glanced at Dodoria. Dodoria was very afraid of Frieza's look and trembled with fear. I have to say, Dodoria, you are the stupidest idiot among us. Frieza smiled coldly. Dodoria. I was just guessing. You treat me like an idiot. I really think that Fang Yun has the characteristics of an Earthling. Maybe he is really on Earth. Earth, came house. Goku, just died like this. I don't know how to explain to Chi-Chi. Krillin had a headache. Gohan was also taken away by Piccolo. If Chi-Chi knew about it, do you think she would collapse on the spot? Bulma said with a wry smile. 1 year later, 2 more powerful Saiyans will come to Earth. Kame let out a long sigh, feeling the tragic fate of the Earth. Damn, I don't have a girlfriend yet, I don't want to die yet. Krillin held his head, grinning, and then turned to look at Fang Yun. By the way, Fang Yun, aren't you a magician? Can you erase them both? Bulma had told Sun Wukong and others about Fang Yun's magic a long time ago. Bulma said that her brother-in-law's most powerful magic is to erase something. Back then, it was because her brother-in-law erased a person that she saved her sister and naturally became her brother-in-law. I can only erase one, and the remaining one will depend on you. Fang Yun nodded. Krillin stared at Fang Yun with his eyes wide open, his face full of disbelief. Really? I was just joking just now. You actually said you could really erase one? Fang Yun, can you really erase a Saiyan? Bulma also looked at Fang Yun in surprise. No problem, leave it to me. Fang Yun nodded slightly, but you can only wipe out one. Why can you only wipe out one? Krillin asked puzzled. Stupid, my brother-in-law needs to consume magic points to cast this kind of magic. If you wipe out one person at a time, the magic points will be depleted. It takes time to replenish them. Bulma shouted at Krillin, it's already very good to be able to get rid of one person, you should be satisfied. Then, where will the people that Fang Yun wiped out go? Krillin asked curiously. No world will exist. Fang Yun smiled. Isn't he dead? Don't you have to report to the underworld after death? Krillin asked again. The underworld? It doesn't exist. Fang Yun smiled slightly, people who are erased by me, the underworld will not exist either. Krillin. Master Turtle. Really? Why do I feel that this guy is unreliable? Then can you erase Sun Wukong's brother? Krillin asked again. Yes. Fang Yun nodded. Why didn't you erase him just now? Krillin asked curiously. Why should I erase him? Besides, what good does it do me to erase him? Fang Yun asked back. Krillin. Erase him, and Wukong won't have to die. Krillin replied. Wukong died and went to a new world to practice. This is his homework. Fang Yun smiled. What kind of logic is this? Krillin didn't know what to say. It's getting late. Chi-Chi is probably coming soon. Bulma pondered, Sister, brother-in-law, let's go. You're right. Let's leave this troubled place as soon as possible. Ties nodded. Bang! Bulma threw out a universal capsule and turned it into a plane. Swoosh! The plane rushed into the sky, and the three of them quickly left Master Kame's island. Master Kame! Krillin! You're going too far. Are you going to let us take the blame for Goku's death? Sure enough, not long after Fang Yun and the other two left, Chi-Chi appeared on the island with the Bull Demon King. Where's Goku? Chi-Chi asked. Dead. Master Kame scratched his head. Where's Gohan? Chi-Chi asked again. He was taken away by Piccolo. Master Kame laughed. Bang! Chi-Chi rolled her eyes and fainted on the spot. Chapter 26 Leaping, why are you becoming more and more feminine? On the jet helicopter. Brother-in-law, can you really wipe out one of them? Bulma asked curiously. In fact, let alone one person, no matter how many people, they can be wiped out. Fang Yun smiled. Bulma. I just asked casually, why are you bragging? Bulma felt that Fang Yun must be joking. If it is really easy to wipe out a person, then why do we need to be so nervous? Back then, when Piccolo appeared, your brother-in-law didn't wipe him out. Bulma simply stopped talking. Anyway, there is still a year, maybe Goku will practice to a higher level and defeat the two Saiyans. A day later. Bulma repaired Raditz's detector and gave it to Krillin. Krillin successfully found Tien Shinyan, Jiaozi, and Yamcha, who were scattered all over the world, and explained the situation. That day, the four people appeared on the temple under the leadership of Yajirobe and began a new practice under the guidance of the gods. After several hours of training, several warriors took a break. 1 year later, 2 more powerful Saiyans. I really don't know how powerful they will be. Tien Shinyan said in a deep voice. By the way, Fang Yun said that he can help us wipe out one of them. Krillin said with a smile. Fang Yun? Who is it? Li Ping asked curiously. Fang Yun is Bulma's brother-in-law, what do you remember? Krillin glanced at Li Ping. It's him. Li Ping remembered. Krillin, you said Fang Yun can wipe out one of them? What do you mean? Tien Shinyan asked. Fang Yun is a magician, don't you know? Krillin asked back. Li Ping, Tien Shinyan, and Jiaozi shook their heads together. I haven't heard of it either. Yajirobe sat aside and said. Magician? Are you kidding? Tien Shinyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ha ha ha, magician? Krillin, your joke is not funny at all. Li Ping laughed. Krillin. If it's not funny, why are you laughing so loudly? Fang Yun is a magician? How come I never knew that? Li Ping laughed for a while and asked. It happened a long time ago. Krillin smiled, I also heard Miss Bulma mention it by chance. It is said that Fang Yun and Taisai met because he used magic to wipe out a bad guy who bullied Taisai. Did he really wipe out that person? Li Ping asked in surprise. I don't know about that. Taisai said that the person disappeared inexplicably. Krillin smiled and said, but you all know that Taisai is a novelist. It's normal to imagine something that doesn't actually exist. Okay, let's continue practicing. I don't want to die. Tien Shinyan suggested. Krillin nodded and stood up. Li Ping also cheered up. By the way, I also heard that Fang Yun wiped out another person's arms at the time. Krillin added nonchalantly. Erased both arms? Is that true? Tien Shinyan was surprised, did both arms suddenly disappear? I don't know the specific situation, just listen to it as a story, it's just for fun. Krillin laughed, but didn't take it to heart. Li Ping. Li Ping looked down silently. About 20 years ago, his penis disappeared inexplicably. Could it be that this matter has something to do with Fang Yun? Did he erase his penis? Le Ping. Then he shook his head vigorously. What am I thinking about? If Fang Yun has this magical power, why doesn't he go to destroy Piccolo? Didn't Goku defeat Piccolo and save mankind from the hands of the devil? Yeping, what are you thinking about? Krillin asked. Nothing, nothing. Le Ping immediately came back to his senses and stretched out an orchid finger. Krillin. Tian Xinyan. But then again, Le Ping, you are becoming more and more sissy now. Krillin sighed. What do you care? Krillin, if you talk nonsense again, I will kill you. Le Ping was furious and shouted. A year passed quickly. To be precise, it was not a year. About 8 months passed. Vegeta and Nappa's spaceship fell from the sky and crashed into a small city. Boom! A big hole was smashed in the city at that time. Vegeta and Nappa flew out of the spaceship. Nappa put his index and middle fingers together and poked upwards. Suddenly, a huge energy was generated. Boom! The whole city was turned into ruins on the spot, and was easily destroyed by Nappa. Chapter 27 Vegeta arrives on Earth, 10 GE's rewards and extra updates. He, this way of greeting is very special, right? Nappa said with a smile. Idiot, if there are Dragon Balls around here, and you destroy them with this greeting, I will make you die miserably. Vegeta said with a dark face. I'm really sorry. Your Highness Vegeta, I overlooked the matter of Dragon Balls. Nappa apologized quickly. Okay, let's not talk about these useless things for now. Vegeta snorted. Nappa quickly pressed the detector to detect the combat power values of the warriors on Earth. Strange, Lord Vegeta, how come there are so many guys with combat power over 1000 on Earth? Nappa was surprised. Normal, they knew we were coming, so they practiced in advance. Vegeta smiled disdainfully. Let's go see the sword first. Yes, Lord Vegeta. Nappa responded quickly and pressed the detector again. Over there. Lord Vegeta, there are 2 people with the strongest combat power over there. If you find them, you can know the location of the sword and the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball. Let's go. Vegeta smiled slightly. Swoosh! The 2 turned into 2 white rays and flew quickly towards the direction where Piccolo and Son Gohan were. Desolate land. This is where Piccolo and Son Gohan practiced. Gohan, they are coming towards us. Piccolo said to Son Gohan. Ah, yes. Son Gohan's lips trembled with fear. Be prepared for battle, don't be afraid, we have become stronger, they are nothing special. Piccolo comforted. Yet. Son Gohan clenched his fists and nodded vigorously, but his body couldn't help shaking. Pa! Just then, Krillin fell from the sky and landed beside Son Gohan. Saiyan! Son Gohan was startled and immediately became alert. Gohan, you have grown up. Krillin greeted. Who are you? Son Gohan couldn't remember Krillin clearly. After all, he had seen him a year ago, and there was no impression of him after such a long time. I am Krillin. Krillin scratched his head. Ah! I remember it. Son Gohan was excited. Dad often told me about Uncle Krillin, saying that although Uncle Krillin was not tall, he was very powerful. This guy Goku, he talked as if he was very tall. Krillin muttered with a dark face and squinted his eyes. Stop chatting, let me ask you a question. Piccolo glanced at Krillin and asked, when will Sun Wukong come? It seems that Wukong miscalculated the time. It may take a long time for him to come. We can only fight here first. Krillin scratched his head and replied. They are coming. Piccolo shouted. After the voice fell, the figures of Vegeta and Nappa appeared in the sky. It seems that they have been prepared for a long time and knew that we would come. Vegeta looked down from above and smiled at the three people below. The fighting power is not very good. Nappa smiled lightly. Pa! Vegeta fell from the sky. Nappa followed closely. The three Piccolo were alert and ready for battle. It seems that you already knew the time when we arrived on Earth, and you also knew that we were coming to find you. Vegeta smiled and said lightly, I ask you a question, I hope you can answer us truthfully. You say. Piccolo replied. Where is the location of the Holy Sword? Take me to see it. Vegeta stated his purpose. Holy Sword. Piccolo was a little confused. What Holy Sword? How come I don't know? Oh, I remember. Goku's brother once moved the Holy Sword on Master Kame's island. You mean the Holy Sword? Sure, if you defeat me, I will take you there. Piccolo smiled slightly. Vegeta, it's this voice. He is the guy who killed Raditz. Nappa turned his head and said to Vegeta. Yes, it should be correct. Vegeta nodded. Voice? What does it mean? Piccolo was stunned. Don't you know? This detector can detect combat power and can also be used as a communication tool. Vegeta smiled. Vegeta, this guy seems to be Namekian. Nappa pondered. I have heard that Namekians have some magical abilities. So, the matter of Dragon Ball should be similar. Vegeta looked at Piccolo with a smile. Very good, next question, when will Kakarot come? Kakarot? That's Son Goku, right? He is working hard to practice in order to defeat you, and he is on his way here. Piccolo said loudly. P.S. Please reward. Reward one person plus one update, no upper limit. Come on. Chapter 28 Brother-in-law, we won't be affected, right? Can you reward plus update? Oh? Interesting. Vegeta smiled. Pa. While they were talking, Tien Shinyan and Jiaozi fell from the sky and landed beside Piccolo and the others. Son Gohan was startled, and when he saw that it was his own people, he breathed a sigh of relief. Vegeta glanced at Piccolo and the others. Nappa, are there any more vegetable people? Vegeta asked. Yes, Your Highness Vegeta, are we going to use the vegetable people? Nappa asked. Of course. Vegeta smiled. Nappa took out a small bottle, poked a few holes in the ground, and put the seeds of the vegetable people in one by one. Bang! 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 6 vegetable people broke out of the ground. Just when the vegetable people were just born, Li Ping also fell from the sky and landed beside Tien Shinyan. Sorry, I'm late. Li Ping said, aren't there 2 Saiyans? Those few don't count. Krillin scratched his head. You came at the right time. The 6 of you are fighting against our 6 vegetable people. What do you think of a one-on-one battle? Vegeta asked with interest. Damn, this guy is playing tricks on us. Piccolo was furious. Piccolo, calm down. We can just take this opportunity to wait for Goku to come. Krillin quickly stopped Piccolo. Piccolo thought about it and it made sense. Then let's play with them. On the top of a mountain near the battlefield of both sides. Fang Yun took Taiz and Bulma to build a viewing platform on this mountain. Bulma was also quickly adjusting several instruments. These instruments can monitor the battle scene and transmit messages through the screen. Even what Piccolo and Vegeta said can be received through these instruments. Brother-in-law, get ready. Bulma said, pressing the start button. Suddenly, the scene was displayed on the display screen. You are great, Bulma, this material is really good. Taiz said excitedly, I haven't written a good novel for a long time. Brother-in-law, sister, we are not far away from them, be careful not to be affected. Bulma was a little worried. Don't worry, Bulma, with your brother-in-law here, we will be fine. Tais laughed. Bulma. Sister, you are really generous. Why are you more curious than me? Hey? They said that Piccolo is from Namek. Bulma seemed to have thought of something and asked hurriedly. I said that Piccolo looked a little familiar, he is really from Namek. Tais scratched her head. What, sister, didn't you go to Namek? And fulfilled 3 wishes? Bulma asked with a wry smile. I'm just sighing. Tais nodded. Bulma. A short silence. Brother-in-law, when are you going to wipe one of them out? Bulma asked with a smile. Wait a minute, let them pretend for a while, and wipe them out at the critical moment, isn't it more storytelling? Fang Yun smiled, looking at Nappa in the distance with excitement. At this position, Bulma and Taisai need to use a high-powered telescope to see the battle scene. But Fang Yun can clearly see the situation on the scene with just his naked eyes. Fang Yun, who has the power of the All-King, has excellent vision and hearing. Bulma. Forget it, let's see first. By the way, how long will it take for Goku to come back? Bulma asked again. At least 3 to 5 hours. Fang Yun replied. Ah? Will it take so long? Bulma widened her eyes. When Goku comes back, the daylily will be cold, right? The Snake Road is too long. He has to go back from King Kai's planet to the starting point of the Snake Road before he can be picked up by the gods. Fang Yun said. Brother-in-law, how do you know everything? It's as if you've been to the Snake Road. Bulma looked at Fang Yun and said. Although I haven't seen it with my own eyes, I can guess what it looks like. Fang Yun smiled. Brother-in-law, you are really good at bragging. I can't keep up with your bragging rhythm. Bulma rolled her eyes. How can I guess what it looks like without seeing it with my own eyes? Why don't I believe it? Battle scene. First round of battle, Tien Shinyan vs Vegetable Man. Tien Shinyan knocked Vegetable Man to the ground with an absolute advantage. Vegetable Man climbed up from the ground with bruises all over his body. Bang! Vegeta pointed with his hand. With an explosion, Vegetable Man turned into a blood mist on the spot and died on the spot. I said, from the beginning, we must be completely do your best. Vegeta said to the remaining 5 vegetable people. The 5 vegetable people were so scared that they trembled all over. Next. Vegeta said. I'll do it. Krillin stepped forward. Chapter 29 Leaping, Take Back Your Little Finger, Bitter Rotten Apple rewards extra chapters. Krillin, let me do it. Leaping grabbed Krillin. Leaping. Krillin looked at Leaping. Krillin, you have died once, let me deal with him. Leaping grabbed Krillin's arm and said. Leaping, I understand your kindness. Krillin nodded, the question is, can you take back your little finger, and can you not pull me so intimately, it's easy to be misunderstood. Leaping's face was flushed red at the time. Krillin. You're going too far. Yaping put his hands on his waist and shouted angrily. Tien Shinyan. Jiaozi. Uncle Krillin, is he a man or a woman? Son Gohan asked in a low voice. Krillin. Yaping. Son Gohan. What are you talking about? What man or woman? It's really a headache. Krillin scratched his head. You. Go and kill that sissy for me. Vegeta had a dark face and couldn't stand it anymore. He pointed at a vegetable man and ordered. Yes. The vegetable man flew towards Yaping at a high speed. On the top of the mountain. This guy named Yaping has really become more and more sissy in recent years. Bulma pondered, I remember when I first met him, he was not like this. People will change. Taisai replied. Fang Yun did not answer. Will I tell you that Li Ping became like this because I wiped off a part of his body? To be honest, seeing Le Ping so sissy. How could I stand on the side of the vegetable man in this battle? Sin, sin. Bulma prayed, God, I really didn't mean it. Tai Sai. What truth? I am also on the side of the vegetable man, okay? Swish. At this time, the vegetable man who was knocked to the ground by Le Ping suddenly rushed towards Le Ping and hugged Le Ping tightly. You, what are you doing? Le Ping was shocked. Hee hee. The vegetable man grinned. Boom. The vegetable man exploded. Le Ping was close at hand and was killed on the spot. This sissy is finally dead. Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief. Le Ping. Krillin was shocked and shouted loudly. What a terrible guy, he actually blew himself up. Piccolo said in a deep voice. I won't forgive you. Krillin was furious, and energy surged in his hands. Swish. Krillin condensed an energy bomb and threw it into the air. The next moment, the energy bomb turned into 6 flames and bombarded Vegeta, Nappa and the remaining 4 vegetable people. Boom! A huge explosion occurred at the scene. 3 of the 4 vegetable people were killed on the spot, and 1 of them escaped. No, 1 ran away. Krillin exclaimed. Swish! While talking, the vegetable man bombarded in the direction of Son Gohan. Son Gohan was so scared that his face turned pale and he didn't dare to fight. Pa! Piccolo stretched out his palm and blocked the vegetable man's attack. Humph! Dare to come here to die! Piccolo snorted coldly. Boom! Then, Piccolo opened his mouth and flames gushed out of his mouth. The vegetable man turned into a skeleton on the spot, deader than dead. As expected of Piccolo. He is really strong at the critical moment. Krillin was stunned. Tien Shinyan was also quite surprised and looked at Piccolo in horror. Hee hee, warm-up exercises stop here. Piccolo smiled lightly. What do you mean? Krillin asked puzzledly. What? Do you think your attack will kill those 2 Saiyans? You are so naive. Piccolo shook his head, take a good look over there. Krillin looked up. I saw 2 Saiyans with tails floating in the air in the distance. Are these Saiyans? That's my strongest move. Krillin was so scared that his whole body was shaking. Gradually, the figures of Vegeta and Nappa became more and more obvious. Not bad, that little bald guy, your energy intensity just now is really not small, and your combat power has also been greatly improved. Vegeta looked at Krillin with interest. Next, let me meet you properly. Nappa smiled. Boom! Nappa's breath burst out crazily. The earth was shaking slightly. What a terrible guy! The shaking earth is shaking. Piccolo's face changed color. Tut! Son Gohan was even more scared and trembling all over. Damn it! Krillin's face was pale. Tien Shinyan bared his teeth, and cold sweat slid down his face. Brother Tien? My special ability is useless. Jiaozi used his special ability on Nappa with both hands, but it didn't work at all. Who should start first? Nappa laughed loudly, and then flew towards Tien Shinyan, punching him. Tien Shinyan quickly stretched out his arm to block. Chapter 30 Nappa is gone, Tanji's reward plus more. Idiot, get out of the way! Piccolo shouted loudly. Bang! Nappa punched and directly knocked Tien Shinyan's hand. The arm was knocked off. Ah! Tien Shinyan screamed. Too fragile. Nappa smiled lightly, with a look of disdain on his face. Bang! Then, Nappa kicked out and knocked Tien Shinyan to the ground. Who's next? Nappa looked at Piccolo, Krillin, and others with a smile. Brother Tien! Jiaozi shouted loudly. Damn it! I won't forgive you! Tien Shinyan was furious and stood up and pointed his finger at Nappa. Pa! Just when Tian Xinyan was about to use the Qigong cannon, Jiaozi suddenly flew to Nappa's back and stuck tightly to his body. Jiaozi! What are you doing? Tian Xinyan was shocked. Brother Tian? Goodbye. Jiaozi looked back and smiled. Boom! Jiaozi turned into a ball of blood mist and exploded. What a brave guy, he blew himself up. Piccolo breathed a sigh of relief, although the process was a bit dangerous, at least one person was solved. Jiaozi! Krillin shouted loudly. The next moment, Nappa's figure gradually emerged. Haha, not bad. Nappa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Piccolo, Krillin, and others were stunned. Is this a Saiyan? Too powerful. Jiaozi, I'll accompany you now. Tian Xinyan bared his teeth, pointed his hand at Nappa, and shouted loudly, Qigong cannon. Boom! A huge energy bombarded Nappa, covering Nappa at the time. Nappa was startled, and his face changed again and again. Despair! Tian Xinyan muttered in a low voice. Bang! Tian Xinyan used the Qigong cannon, which had consumed all the energy, and fell to the ground with a bang, dying. Tian Xinyan! Krillin exclaimed. In the distance, on the top of the mountain. Tian Xinyan is dead too. Bulma turned pale with shock. It's okay, Dragon Ball can revive them. Fang Yun comforted. Brother-in-law. Didn't you say you could wipe one out? When will you do it? Bulma asked hurriedly. Then do it now. Fang Yun said. Brother-in-law, please don't lie to me, okay? I really don't know how long it will take for Goku to arrive. Bulma's tears were about to flow out. Battlefield. Next, is that bald guy. Nappa smiled proudly and turned to look at the bald Krillin. Krillin turned pale with fear. It's decided, it's you. Get ready to die. Nappa laughed and flew towards Krillin. Goku. Krillin gave up resistance and shouted Son Goku's name loudly. Dad. Son Gohan was also scared out of his wits. Wait a minute. Nappa. Wait a minute. Vegeta shouted loudly. Nappa stopped in midair and turned to look at Vegeta. Wait a minute, I'll ask them another question. Vegeta smiled and looked at Krillin. Let me ask you, the Goku you mentioned is Kakarot, right? Yes. Krillin nodded. Is he really resurrected? Vegeta looked at Krillin in disbelief. Yes. Goku is resurrected. Krillin replied. Oh? Interesting. Vegeta smiled and asked again, then let me ask you, how long will it take him to get here? Goku is in a very far place, I'm afraid it will take a long time to get here. Krillin said. 3 hours. I'll give you 3 hours. Vegeta stretched out 3 fingers. Krillin's eyes widened. Vegeta, what do you mean? 3 hours? Do you know how long it takes to wait for 3 hours? Nappa shouted. Vegeta glanced at Nappa. Only idiots need to wait. I won't wait patiently. I want to kill them. And then destroy everyone on this planet. Nappa had a bad temper. He was having a great time fighting, but he was not happy at that time. After saying this, Nappa rushed towards Krillin and the other two at a high speed. Krillin was so scared that his face changed again and again. Son Gohan was so scared that he closed his eyes and blocked his eyes with his fists. Nappa! Vegeta shouted loudly, don't you listen to me! Swish! Just as Vegeta's voice fell and he hadn't finished speaking, Nappa at the scene disappeared strangely. Vegeta looked at the disappeared Nappa with a confused face. Where is he? Why is he gone? Vegeta quickly pressed the detector to find Nappa's figure. However, where is the detector still Nappa's information? Am I seeing it right? The big guy disappeared. Krillin rubbed his eyes. What's going on? Piccolo frowned, feeling a little unbelievable. P.S. Please give me a reward. If you don't have a reward, please remember to give me some flowers. Chapter 31 Vegeta, where's the sword? What's wrong? Where's he? Son Gohan was also at a loss. Could it be that the little guy made the big guy disappear? Piccolo guessed. Hey, what did you do? Vegeta looked around and asked Piccolo and the others. It wasn't him who made the big guy disappear. Piccolo frowned. What's going on? Krillin scratched his head. Do you think that guy will hide? And then sneak attack us? Do you think, with his strength, this is necessary? Piccolo stared. You have a great imagination. Maybe, he wants to sneak attack the short guy. Krillin's imagination was full of ideas. Piccolo was silent. Is your brain broken? In the distance, on the top of a high mountain. Disappeared? The Saiyan named Nappa disappeared. Bulma exclaimed, and immediately turned her head to look at Fang Yun. I told you, your brother-in-law is very powerful. Tai Sai smiled. Did it really make him disappear? Bulma looked at Fang Yun in disbelief. Fang Yun smiled and did not explain. Can people disappear out of thin air at such a long distance? Bulma has learned a lot today. Not far, this distance is not a big deal. Fang Yun smiled. Bulma. Isn't this far? I need to use a high-powered telescope to see them. Battle scene. What's going on? Where's Nappa? Vegeta was suspended in the air, looking for Nappa's figure and shouting, Hey, Nappa, come out. However, Nappa had no information feedback. Below. I remember. Fang Yun once said that he could help us erase a person. Krillin's face was covered with cold sweat. Fang Yun? Who is it? Piccolo frowned. It's Bulma's brother-in-law. You may not have noticed him, right? Krillin explained to Piccolo. What do you mean by erase? Piccolo asked again. Son Gohan also pricked up his ears. I heard that Fang Yun is a magician who can make people disappear out of thin air. It's that simple. I think, could it be that Fang Yun made that tall guy disappear? Krillin guessed. Magician? Make people disappear. Piccolo wiped his sweat. You are really good at bragging. What kind of magician can make a living person disappear? Besides, this living person is a very powerful Saiyan. Have you read too many fantasy novels? Pa. Vegeta fell from the sky and landed opposite the three people. Tell me, what happened just now? Where is Nappa? Vegeta asked with a dark face. We don't know either. Didn't you do it? Krillin certainly couldn't say that it was Fang Yun who wiped out Nappa. Besides, Fang Yun never appeared from beginning to end. Krillin couldn't be sure whether it was Fang Yun who did it. Besides, even if it was Fang Yun, Krillin wouldn't say it. Disappeared out of thin air. Cold sweat slid down Vegeta's face. But soon, Vegeta took a deep breath and gradually calmed himself down. Don't worry about that idiot. I'll give you 3 hours to wait for Kakarot to come. Vegeta smiled lightly. How about it? I'm quite kind, right? Krillin. Picker. A short silence. Before waiting for Kakarot to come here, can you take me to see the sword? Vegeta asked again. Krillin was completely at a loss and looked at Piccolo. Take him to see it. Piccolo nodded to Krillin. In fact, Piccolo also wanted to see the sword. I heard from Master Kame that someone used to play with the sword. Could it be that with my current strength, which is far superior to Raditz a year ago, I still can't move the sword? Follow me. Piccolo called to Vegeta and rushed into the sky. Gohan and Krillin also flew up. Vegeta smiled and flew to catch up. Swish, swish, swish. The 4 people flew quickly towards Master Kame's island. Oh no, they are going to Master Kame's home. Bulma exclaimed, and hurriedly took out her phone, called Master Kame's home, and explained the situation. That Saiyan is coming here? Well, I just want to see if he can pick up this sword. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Master Kame was very calm on the phone. After hanging up the phone, Master Kame casually threw out a universal capsule. The capsule was a submarine. Master Kame quickly jumped onto the submarine. Teacher Mutant, where are you going? Asked the old turtle. Are you leaving or not? Master Kame asked the old turtle. Chapter 32 Brother-in-law, why don't you wipe him out? Teacher Mutant, didn't you just say that I'll take care of it? The old turtle was really defeated by Master Kame. In front of a beautiful woman, you have to act righteously. She can't see it anyway. Master Kame said seriously, and then he dived into the submarine and disappeared. The submarine dived deep into the sea. Not long after, a detection mirror was extended from the submarine, and the lens was aimed at the island. The old turtle also swam quickly into the sea and left this place of trouble. 1 minute later, Piccolo, Vegeta, and others fell from the sky and landed on the island of Kame. It's this sword. Krillin pointed to the sword lying on the ground. It looks really extraordinary. Vegeta looked over silently. Yes, my teacher told me that only those who are destined can pick up this sword and stimulate the potential energy in their bodies, which will greatly improve your strength. Krillin nodded. Vegeta walked up with a smile, bent down, and put his hand on the hilt. The moment he touched the sword, Vegeta felt a heaviness he had never felt before. Get up! Vegeta's energy burst out, trying to pick up the sword. However, no matter how hard Vegeta tried, he could not move the sword at all. How is it possible? Vegeta was shocked. It's just a broken sword. Me. The fighting nation. The Prince of the Saiyans. The most outstanding warrior among the Saiyans. I can't even pick up a broken sword? Wow! Vegeta used all his strength. As a result, the sword still didn't move. Huff, foo, foo. Vegeta was so tired that he was panting heavily, and looked at Piccolo, Krillin, and Son Gohan with murderous intent. You can't lift it, which means you are not destined to have this sword. Krillin saw that the situation was not good, and waved his hand quickly. Calm down first, think about it, there are so many people on our earth, and no one has ever seen someone who can lift this sword. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, and the meaning in his eyes was to tell Krillin. Go on. If I am not satisfied with what you said, I will kill you right now. Have you seen Thor? Krillin asked. What? Where has Vegeta seen the movie? To put it simply, this is a novel written by Miss Tice, a well-known writer on our Earth, and adapted into a movie. Krillin hurriedly explained, Thor has a Thor's hammer. No one can move it except him, no matter whether you are stronger than Thor or not. I guess this thing is just like Thor's hammer, waiting for the right person. Nonsense! Vegeta said with a dark face, I tell you responsibly that if Kakarot is not resurrected, today will be the end of the Earth. I can easily destroy this planet. Do you understand? Yes. Krillin nodded vigorously. Piccolo silently walked to the side of the sword, bent down to hold the sword, and gently exerted force. Vegeta glanced at Piccolo and smiled contemptuously. I can't even lift it, and you, a Namekian, want to move this broken sword? Piccolo shook his head slightly and let go of the sword. Gohan, you try. Piccolo said to son Gohan. Me? I can't do it. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan waved his hands quickly. How do you know if you can do it if you don't try? Piccolo shouted angrily. Okay. I'll try. Son Gohan stepped forward and grabbed the hilt. The sword still didn't react at all. On the top of the mountain, They went to Kame's house, and we don't have surveillance there. Bulma scratched her head. What should we do? Should we fly over to have a look? They just went to get the sword, I believe they will be back soon. Fang Yun smiled. Will they come back? They won't fight at Kame's house, will they? Bulma asked. No, Kame's island is too small, it's not convenient to fight, they should choose the previous position. Fang Yun replied. Then, shall we wait here? Bulma nodded. Wait, we finally have some material for the novel. Tais replied. Fang Yun didn't object. As expected, not long after, Vegeta and the others returned from afar. Brother-in-law, you are really a prophet. Bulma looked at Fang Yun in surprise. Nothing. Fang Yun smiled. Brother-in-law, can you still erase the other Saiyan? Bulma asked. Yes. Fang Yun nodded. Then. Brother-in-law, we don't have to wait for Goku, why don't we just erase him? Bulma asked. Chapter 33 Bulma, I don't like Vegeta. Don't you want to see the results of Goku's training with King Kai? Fang Yun replied with a smile, it's easy to erase a person, but it's not so easy to restore a person. What do you mean? Bulma was stunned. If it's erased, it will no longer exist. I'm afraid even the Shenlong can't restore it. Unless it's a higher level Shenlong, it can be restored. Fang Yun replied. That Saiyan named Vegeta is useless, why keep him? Bulma asked puzzled. If I say he might be your future husband, do you believe it? Fang Yun smiled. Brother-in-law. It's time, and you're still talking nonsense here. Bulma glared. Fang Yun smiled slightly. I really didn't say anything nonsense. I'm just telling the truth. Why don't you believe it? My future husband? At least, he has to be as handsome as my brother-in-law. Bulma laughed. I don't like that Saiyan, he's too short, he seems to be only 1.6 meters. Yes, he's a little short. Tais also said. Fang Yun. Vegeta probably never dreamed that he was disliked by Bulma and her sister because of his short stature. Pa! Vegeta and the other four fell to the ground. It's been 40 minutes. When will Kakarot come? Vegeta smiled at Piccolo and the other three. Soon. It should be soon. Piccolo said solemnly. Okay, wait another 2 hours and 20 minutes. No more waiting. Vegeta said, and ignored it. 3 hours passed quickly. Sun Wukong did not come back. The time has come, and the Kakarot you mentioned did not show up. I am very disappointed. Vegeta looked at Piccolo and the other three with an indifferent face. Why hasn't Goku come yet? Krillin scratched his head. I can't care so much, just find a way to fight. Piccolo said in a deep voice. It can only be done this way. Krillin nodded. If we want to win, there is only one way. Piccolo lowered his voice. Oh? Are you making a battle plan? Vegeta smiled lightly. Piccolo glanced at Vegeta and said nothing. Okay, you three come together. Vegeta smiled and waved to the three. Wow! Krillin screamed loudly, attracting Vegeta's attention. Then, Krillin gathered energy in his hands, and a huge energy bombarded the ground. The next moment, Krillin soared into the sky. Vegeta just watched Krillin perform calmly. Wow! Son Gohan shouted loudly, and an energy bomb blasted towards Vegeta. Humph, a trifle. Vegeta snorted coldly and slapped him. Bang! Son Gohan's energy bomb was slapped away. Swish! At this moment, Piccolo appeared behind Vegeta at a high speed and grabbed Vegeta's tail. Ha ha ha, you've been fooled, your tail is caught by me. Piccolo shouted excitedly. Oh? You guys are planning to catch my tail. Vegeta chuckled. The tail is your Saiyans' weakness, as long as I hold your tail, you will have no strength. Piccolo shouted, and clenched Vegeta's tail. Humph, you are too childish. Vegeta sneered, and his tail moved violently. Bang! Piccolo was dragged by the tail and fell to the ground immediately, letting go of Vegeta's tail. A bunch of idiots, do you really think that I can't overcome my weaknesses? Vegeta chuckled and kicked Piccolo. Piccolo flew up to a height and fell heavily to the ground, groaning in pain. You guys disappoint me so much, with such little fighting power. Vegeta smiled contemptuously. Hey! At this time, Krillin suddenly turned his head and looked diagonally behind him. It's Goku's breath! Krillin exclaimed. It's Dad! Dad is back! Son Gohan also shouted excitedly. Son Goku, you are finally here! Piccolo gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground. Oh! Vegeta pressed the button on the detector and looked over silently. Combat power 5000. Is this guy really Kakarot? Vegeta's face changed color slightly, and he looked at the three people opposite with murderous intent. It's Goku, Goku is back! Krillin shouted. Hehe, although I don't know if it's Kakarot, but if you guys come to attack me together, it's better for me to kill you first. Vegeta sneered, lest there be any accidents at that time. P.S. Please reward. Seeing that I'm working so hard to update, please give me a reward of 1 yuan. Chapter 34 Goku Returns, Star Rewards Extra. Vegeta thought about it. Although with his own combat power, he can easily defeat Kakarot and others. But how did Nappa disappear? Vegeta still doesn't know what happened. What if he mysteriously disappeared? Vegeta couldn't help but shudder. It's terrible. Who did it? At this point, we can only strike first. What did you say? Krillin's face changed color. That's not the case. Didn't you say you would wait for Goku to come back? Damn you! Going back on your word. Piccolo bared his teeth, his body shaking. As you wish, I changed my mind. Vegeta chuckled. Krillin. Pico. Son Gohan. You changed your mind. You are so shameless. Then, let's start with you, little guy. Vegeta sneered, and with a flick of his hand, an energy bomb whizzed towards Son Gohan's position. Son Gohan was so scared that he stood there in a daze, forgetting to move. Swish! At this critical moment, Piccolo rushed to Son Gohan at a high speed and stretched out his arms. Boom! The energy bomb hit Piccolo. Son Gohan closed his eyes, put his hands in front of his eyes, and trembled with fear. Ah! Piccolo let out a shrill cry. When Son Gohan found that something was wrong, Piccolo had already endured all the attacks of the energy bomb. Piccolo's clothes were torn, and he stood on the ground with his teeth gritted, his body trembling slightly. Uncle Piccolo! Son Gohan cried. 5 seconds later. Bang! Piccolo fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. What a pity, I wanted to kill Kakarot's son, but I didn't expect you to change the order of death. Vegeta smiled. Gohan, leave here quickly, the farther the better. Piccolo's vitality was quickly dissipating. Uncle Piccolo, woo. Son Gohan cried bitterly. Humph, I didn't expect that the great demon king Piccolo would save a child. Piccolo smiled, Gohan, you changed me, run quickly. After Piccolo finished speaking, his head tilted and he passed away. Piccolo is dead. Bulma said in a deep voice. Fang Yun, are you really not going to save them? Tai Sai took Fang Yun's hand and asked in a low voice. It's okay, we can revive them through the Dragon Balls on Namek. Fang Yun comforted, this is his experience, only in this way, he will change his mind and become a new man. Yes. This is Piccolo's experience. It can also be regarded as the most important lesson in Son Gohan's growth process. If Piccolo is saved now, how can Piccolo get rid of the evil in his heart? Everyone has his own destiny, and Fang Yun can't solve all the crises for them. If he does that, he is not helping them, but harming them. Wow! Son Gohan was furious, and a magic flash suddenly released from his hands, blasting towards Vegeta. Combat power 2800, this little guy is really not simple. Vegeta took a look at the level of the magic flash, but didn't take it seriously. Bang! Vegeta waved his hand lightly and slapped the magic flash away directly. Little guy, you are worthy of being the descendant of the Saiyans, your combat power is growing very fast. Vegeta stepped forward and grabbed Son Gohan's collar and lifted him up from the ground. Let me go! Son Gohan shouted loudly. Bang! Vegeta didn't have anything to be polite about, and punched Son Gohan in the nose. Son Gohan's teeth were knocked out several times, and blood gushed out of his nose. Hey! Vegeta was slightly startled, and suddenly felt a little movement behind him. Swish! Vegeta dodged Krillin's sneak attack and kicked out, hitting Krillin in the chest. Krillin was hit and flew backwards, hitting the ground heavily, and it was difficult for him to move. You two, go to see the King of Hell together. Vegeta said, throwing Son Gohan in the direction of Krillin. Suddenly, Son Gohan smashed in the direction of Krillin. I believe that if the two collided with each other, they would definitely die on the spot. Swish! At this critical moment, an orange-red figure appeared on the scene, hugged Son Gohan, and blocked his falling trend. Ah! 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 Son Gohan looked at the person who appeared beside him in surprise. Gohan, you have grown up. Son Goku smiled at Gohan. Ah! Dad? You are finally here, Weevu. Son Gohan cried bitterly in grievance. Wukong. Krillin waved his hands weakly. Krillin, sorry, I am late. Son Goku said in a deep voice, and then looked at his dead companions one by one. Son Goku's fighting power is improving little by little. Chapter 35 How did my brother-in-law run into the screen? Rewards for more. It's okay. I'm glad you're here. Krillin smiled. Leave it to me next, I'll deal with him. Son Goku looked at Vegeta, and then said to Krillin, but Krillin, you are really amazing, you have already killed a Saiyan. Krillin. It wasn't us who killed him. He mysteriously disappeared. Krillin, what's wrong? Son Goku asked curiously. Wukong, let's not talk about this for now, I'll tell you in detail after defeating him. Krillin replied. I will try my best to defeat him. Son Wukong nodded gently. Kakarot. It's you, you are resurrected. Vegeta looked at Son Wukong in surprise, shocked. So, the Dragon Ball is real. There are really Dragon Balls that can fulfill any wish. There is also the sword waiting for the destined person. The earth is a good place. Gohan, come, this is the last senzu bean, you and Krillin each have half. Son Wukong took out a senzu bean, divided it into 2 halves, and gave it to Sun Wuhan to eat. At the same time, Sun Wukong gave the other half of the senzu bean to Krillin. The two recovered quickly. Vegeta's eyes widened. That's it? I can't forgive you. Sun Wukong's breath continued to increase. Combat power 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. Vegeta was stunned. Double Kaioken. Sun Wukong shouted loudly. Swish. Sun Wukong rushed towards Vegeta quickly. Bang. Sun Wukong hit Vegeta's face with a punch. Vegeta flew backwards. Wukong. Good job. Bulma shouted excitedly. Bang bang bang. Sun Wukong launched a fierce attack on Vegeta. Kakarot, is this your attack? Vegeta silently endured Sun Wukong's attack for a moment, and smiled contemptuously. Bang! Then, Vegeta punched Sun Wukong in the nose. Sun Wukong's nosebleed gushed out. Bang! Vegeta kicked Sun Wukong with a flying kick, causing him to somersault several times in the air. The next moment, Vegeta kicked Sun Wukong in the chest again. Sun Wukong's body slid backwards, rubbing against the ground, and almost fell to the ground. Sun Wukong supported the ground with one hand, stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Vegeta in surprise. How is it? Kakarot? Do you really think you can surpass me, a genius warrior? Vegeta said with a look of astonishment. Looking at Sun Wukong with contempt. Sun Wukong said nothing. Let me tell you, we Saiyans have to take combat power tests when we are born. I heard that your combat power was only 2 when you were born, so you are a low-level warrior, and as a low-level warrior, you will be sent to this planet with no strength. Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong with a smile, and I, as the Prince of Saiyans, the most talented Saiyan in history. Let me tell you responsibly, Kakarot, even if I give up one hand, I can easily kill you. Sun Wukong. He is not bragging. What he said is true. What a powerful guy. Ah! He is the Prince of Saiyans. Bulma looked at Vegeta on the screen in surprise. No wonder he is so powerful. Tais pondered. Can Goku beat him? Bulma is not sure now. I don't know. Tais shook her head gently. Hey? Brother-in-law? How did you get into the screen? Bulma was suddenly surprised to find that there was an extra person on the screen. After a closer look, wasn't it brother-in-law Fang Yun? Brother-in-law, are you performing magic again? But, is this magic or magic? You can even get into the screen. How strange. Tais was also surprised to see Fang Yun on the screen. When did he go in? Why didn't I see it? I really can't listen anymore. Fang Yun sighed and turned his head to Bulma and Taisai on the screen. Bulma was confused. Tais also looked confused. What do you mean? Who are you? Vegeta looked at Fang Yun strangely. How did this person appear? Why didn't I notice it at all? Vegeta subconsciously pressed the button on the detector. What? The combat power cannot be displayed. Vegeta was quite surprised. This is the first time I have encountered such a strange situation. Fang Yun? Why are you here? It's very dangerous here, leave quickly. Sun Wukong said hurriedly. On the top of the mountain. Ah! Brother-in-law ran to the battle scene, not to the screen. Bulma suddenly realized. When did he run over? Taisai was also a little surprised. What kind of magic is this? Bulma looked at Taisai and said, Sister, is brother-in-law a magician or a magician? Chapter 36 Vegeta, where is your left arm? Like fog, like rain, and like wind, reward and add more. I don't know. Taisai shook her head. Fang Yun? I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Vegeta was stunned and looked at Fang Yun silently. Vegeta, you are really good at bragging. I can't keep up with your rhythm. Fang Yun said with a smile. What do you want to say? Vegeta squinted and looked at Fang Yun. Not far away. Son Gohan and Krillin were also a little confused. How did Fang Yun suddenly appear? How did he get to the scene? Krillin wondered. I didn't see him either. Son Gohan shook his head. Uncle Krillin, who is he? His name is Fang Yun, have you forgotten? Krillin glanced at Son Gohan. I can't remember clearly. I think I have seen him. Son Gohan scratched his head. Don't talk first, Gohan, let's see what Fang Yun wants to do. Krillin said hurriedly, but, his coming here won't do anything. You said you are the most talented Saiyan in history. Fang Yun asked. Why? You seem to know the history of our Saiyans very well. Vegeta smiled. Back then, I went to planet Vegeta once, and your father didn't even dare to breathe when he saw me. Fang Yun smiled slightly. What did you say? Vegeta widened his eyes. You are indeed a relatively talented warrior, but to say that you are the most talented warrior in history is a bit of bragging. Fang Yun continued, I remember that among the Saiyans, there is a warrior named Broly who is more talented than you. I wonder if you have heard of him. Who are you? Vegeta was so surprised that he looked at Fang Yun without blinking. I hate people bragging in front of me the most. Fang Yun smiled. Once there was a guy who called himself the Emperor of the Universe and his father, who pretended to be the most powerful existence in the universe. I was not happy at the time and punished them well. What did you say? Vegeta's face changed again and again. Could it be that he was talking about Frieza and King Cold? No. It must be a coincidence. Yes, that's right, it's a coincidence. You just said that you want to give up one hand to fight Goku? Right. Fang Yun asked. What? Do you have any objections? Vegeta smiled lightly, trying to calm himself down. I think your decision is absolutely right, so give up one arm. Fang Yun nodded slightly. The next moment, Fang Yun wiped it lightly. Swish! One of Vegeta's arms disappeared magically. As you wish, your arm is gone. Fang Yun smiled. What? Vegeta looked at his left arm. Gone. The left arm mysteriously disappeared. What's going on? How is it possible? Why don't I feel anything? You guys continue. Fang Yun smiled. Shua. After Fang Yun finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared. In just a moment, Fang Yun appeared on the top of a distant mountain from the battle scene. Bulma was dumbfounded. Thais also widened her eyes. When did Fang Yun become so powerful? How come he can teleport? Don't look at me in surprise. I'm a very low-key person. Fang Yun smiled. Bulma. Thais. You call this low-key? You made the Saiyan's left arm disappear directly. The question is, how did you do it? This is definitely not magic. Also, this is not teleportation. It's just because my speed is too fast that you feel like teleportation. Fang Yun added. Bulma and Thais stopped talking. Too fast? It feels like teleportation? Why do we suddenly feel that you are better than that Saiyan Vegeta in terms of pretentiousness? Ahem, brother-in-law, how did you do this erasure? Can you teach me? Bulma asked excitedly. Fang Yun. Bulma, you are going too far. You even want to learn the magical power of the king of all? This. I'm afraid you can't learn it. Fang Yun smiled. Battle scene. My arm. Vegeta's face changed again and again, and he was so scared that his whole body was shaking when he looked at his mysteriously disappeared arm. My left arm mysteriously disappeared, what's going on? Sun Wukong was also stunned. It was the first time he saw such a strange thing. The arm just disappeared for no reason. How is it possible? Sun Wuhan widened his eyes. Did Fang Yun really do it? Krillin looked at the place where Fang Yun disappeared in fear. Did Uncle Fang Yun do it? How did he do it? Sun Gohan turned his head and looked at Krillin and asked. I heard that Fang Yun is an excellent magician. Maybe he was the one who wiped out the Saiyan named Nappa. Krillin said. How can this be a magician, Uncle Krillin? This is a magician, okay. Sun Gohan has learned something new. P.S. Thanks to Xing Chen for the generous reward. Currently ranked first in the reward list for this book. Thanks to For the generous reward. Currently ranked second in the reward list for this book. Chapter 37 Frieza, what? Fang Yun is on Earth? Magician? Yes, it should be called a magician. Krillin nodded solemnly. My arm is gone. Vegeta muttered tremblingly. Still fighting? Son Goku asked. Snap. Vegeta took out a remote control and pressed the button on it. Still fighting? Fuck. Didn't you see that my arms are gone? I'd better get out of here. Swoosh. Vegeta's mini spaceship came flying. Swish. Just when Vegeta was about to board the spaceship and leave this terrible place, a figure flashed and Fang Yun returned. Bang. Fang Yun kicked the spaceship away. Vegeta. Goku. Krillin. Gohan. So cruel. He actually kicked the spaceship like a ball. If you want to leave the Earth, you can, but defeat them. Otherwise, I'll wipe you out. Fang Yun waved his little hand. Swish. A mountain in the distance disappeared out of thin air. Vegeta's pupils shrank sharply, and his whole body trembled with fear. Goku looked at the disappeared mountain with a look of surprise. How did he do it? Gohan was stunned. Krillin also stared at the weird scene without blinking, unable to say anything. I remember. You are the one who used to fight with Frieza. Vegeta's mind flashed with inspiration, and his face became extremely ugly. Stop talking nonsense, let's get started. If you lose, your life will stay on Earth. If you win, you can get out. Fang Yun smiled slightly. Vegeta was so scared that his whole body trembled. However, Vegeta carefully waited for a moment and felt that Fang Yun should not make a move. The current situation is that there is still some hope of victory on his side. If it is just to deal with these three guys. Okay, Kakarot, then I won't be polite. Vegeta said, and his breath suddenly burst out. The spaceship was kicked away, how can we not fight? Sun Wukong's face changed slightly. What a strong breath! The vast starry sky, the vast universe. Frieza's spaceship is moving slowly. Frieza held the goblet and sipped the red wine silently, with a faint smile on his face. However, Frieza's two ears were gone, which greatly reduced his image as the Emperor of the universe. Frieza's head looked very funny. Is there any latest progress on Vegeta's side? Frieza took a sip of red wine and asked casually. Sir Frieza, according to the latest information from Earth, it is certain that the killed Saiyan Kakarot has been resurrected. The younger brother hurried forward to report. Oh? The dead are resurrected. Frieza's eyes flashed with brilliance, in other words, Dragon Balls are real. Is that right? I understand? No problem. The younger brother nodded vigorously. It was the Namekians who made the Dragon Balls, so we don't need to go to Earth, we only need to go to Namek to make our wishes come true. Frieza smiled. Let's go now. Go to Namek. Sabo ordered his younger brothers. Swoosh. The spaceship changed direction in the starry sky, accelerated, and flew towards Namek. Sir Frieza, if we successfully find the Dragon Balls, what wish do we want? Sabo asked. Frieza glanced at Sabo and said nothing. What wish should I make? Don't you have any idea? I want to make my ears grow. Do I look like a cosmic emperor now? Sabo lowered his head in a hurry, too scared to say a word. Sir Frieza, report the latest news from Earth. At this time, a younger brother came forward to report. Oh? What's the matter? Frieza asked with interest. Vegeta's arm is gone. I don't know what happened. The younger brother was also a little puzzled. Arm? Missing. Frieza's heart sank. Tell me in detail. What happened? Sabo shouted loudly. I heard from the news on Earth that a stranger appeared at the battle site. This person said that he couldn't stand Vegeta's pretense. Then, he wiped Vegeta's arm. It seemed to have been wiped off. The younger brother scratched his head and responded quickly. What did you say? Frieza's face became extremely ugly. He. Sabo was so scared that his whole body trembled. He is still alive, he is on Earth. Dodoria's face was pale. Chapter 38 Frieza, I want to wake up the god of destruction. Did he say what his name was? Frieza clenched his fists and asked quickly. It seems to be Fang Yun. The younger brother replied. Fang Yun. It's really Fang Yun. He's still alive. Frieza rolled his eyes and almost fainted. Sabo shivered for a while and held on to a chair beside him so that his legs would not go weak, and he sat down. Dodoria's red body turned white at this moment. Look, Lady Dodoria has transformed. A younger brother exclaimed. Dodoria slapped the younger brother to death with a slap. I was scared. I didn't transform. What should I do? Lord Frieza. Sabo came over and asked in a low voice. Before, Frieza had already killed all the younger brothers who knew Fang Yun except Sabo and Dodoria. This is also the reason why Vegeta didn't recognize Fang Yun after hearing his name. Of course, Vegeta accidentally heard Frieza mention the name Fang Yun, but he just mentioned it in passing. Go to Namek immediately. While he still doesn't know about Namek's Dragon Ball, Frieza, will make his wish come true as soon as possible. After a brief moment of fear, Frieza was left with extreme anger. Fang Yun. Frieza, will punish you. I want to let you know who is the real emperor of the universe. But, Lord Frieza, what wish should we make? Even if the missing parts of the body grow back, if we meet Fang Yun, he will still. Dodoria asked hurriedly. I know someone who can deal with him. Frieza smiled lightly. You mean? Sabo trembled violently. Yes, the god of destruction. Frieza smiled. It's the Lord God of Destruction. Sabo was so scared that his face turned pale. What? Are we going to find the Lord God of Destruction? Dodoria asked tremblingly. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, is sleeping. He likes to sleep, and he often sleeps for 20 to 30 years or 30 to 50 years. Moreover, our spaceship cannot pass where he lives. Therefore, if we want to wake Lord Beerus, we can only make a wish. Frieza narrowed his triangular eyes and said in a deep voice. But, Lord Frieza, we are luring the tiger to repel the wolf. Sabo said in a deep voice. Do as I tell you. Frieza gave the order with a cold face. Frieza certainly wouldn't explain too much to Sabo and Dodoria. Frieza wouldn't tell Sabo and Dodoria that it was because of Beerus that he could destroy planets in this universe. Because this is Beerus' job. While Beerus was sleeping, it was Frieza who was working for Beerus. Beerus, if you wake up, you should at least help me, Frieza, solve this trouble, right? As for growing ears, I can only think of other ways later. Go all out. Frieza gave the order. Frieza's spaceship drew an arc in the starry sky and accelerated its speed. Galactic Galaxy, Galaxy Prison Headquarters. How terrible, those two Saiyans went to Earth. Jack's mouth trembled. Beside Jack was a blue-skinned man, whose face looked very calm. Mers, are you scared too? They are a fighting nation. Jack patted the blue skin, that is, Myers' shoulder. Haha, yes. Myers smiled slightly. Besides, they are the subordinates of the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza. Jack holding his chin, he pondered, so I decided to let the Earth fend for itself. Jack, didn't you meet a doctor on Earth? It was with his help that you returned to the base from Earth, right? Myers said with a smile. Yet, I will pray for the doctor's safety in this distant galactic patrol headquarters. Jack took out a stick of incense and lit it. Myers. Jack, you are going too far. Forget it, let them do whatever they want on Earth. As an angel, it is not good to be too involved in the affairs of the world. Although, I am just an apprentice angel. Earth. Huff, huff, huff. Sun Wukong was panting heavily with blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Although Sun Wukong used the double Kaioken, he was still no match for the one-armed Vegeta. However, Vegeta was not feeling well either. He lost an arm inexplicably, which was very inconvenient during the battle. Vegeta, you are indeed very strong. As expected, you only use one hand to fight me. I am not your opponent. Sun Wukong smiled slightly. So, I have won. Vegeta glanced at Fang Yun when he said this. Let me go. I don't want to fight anymore. Chapter 39. Do you know how Li Ping became a sissy? Fang Yun ignored Vegeta. I am excited. Sun Wukong grinned. Vegeta. You both arms are very healthy. I lost an arm. You tell me now that you are excited. See how I will punish you. Vegeta gritted his teeth and flew towards Sun Wukong. Triple Kaioken. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and performed the triple Kaioken. Combat power. Vegeta looked at the value on the detector. Bang! Suddenly, the detector exploded on the spot because it could not withstand the invasion brought by the energy. This. Vegeta's eyes widened. Bang! Sun Wukong hit Vegeta's nose with a punch. What? Vegeta was shocked. This guy is just a low-level warrior. How can he have such a strong fighting power? Damn it! Vegeta was furious and flew towards Sun Wukong, ready to launch a counterattack. Snap! Sun Wukong suddenly changed direction in midair and appeared behind Vegeta in an instant. Bang! Sun Wukong kicked out and kicked Vegeta up to a height. Vegeta grimaced in pain and was full of resentment. I can't forgive you. Vegeta was furious, stabilized his body, and condensed energy in his hands. It still doesn't work, Triple Kaioken, my body is not feeling well. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Because he had used the Triple Kaioken, his body had reached the limit that he could not bear, and he was shaking with pain all over his body. Afterburner. Energy surged in Vegeta's hands, and a huge energy bomb fell from the sky. What? Sun Wukong looked up and his face changed again and again. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong released the Kamehameha without any hesitation. Boom! The two different energies collided with each other, and a powerful impact broke out. However, Sun Wukong's Qigong wave was relatively weak, and was hit by Vegeta's afterburner. 4 times Kaioken. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Swish! The Kamehameha Qigong wave was like a dragon rising from Mount Lu, rising straight up and hitting Vegeta at that time. Ah! Vegeta screamed and was hit by the Kamehameha Qigong wave and flew quickly into the sky. When he moved above the clouds, Vegeta suddenly escaped from the Qigong wave. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his face became ferocious. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! I will kill you! Vegeta was furious and looked for the moon everywhere. However, no matter how Vegeta looked, he could not find the moon. Strange, where is the moon? I remember I chose the full moon to come to Earth. Vegeta looked around, and seemed to suddenly think of something. He clenched his fist tightly, and it made a crackling sound. Kakarot, you damn guy, do you think that if you destroy the moon, I can't transform? Wakakakaka. Below, Yajirobe jumped out from the hidden corner and patted Sun Wukong on the back. Not bad, Goku, you finally defeated the Saiyans. Yajirobe laughed. Yajirobe? Why are you here? Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, and took a breath of cold air in pain. What's wrong with you? Yajirobe asked. To put it simply, I used a boxing technique that surpassed my physical limits, and now I'm seriously injured, and he's not dead yet, so hurry up and leave. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and said. Ah? He's still alive? What a scary guy. Yajirobe was shocked. Wukong, take care, I'm leaving first. Deng. Yajirobe quickly ran to Fang Yun's side. Yajirobe felt that Fang Yun should be safer here. Fang Yun, why don't you just wipe him out? Why do you have to let Wukong fight so hard? Yajirobe looked at Fang Yun and asked. Do you have any objections? Fang Yun looking at Yajirobe with a smile. Yajirobe's mouth trembled. Fang Yun waved at him and asked him to lean over. Yajirobe was stunned for a moment and came closer. Do you know that guy named Li Ping? Fang Yun asked. That sissy, I know, we practiced together in the temple. Yajirobe nodded. Do you know how he became a sissy? Fang Yun asked again. Yajirobe looked at Fang Yun with a strange look on his face. Fang Yun smiled but said nothing. Yajirobe suddenly reacted. You erased his. Yajirobe stuttered. Don't tell anyone, keep it a secret. Fang Yun smiled. Yajirobe was so scared that his face turned pale and blue. Wow! The next moment, Yajirobe ran away at a high speed. Yajirobe was afraid that Fang Yun would also wipe out his thing. I don't want to become a sissy. P.S. Please give me rewards, 1 reward for each person. No upper limit. Rich guys, please give me rewards. Chapter 40 Vegeta, do you want to crush Fang Yun to death? 10 GE's reward for extra update. Swish. At this time, Vegeta slowly fell from the sky and landed right in front of Sun Wukong. However, because Vegeta now only has 1 arm, he lost his balance when he landed and almost fell to the ground. Vegeta gritted his teeth and stood firm. Hee, Kakarot, do you think I lost like this? Vegeta sneered, also, do you think I can't transform because you broke the moon? Transform? What do you mean? Sun Wukong was puzzled. Swish. As Vegeta spoke, an energy bomb flashing with flames suddenly appeared in his hand. What does he want to do? While condensing this energy bomb, his own aura also dropped significantly. Sun Wukong was a little puzzled. Kakarot, you should regret it now. You don't have a tail. Vegeta laughed and threw the artificial moon in his hand into the sky. Pa! Vegeta clenched his fist. The artificial full moon in the sky also immediately burst into golden light. Swish! Vegeta's body grew rapidly. In a moment, Vegeta turned into a black giant ape. One-armed giant ape. Roar! Vegeta beat his chest with one hand. Then, Vegeta stopped immediately with a dark face. This fucking lost an arm, and became a giant ape to beat his chest without any sense of rhythm, okay? Vegeta looked down at Fang Yun's position. In Vegeta's eyes, Fang Yun was just as small as a little mouse. One hand could catch him. How about stepping on him to death? My current combat power has reached at least 100,000. How can I not step on such a guy to death? No, the moment I attack, he might just wave his hand and I will disappear. Even if I still exist, he might wipe out some part of my body. I can't take risks. Vegeta's heart was surging, and he was hesitating whether to take the opportunity to kill Fang Yun. Vegeta, you can try to see if you can step on me to death. Fang Yun waved at Vegeta. Vegeta's face changed color. Can he know what I'm thinking? Vegeta was silent. After weighing the pros and cons, Vegeta still didn't dare to attack Fang Yun. If Fang Yun was so easy to deal with, Frieza would have attacked him long ago, right? Why is he still alive and well after so many years? Why should I, Vegeta, take the initiative to provoke a guy that even Frieza can't deal with? Bang! Vegeta stepped in the direction of Sun Wukong. Let's step on this low-level warrior Kakarot to death first. By comparison, this guy is more annoying. I am a genius warrior of the Saiyans, and I am also the prince of the Saiyans. If I can't even beat a low-level warrior today, I will be too embarrassed. Sun Wukong saw that the situation was not good and quickly jumped up. Bang! Vegeta waved his hand and slapped Sun Wukong from the air to the ground like slapping a fly. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and stood up. I forgot to tell you, Kakarot, after transforming into a giant ape, my combat power is 10 times that of before. Vegeta said proudly. What did you say? Sun Wukong's face became extremely ugly. Now you know the use of the tail, right? Ridiculous guy, you actually removed the tail. Vegeta laughed contemptuously and stepped on it again. Sun Wukong dodged hurriedly. Bang! Vegeta slapped him again. Sun Wukong fell to the ground on the spot. Go to hell, Kakarot! Vegeta laughed. Triple Kaioken! Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and performed the triple Kaioken. Bang! Vegeta's big foot stepped down heavily. Crack! Sun Wukong was stepped on his legs by Vegeta before he could get up. There was only a sound of bones breaking. Sun Wukong's legs were shattered at that time. Ah! Sun Wukong screamed in pain. Sorry, I accidentally stepped on your legs, don't you feel pain? Vegeta smiled triumphantly, leaned over and grabbed Sun Wukong in his hand. Ah, ah! Sun Wukong screamed in pain. I'm going to crush you to death, Kakarot. Vegeta's face was ferocious. You! Let go of my dad! Sun Wuhan appeared in front of Vegeta and shouted tremblingly. Little devil, didn't you go far away? Why are you back to die? Vegeta glanced at Sun Wuhan and chuckled. Chapter 41 Vegeta, don't erase me. Kang Yu's reward plus more. Behind Vegeta, Chi Yuan-Zhan. Krillin appeared quietly, with Chi Yuan-Zhan in his hand brewing, and slashed towards Vegeta. Shua! Then, Vegeta jumped lightly and avoided the attack of Chi Yuan-Zhan. Humph, I knew you were hiding nearby and wanted to sneak attack me. Vegeta sneered, and knocked Krillin to the ground with his tail. Swish! Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and shot out a flame from his hand. Bang! The flame directly hit Vegeta's eyes. Vegeta felt pain, loosened his hand, and Sun Wukong fell from the air. My eyes! Vegeta covered his injured eyes and rushed towards Sun Wukong with great momentum. Yajirobe, when you come on stage. Fang Yun patted Yajirobe's shoulder. Ah! Don't joke! What am I going to do? Yajirobe was terrified. You are so powerful. Just wipe him out directly. You let me come on stage, what do you mean? How can I be the opponent of that monster? Go, cut off his tail, and he will recover. Fang Yun ordered. Yajirobe shook his head vigorously. No. I won't go and die. Bang! Fang Yun kicked Yajirobe away with one kick. And the direction Yajirobe flew was exactly Vegeta's side. Yajirobe gritted his teeth and pulled out the long sword at his waist. Shua! Yajirobe swung the long sword. Kika! Vegeta's tail was cut off on the spot. It's over. After landing, Yajirobe quickly threw the long sword to the ground, adjusted his body, and hurried away. I really didn't mean it. It was Fang Yun who threw it to me. Shua! Vegeta's body also shrank immediately and returned to its original appearance. Damn it! Vegeta was so angry that his nose was crooked and his whole body was shaking. With his tail broken, Vegeta's energy was greatly reduced. However, Sun Wukong and others were also pale and their physical strength was overdrawn to the extreme. Huff, huff, huff. Vegeta was panting heavily. Sun Wukong was seriously injured and lay on the ground, unable to move. It can be said that in this battle, Vegeta defeated Sun Wukong with one arm. Krillin also consumed too much energy because of the attack just now, and his physical strength was overdrawn at this time. Although Son Gohan still had some reservations, he didn't know how to fight. After all, for Son Gohan, this was also his first battle, and he was a little inexperienced. Also, Son Gohan's biggest problem was that he was timid. Facing so many opponents stronger than him, anyone would be afraid. Vegeta took a step forward. Son Gohan and Krillin immediately prepared for the battle. Hey, Fang Yun, do I win? Vegeta did not attack immediately, but looked at Fang Yun in the distance and asked. I am very upset with your attitude. Fang Yun looked dissatisfied. How should I punish you? What did you say? Vegeta's face changed color, and in a hurry, the afterburner in his hand emerged and bombarded in the direction of Fang Yun. Swish! Fang Yun just waved his hand lightly, and the afterburner was easily wiped out by him. What? Vegeta's face became extremely ugly. Did he easily resolve my attack? Who is he? Fang Yun smiled slightly and walked towards Vegeta step by step. You, don't come over. Vegeta was so scared that his whole body was shaking. It's so scary. This person is so scary. Fang Yun smiled and continued to move forward. Sun Wukong turned his head and looked at such a weird scene without blinking. Son Gohan widened his eyes and looked at Vegeta, who was pale with fear, in disbelief. Krillin hugged his bald head with both hands, muttering in his heart, it would be great if I were a magician too. In the distance, on the top of the mountain. No way! Is my brother-in-law so powerful? Bulma looked at the heroic Fang Yun on the screen in surprise. You just found out. Tai Sai smiled. Sister is so stingy. My brother-in-law is so powerful, but you didn't tell me earlier and made me worry about him. Bulma took a deep breath. Tais. Actually, if I said, I didn't know your brother-in-law was so powerful. Bulma, will you laugh at me? Fang Yun, you're going too far. I only know that you are an excellent magician, but I didn't expect that your magic would be so amazing. In Tai Sai's cognition, Fang Yun is also quite outstanding, but his level is probably about the same as Sun Wukong. What Tai Sai never expected was that Fang Yun could even beat the Saiyan Prince Vegeta. How can I punish you, okay? Fang Yun scratched his head. Don't erase me! Don't erase me! Vegeta shouted loudly. Chapter 42 Vegeta kneels down, Brother Tang rewards more. Vegeta subconsciously thought that Fang Yun scratched his head because he was planning to erase himself. Don't worry, you are still of some use, I won't erase you for the time being. Fang Yun smiled, walked forward, and patted Vegeta on the shoulder. Vegeta glanced sideways over his shoulder. Immediately, Vegeta felt his body sink, and his knees bent uncontrollably. Crack! Vegeta knelt in front of Fang Yun. There is no need to perform such a grand ceremony. Fang Yun said. Vegeta. It's not that I want to kneel, it's that my knees don't obey me. You are so shameless. You patted my shoulder and forced me to kneel down. You also said that there is no need to give such a big gift. Klin. Sun Wufan. Sun Wukong. Vegeta, actually knelt down to Fang Yun? Akilobe rolled his eyes at Sun Wukong and others. What do you know? If you knew how the unlucky guy named Leaping turned into a woman, you would understand how terrifying this Fang Yun is. Should I run away now? Akilobi even wanted to leave this place immediately. Bang! Fang Yun punched Vegeta in the abdomen. Pfft! Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood and turned pale. Go back and tell Frieza that we will meet on Namek and sing two tigers together. Fang Yun smiled and patted Vegeta on the head. Vegeta was so frightened that he lost consciousness, his eyes filled with fear. You can go. Fang Yun let go of Vegeta. Vegeta fell to the ground with a crash. Damn it, let me go, don't attack me. It's hard for me to leave now. Vegeta gritted his teeth, took out the spacecraft remote control, and pressed the button on it. Whoops! The spaceship that was kicked away by Fang Yun quickly appeared next to Vegeta. Vegeta climbed step by step towards the direction of the spaceship. Damn it! I won't let you go. Krillin bared his teeth, stepped forward to pick up the long knife that Ichiro dropped, and aimed it at Vegeta's back. Vegeta was shocked and his pupils shrank together. At this time, Krillin had already raised his long knife. As long as Krillin exerts his strength, he can penetrate Vegeta's heart. Not good. Vegeta's face changed color. Fang Yun just looked at Krillin with a calm expression, with a trace of a smile on his face. As if aware of Fang Yun's eyes, Krillin turned his head and looked in Fang Yun's direction. This look, why is it so scary? Klin's heart thumped. Klin, let him go. Sun Wukong's voice came over. Wukong. Klin gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. If you let him go, will you be worthy of Tianjin Fan and Leaping who died? Vegeta is very powerful, and I have practiced very hard, but I am still no match for him with one hand. Sun Wukong smiled, but I will work hard, and I will find a way to defeat him. Next time, I let Vegeta fight me with two hands. Vegeta. Kakarot, just wait for me. Can I really have two arms? Are you adding salt to my wounds? Vegeta was so angry that his nose was crooked. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Vegeta quickly climbed onto the spaceship and closed the hatch of the spacecraft. Whoops! Vegeta pressed the start button of the spacecraft. The spaceship rushed into the starry sky, leaving a white light on the horizon, which disappeared in a flash. After Vegeta left, Bulma immediately called Kame Sennin and asked him to come over and pick him up. About 10 minutes or so. Bulma, Taisai, Garen Immortal, Turtle Immortal, etc. all landed on the scene. A moment later, even the Bull Demon King and Sun Wukong's wife Kikai also came here. Kikai directly ignored Sun Wukong, stepped forward and hugged Sun Wukong, whom she had not seen for a year, and started crying. Subsequently, Klin stepped onto the helicopter holding Sun Wukong, who was unable to move. Because the fairy beans have been used up, Sun Wukong can only be sent to the hospital for treatment. On the way to the hospital, many people looked at Fang Yun silently. Turtle Immortal, Garen Immortal and others had already briefly learned about what Fang Yun had just done through Klin and Akilobe. Look, the clouds are so white today. Fang Yun turned to look at the drifting white clouds outside the window and said suddenly. Turtle Immortal. Klin. Akilobe. Immortal Jialan. Oolong. Wow, the clouds are so white today. So many people have died. Your magic is so powerful. If you had taken action earlier, no one would have died. What are you looking at? Why are you looking at me? Fang Yun asked knowingly. P.S. Please give me a reward again. Reward 1 person plus 1 update, no limit. By the way, I would like to recommend Dragon Ball, Angel Apprentice and Dragon Ball, The Strongest Teacher. They are already fat. Guys, please enjoy them. Chapter 43, Sister-in-law's Domineering Side Leaks. Ahem, Fang Yun, are you really a magician? Jialan asked curiously. To be precise, I should be considered a god. Fang Yun smiled. Jialin. Turtle. You are really good at bragging. You can even associate this with God. Forget it, let him do whatever he wants. He can say whatever he wants. Turtle kicked Wolong. Wolong looked at Turtle with a confused look. Turtle pouted at Wolong. Wolong rolled his eyes. If you want to ask, ask yourself. Why are you looking for me? Turtle quickly took out a photo album and quietly handed it to Wolong. Wolong no longer hesitated and nodded vigorously. Ahem. Fang Yun, you said you are so powerful. If you had acted earlier, they wouldn't have to die. Wolong said to Fang Yun. Before Fang Yun could answer, Bulma interrupted. Wolong! Bulma shouted. Wulong raised his head and looked at Bulma in confusion. Your question is a bit unbelievable. Bulma snorted, you are a pig. I want to eat roast suckling pig now. Are you willing to sacrifice yourself for me? Wulong. What kind of metaphor is this? I don't want to. I don't want to be roasted. Didn't my brother-in-law say a year ago that he could help erase one? Did you think it was a joke at the time? Bulma looked around the audience, put her hands on her waist, and asked aggressively. Everyone was silent. Yes, Fang Yun did say that at the time. However, after hearing it, everyone present thought Fang Yun was joking. I also said that it takes time for my brother-in-law to release magic. Have you all forgotten it? Bulma asked again. Everyone was ashamed and hung their heads. I am also very sad that they died, but if you dare to blame my brother-in-law, I will never forgive you. Bulma shouted domineeringly. Krillin! Who dares to blame your brother-in-law? We don't want to be wiped out. Fang Yun looked at Bulma silently. This sister-in-law is really fierce. By the way, Krillin, you said before that there is a way to revive the dead companions? Really? Sun Wukong quickly changed the subject. Yes, Goku. Krillin nodded and responded, I heard that Saiyan named Nappa and Vegeta talk about Piccolo before, saying that Piccolo is from Namek, so as long as we find the hometown of Namek, we may be able to revive Tien Shinyan and others through the Dragon Balls on Namek. Really? So, Uncle Piccolo can also be resurrected. Son Gohan looked excited. Gohan. Shishi looked unhappy. That's the reincarnation of the great demon King Piccolo, you will learn bad things if you follow him. But, how can we find Namek? Krillin pondered. Lord Kai should be able to find it. I'll contact Lord Kai and ask him to help. Sun Wukong replied. Hello everyone, I'm Lord Kai. Soon, the voice of Lord Kai came over. Everyone felt as if a stranger was speaking in their hearts. It seemed that it was a kind of spiritual communication. I watched the battle this time. You performed well, especially Fang Yun's magic, which was unexpected. King Kai praised, I do know Namek you mentioned. I saw it a long time ago. Wait a moment, I'll find the location of Namek. Is this Lord Kai? Really amazing. Everyone couldn't help but look at Fang Yun. Fang Yun, didn't you say you were a god? You see, compared with the real gods, your magic seems too childish. Namek is located at 9045YX in the SU-83 position. Fang Yun suddenly said. Everyone looked at Fang Yun. King Kai obviously heard it, and looked at Fang Yun in surprise. Fang Yun didn't say anything. Ahem, a long time ago, when Fang Yun and I were on our honeymoon, we went to Namek for a trip. Taisai laughed, for this, I also realized my wish of staying young forever. Everyone except Bulma was stunned. Fang Yun and Taisai went to Namek? When did this happen? When Bulma was 5 years old, Fang Yun and I went there. Taisai added. What? Everyone present was shocked again. No wonder I found Taisai so young all the time. Krillin whispered to the immortal Garen, it seems that Taisai should be 40 years old, right? The immortal Garen didn't say anything. Do you know that it is impolite to discuss a girl's age? Namek, there are really Dragon Balls? Krillin asked in surprise. Yes, of course. Taisai nodded and added, but don't be too happy. With the technology on our Earth, even if my father built a spaceship, it will not be able to fly to Namek in your lifetime. Chapter 44 Vegeta, where is your arm? What do you mean? Why do you use the word you? Wulong asked puzzledly. Because I am immortal, I can land on Namek in my lifetime. Taisai smiled. Sister is right. With our current level of technology, it will take at least 1,000 years to fly there. Yajirobe. Krillin. How did you and Fang Yun get there? Asked the immortal Garen. Our family helped a galactic patrolman back then, and he gave us a spaceship. Taisai explained, but unfortunately, the quality of the galactic patrolman's spaceship is not very good. After Fang Yun and I returned to Earth, the core of the spaceship was completely broken. This is not easy to deal with. Let's think of other ways. Krillin scratched his head. Fang Yun smiled and didn't answer. Frieza's Planet 79. The 18th day after Vegeta left Earth. The guards of the two space stations were playing chess. Beep. At this time, the alarm sounded. Something is approaching. Could it be Lord Frieza? No, Lord Frieza just replenished energy on the planet and has not been away for long. Judging from the signal, it seems to be Vegeta's spaceship. Strange, I didn't receive Vegeta's return message. Did something happen? Swoosh. Vegeta's spaceship fell from the sky and hit the return platform. The two brothers immediately stood up and respectfully welcomed Vegeta's return. Strange, there is only one spaceship, where is Mr. Nappa? Why didn't Lord Vegeta respond? The two looked closely and found that Vegeta had activated the life-sustaining device. Quick, send him for treatment. Under the arrangement of the brothers, Vegeta was sent to the treatment room and placed in the treatment nutrient solution. Lord Vegeta is seriously injured, his tail and arms are broken. The brothers sighed. Don't worry, we have the most advanced treatment device in the universe, it will grow back. After about 40 minutes. Beep. The treatment device sent a signal that the treatment was completed. Vegeta's eyes suddenly opened. Vegeta walked out of the treatment device. The younger brothers were dumbfounded. The treatment device did not heal Vegeta's broken arm, nor did it make the tail grow back. Vegeta's face was dark, he gently stroked his broken arm, bared his teeth and clenched his fist. Damn Fang Yun! When I, Vegeta, become a Super Saiyan, I will definitely let you taste the taste of a broken arm. Vegeta was so angry that his whole body trembled. No, I will cut off your arms and legs. You will never be able to move again. Your Highness Vegeta, this broken arm, seems to be similar to Lord Frieza. The younger brother looked at Vegeta in fear. It doesn't matter, even if there is only one arm, you can still fight. Vegeta smiled. By the way, Lord Vegeta, Mr. Chuyi said that if your injury is healed, he has something to tell you. The younger brother said respectfully. As expected of the fighting nation Saiyan. Even though he lost one arm, he still has such a good mentality. If it were me, wouldn't I be depressed to death? Chuyi? Let him go, I don't have time to deal with him. Vegeta snorted coldly, put on his combat uniform, put on the detector, and strode out. No, I want to become a Super Saiyan. I believe that as long as I become a Super Saiyan, I can go to Earth for revenge. As the most powerful warrior in the universe, I can't be wiped out by your strange magic, right? But how can I become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta feels that he is not a Super Saiyan yet. To deal with a low-level warrior Kakarot, he has to become a giant ape. How can a Super Saiyan be so weak? Oh, and there is Kakarot. Just wait, I'm going to chop you into pieces. Vegeta secretly made up his mind to go back for revenge. Just when Vegeta was thinking about his worries. Tisk tisk, isn't this Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans? A sarcastic voice sounded from behind Vegeta. Vegeta didn't need to look back, he already knew who was coming. Pa! The next moment, Vegeta felt a sinking on his shoulder. Chuyi had already put his hand on Vegeta's shoulder. On the left shoulder. Vegeta, where is your left arm? How did you lose it? Chuyi asked with interest. Chuyi, take your dirty hands away. Vegeta snorted coldly. I never thought that the famous Vegeta would have such an experience after going to Earth. Chuyi smiled contemptuously, you almost died, and you also lost your tail and left arm. I am curious, as a Saiyan Prince, how could you be beaten like this by the Earthlings? Chapter 45 Bulma, I have a favor to ask of you. Get lost. Vegeta said with a dark face. By the way, Lord Frieza is very dissatisfied with your unauthorized actions. Chuyi said with a smile, however, Lord Frieza decided to forgive your mistakes for the time being because you brought him valuable good news. What did you say? Vegeta turned around and seemed to think of something. Yes, Lord Frieza already knows. Chuyi chuckled. Vegeta's pupil shrank. As you expected, Dragon Ball. Chuyi smiled slightly. You mean? Vegeta said in a deep voice. Namek. Chuyi smiled. Vegeta's face changed color. But then, Vegeta's heart trembled violently. Vegeta suddenly remembered that when he left the earth, Fang Yun patted his head and said something. Go back and tell Frieza that we will meet on Namek and sing Two Tigers together. So, Fang Yun will also go to Namek? Frieza probably doesn't know about this yet? Chuyi, what wish does Frieza want to fulfill by looking for the Dragon Ball? Vegeta calmed down at this time. How can I know what Mr. Frieza's wish is? Chuyi smiled slightly, you should pay more attention to yourself. Swish. Vegeta no longer paid attention to Chuyi, but turned into a white light and flew quickly towards the direction of the spaceship. Pa! Vegeta opened the hatch of the spaceship. Swish! The spaceship broke through the void and flew quickly towards Namek. I want to make a wish to become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, stop right there. Who told you to act on your own? Chuyi was furious. How dare you ignore my existence? Vegeta, Chuyi, will go over and kill you. Chuyi also immediately boarded the spaceship and chased Vegeta. The Milky Way, Earth. Not long after Sun Wukong was hospitalized, Mr. Popo of the temple found Bulma and provided a spaceship from Namek. Bulma took the spaceship home and modified it. Now, the spaceship has been successfully modified and is ready to go to Namek. Sister, are you really not going? Bulma asked. I won't go. I just wrote the beginning of my novel and plan to update it in the next few days. If I go to Namek, what will readers do when they are waiting for updates? Taisai shook her head, let your brother-in-law accompany you, so I can rest assured. Brother-in-law, please. Bulma looked at Fang Yun and said. It's okay. I just want to go to Namek. Fang Yun nodded without objection. Now, Tao Pai Pai and Nappa have been wiped out by Fang Yun. The next person to be wiped out is Frieza. How could Fang Yun miss such a good thing? After discussion, the candidates for Namek are Fang Yun, Bulma, Sun Gohan, and Krillin, a total of 4 people. Before departure, Tais called Bulma to a distance. Sister, what's the matter? You are so mysterious. Bulma looked at Taisai and asked. Bulma, sister has something to ask you. Taisai said with a red face. What is it? Sister, just tell me. We are sisters. It's too polite to ask for anything. Bulma replied. Your brother-in-law and I have been together for such a long time, but unfortunately we have never had a child. Taisai said with a red face, I can see that although your brother-in-law said it was nothing, he must want a child of his own. Ah! I thought my sister and brother-in-law didn't want children. Bulma was thoughtful. I want a child, I don't know if it's my problem, I can't get pregnant. Taisai lowered her head. Is it not my brother-in-law's problem? Bulma laughed. No, it should be my problem. Taisai shook her head gently. In the distance. Fang Yun. Taisai, you are too much. How can you tell your sister about this? Do you think it's appropriate? Fang Yun's hearing is far better than that of ordinary people, even farther than that of Namekians. Fang Yun guessed that the reason why he and Taisai didn't have children was not because he was not from Earth, right? Am I considered an Earthling? Fang Yun himself was not sure. After all, he became so powerful without practicing. It's just that Taisai actually said it was her problem. This made Fang Yun feel a little guilty. I went to the hospital for a checkup and they said I have a physique that makes it difficult for me to get pregnant. The chance of getting pregnant is 1 in 10,000. Taisai said with some disappointment. Ah! There is such a thing. Bulma looked at her sister in surprise and comforted her, Don't worry, sister, I will go to Namek to make a wish this time, asking the dragon to give you and your brother-in-law a child, or let the dragon heal your body. Chapter 46 10,000 times stronger than Vegeta. Bulma. That's not what I meant. Taisai smiled and shook her head, besides, the dragon wants to revive its dead companions and let Fang Yun and I have a child. This is a bit selfish and inappropriate. Then. Sister, what do you mean? Bulma was a little confused. I think Bulma seems to have some feelings for your brother-in-law, right? Taisai smiled. Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Bulma's face turned red. Bulma, I watched you grow up, and I know what you are thinking. Taisai said with a smile, if it was your child with Fang Yun, I would treat him like my own child. Sister. Stop talking. How could I do that? Bulma said hurriedly. You will spend a month with your brother-in-law on the spaceship. Taisai laughed. Bulma's face turned red. Go, Bulma, bring a child back to me. Taisai patted Bulma's shoulder. Even if there is one, it won't be so fast. Bulma shouted. You admitted it. Taisai smiled. I didn't. Bulma said loudly. What are the two sisters arguing about? Krillin looked confused. Son Gohan shook his head. After a while, Bulma came over angrily and stepped onto the spaceship. Fang Yun hugged Taisai and waved goodbye to her. Tais blinked at Fang Yun. Swoosh! The spaceship rushed into the sky and soon entered the starry sky. It takes a month to reach Namek, which is a long time. Bulma pondered and looked at Fang Yun. Brother-in-law, what do you think we should do? We can't be idle for this month, right? When she said this, Bulma winked at Fang Yun. Fang Yun! What do you mean by winking at me? Krillin swallowed his saliva. Bulma was so charming at this time. Son Gohan was still young and looked confused. By the way, brother-in-law, where did the Saiyan named Vegeta escape to? Bulma asked. The universe is so big, what you see is just the tip of the iceberg. Fang Yun smiled, although Vegeta looks powerful, there are more powerful than Vegeta. Ah? Are you kidding? Krillin shuddered. More powerful than Vegeta? Son Gohan's face changed with fear. Yes, it's 10,000 times more powerful. Fang Yun pondered. What? 10,000 times? Are you kidding? Krillin rolled his eyes and almost fainted. Son Gohan was so scared that his lips turned purple and tears were about to fall. It was so scary. Vegeta is already scary, okay? Is there someone who is 10,000 times stronger than Vegeta? Ahem, brother-in-law, don't scare them. Bulma smiled bitterly. I'm not scaring them, I'm telling the truth. Fang Yun replied seriously. Fang Yun, tell me quickly, you're really not kidding. Krillin hurriedly said. Do you think I'm kidding? Fang Yun said. Bulma, turn around and return to Earth. Krillin was so scared that his face turned blue. 10,000 times stronger than Vegeta? Why the hell am I going to die? I don't even have a girlfriend. Brother-in-law, you can erase this person, right? Bulma was also trembling all over. Okay. Fang Yun nodded. Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, isn't there a magician named Fang Yun? He can wipe out that scary guy, right? Am I overthinking it? No. That guy is so much stronger than Vegeta, can Fang Yun wipe him out? Fang Yun, you are not bragging, are you? Bragging can kill people. Since my brother-in-law said it's okay, then there must be no problem. Bulma's confidence in Fang Yun doubled. 1 month later. Namek. A mini spaceship fell from the sky and hit the ground on the planet, leaving a big hole. Crack. The door of the spaceship opened, and Vegeta walked out. However, Vegeta only had one arm left, and his walking posture looked a little funny and uncoordinated. Swoosh! Just as Vegeta walked out, another spaceship landed nearby. Chuyi flew up and chased Vegeta. Vegeta, you can't run away. Chuyi snorted. I didn't say I ran away. Vegeta smiled lightly. Vegeta, take a good look at your detector. My combat power is far greater than yours. Besides, you lost an arm. How can you be my opponent? Chuyi sneered. Chapter 47 Meet on Namek, 1357-027-1649 Reward and Update. Don't mention the arm to me again. Vegeta's face was not good at the time. The next moment, Chuyi appeared opposite Vegeta. The two looked at each other. Vegeta, you are dead. Chuyi looked at Vegeta with contempt. Childish, do you think you can defeat me, Vegeta, with your fighting power? Vegeta snorted coldly, I'll show you the new skills I learned on Earth. New skills? Is it a new skill to escape? Chuyi laughed sarcastically. It's to control the fighting power at will. Vegeta said, and his breath suddenly burst out. Combat power 24,000. How is it possible? Chuyi was frightened and pale. Crack. Vegeta had no reason to be polite, and he stepped forward and broke Chuyi's arms directly. Chuyi screamed loudly. I wanted to torture you more, but there is no use keeping a waste like you, so I'd better kill you as soon as possible. Vegeta put his hand on Chuyi's chest. Chuyi's pupils were filled with bloodshot with fear. Boom! The flame in Vegeta's hand flickered and pierced through Chuyi's heart. Chuyi, dead. In a distant place, Frieza and others were collecting Dragon Balls in a village on Namek. The battle between Vegeta and Chuyi had already attracted the attention of Frieza and others. Chuyi is dead, killed by Vegeta, easily destroyed. His fighting power has really improved. Dodoria said in a deep voice. With just this little fighting power, you and Sabo can defeat him together. Frieza smiled. While talking, Vegeta spoke through the communication device of the detector. Hey, Frieza, are you listening? Vegeta said. What? Vegeta, what do you want to say? Frieza chuckled. It's no big deal, I'm just conveying someone's words. Vegeta smiled. Frieza's heart sank, and he had a bad premonition. Someone asked me to tell you that he will meet you on Namek and sing two tigers together. Vegeta relayed Fang Yun's words to Frieza. Frieza's pupils shrank and his face suddenly changed color. Dodoria was so scared that she trembled all over and her skin turned pale. Sabo was sweating coldly on his back. At this moment, time seemed to have returned to several years ago. On the planet called Frieza's Planet 88. There was a terrible demon who was teaching them to sing two tigers with a beautiful voice. But when I thought of the lyrics of that song. Ha ha ha, Frieza, I didn't expect you to have this day. Vegeta laughed wildly, and tore off the detector and crushed it directly. Damn it! Frieza was furious and shouted angrily, hurry up and find the Dragon Ball for me. Sir Frieza, in fact, we can rest assured that with the technological level of the Earthlings, it is impossible to reach this planet. Sabo took a deep breath and whispered. Frieza glanced at Sabo and said nothing. The spaceship that Fang Yun was riding landed on Namek. Fang Yun's spaceship and Vegeta's spaceship actually landed at the same time. To be precise, it is more appropriate that Fang Yun's spaceship landed first. Fang Yun took Bulma to the land of Namek. Is this Namek? There are 3 suns in the sky. Bulma looked up at the sky and couldn't help talking to herself. The next moment, the 4 people present just saw Vegeta and Chu Yi's spaceship. And the scene where Vegeta easily destroyed Chu Yi. Vegeta has become more powerful than before. Krillin muttered. Brother-in-law, there are indeed Dragon Balls on Namek. Bulma has taken out the Dragon Ball radar, pressed the button on it, and pointed at several bright spots on the radar. Strange, there are 3 Dragon Balls gathered together here. Krillin took a look. So, in addition to Vegeta, there are people collecting Dragon Balls. Krillin exclaimed. Could it be the Cosmic Emperor named Frieza that Fang Yun mentioned? Son Gohan looked at Fang Yun. Yes, it's him. Fang Yun nodded. Son Gohan's lips turned purple with fear. What should we do? Should we go over and wipe him out directly? Krillin was also startled and asked tremblingly. It's easy to wipe him out, but it's a bit too early now. Let's go find the Great Elder of Namek first. Fang Yun called out. Great Elder? Who is it? Son Gohan calmed himself down and asked curiously. The Great Elder is the one who made the Dragon Balls, let's go. Fang Yun stepped forward and picked up Bulma, flying away. Krillin and Son Gohan followed behind. Gohan, is there no way for Fang Yun to wipe out the Cosmic Emperor Frieza? Krillin whispered. P.S. Please give me rewards, flowers, and recommendation votes. Every reward will get 1 more. A total of 5,000 flowers plus 1 more. A total of 1,000 evaluation votes plus 1 more. A total of 100 comments plus 1 more. Chapter 48 Fang Yun, go meet an old friend. I don't know, maybe, that person is 10,000 times stronger than Vegeta. If that's the case, how can he be wiped out easily? Son Gohan nodded gently. So, our only goal now is to quickly gather the Dragon Balls, find a way to revive our companions, and then leave this planet immediately. Krillin said in a deep voice. Yes, Uncle Krillin. Son Gohan nodded vigorously. Swoosh! The 3 of them drew an arc across the sky and flew towards the direction of the Great Elder. They flew for about 10 minutes. Fang Yun, Gohan, there are people over there. A lot of people's auras. Krillin exclaimed. There is also a very strong aura. Is it the Universe Emperor Frieza that Uncle Fang Yun mentioned? Son Gohan's face also changed color. It should be him. Fang Yun nodded slightly. Let's leave here quickly. Krillin made a prompt decision. Why do we have to leave? Let's go see him first. Fang Yun smiled, changed his position in mid-air, and flew towards Frieza and the others. Krillin. Gohan. Both of them were terrified. Are you really going to see the Emperor of the Universe? That's a scary guy who is 10,000 times more powerful than Vegeta. No, that person's aura doesn't seem to be that outrageous. Fang Yun, you're really good at bragging. Judging from the aura, that person's strength seems to be at most 10 times that of Vegeta now. Yet, it was only a month ago that Vegeta became about twice the size of a giant ape. Krillin and Gohan watched silently. He glanced at Fang Yun. In this world, bragging is irresponsible, right? You are going to scare us to death. No wonder Fang Yun is not afraid at all. He is just one level higher than Vegeta. It seems that Fang Yun should be able to wipe him out, right? In the distance, Frieza and his gang have controlled the old people and children in this village. At the same time, they also killed several young Namekians. Now, can you tell me the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball? Frieza smiled lightly and squinted at the 3 Namekians, 1 old and 2 young. These 3 people are the future Great Elder Mulai, as well as Dendi and Kadis. If you don't tell me, I will kill these 2 little guys. Frieza smiled. Mulai was so angry that he trembled all over. Okay, I'll get the Dragon Ball for you. Mulai gritted his teeth. He didn't want the 2 children to be killed, so he had to compromise. It didn't take long for Mulai to come out with a Dragon Ball. That's right, it would be great if you could tell me earlier. Frieza smiled. Mori. Then, can you tell me the location of the next Dragon Ball? Frieza asked again. Don't even think about it. I won't betray my companions. Mori shouted loudly. Look, if you say that, I can only kill those 2 kids. Frieza smiled. Sir Frieza. 3 combat power reactions are approaching. A younger brother suddenly stepped forward to report, 2 of them have a combat power of about 1,500, and 1 has a combat power of only 1. Frieza glanced at this younger brother. With such a low combat power, do you still need to report to me? Oh? Probably someone from this village. Dodoria guessed. You came just in time, and I can ask them about the whereabouts of the next Dragon Ball. Sabo smiled slightly. Elder, have you thought about it? Frieza looked at Mori again. Mori said nothing. Mulai guessed in his heart, who is coming? All the young men in this village were killed by them. Who else will come? Still unwilling to tell the whereabouts of the next Dragon Ball, Frieza narrowed his eyes and looked at Mulai. Mulai. Well, in this case, I have no choice but to kill those 2 children. Frieza smiled. Damn it! I won't forgive you. Mulai was furious, and the aura on his body was also surging wildly. Puff! Dodoria's palm directly penetrated Mulai's heart. Mulai's body trembled violently. Snap! Dodoria pulled his hand back from Mulai's chest, with a faint smile on his face. Dendi and Kadis were also trembling with fear. After a brief hesitation, Kadis ran out in fear. Swoosh! Frieza's hand flashed with a flame, and Kadis was killed on the spot. Dendi wanted to run, but when he saw his companion being killed, he was shocked. Kill him and go find the next Dragon Ball. Frieza ordered. Yes. A younger brother picked up a weapon and aimed it at Dandy's body. 2 tigers, run fast, run fast. Chapter 49 Frieza, we meet again. Just when this younger brother was about to kill Dandy on the spot, a beautiful song suddenly rang out. After hearing the song, Frieza jumped up from the aircraft, frightened. One has no ears, one has no tail, how strange, how strange. The song rang again, and the sound came from afar. Dodoria turned white because of fear. Sabo's legs were like sieves, and he was almost scared to pee. Frieza's pupils shrank together, and his face changed again and again. This voice is very familiar to Frieza. It's the devil named Fang Yun. He is still alive. How did he come to Namek? Isn't it said that the technology of the Earth can't reach such a distant star field? How did he do it? Brother-in-law, the song you sing is so strange. What do you mean one without ears and one without a tail? Bulma turned her head and looked at Fang Yun and asked. Puff. Krillin burst out laughing. The lyrics of your song are too weird. Son Gohan didn't say anything, looking at Fang Yun in some confusion. Why did you suddenly sing? Children can't understand the world of adults. This is a very old story, I will tell you later. Fang Yun smiled. While speaking, Fang Yun had already appeared in the sky above Frieza and others with Bulma in his arms. That. Fang Yun, we just appeared above them so openly, will there be any trouble? Krillin was scared. Among the people below, 3 of them have the most terrifying aura. Especially the guy standing in the aircraft. Hey? His head is so strange, like a ball. Doesn't he have ears? And those 2 people, one is a one-eyed dragon, and the other has no nose like me. Strange guys. Krillin looked at them one by one. So scary. A bunch of monsters. Who are you? How dare you act wild in front of Lord Frieza? A little brother shouted at Fang Yun and others. Bang! Frieza he immediately rushed forward and slapped this ignorant little brother to death. Then, Frieza hurriedly bowed to Fang Yun. Respected Mr. Fang Yun, I finally found you. Frieza said respectfully. Missed me? Fang Yun smiled. Frieza. I really want to kill you. Who misses you? This guy is still alive. I naively thought that he was dead. Pop. Fang Yun fell from the sky holding Bulma and landed in front of Frieza. Son Gohan and Krillin also followed behind Fang Yun. Both of them were a little confused. That guy, how could he be so respectful to Fang Yun? Frieza, have you been okay these years? Fang Yun greeted. Not bad. Not bad. Frieza responded hurriedly. Where is the other little tiger? Fang Yun asked. Frieza was stunned. The other little tiger? What do you mean? However, Frieza reacted quickly and understood immediately. Fang Yun was asking about his father. What the hell, little tiger? My father and I are not together. Frieza replied. You came to Namek to find the Dragon Ball? Fang Yun asked with a smile, and glanced at the Dragon Ball that Dodoria was holding. Yes. Frieza didn't dare to deny it. What a coincidence, I'm here to find the Dragon Ball too. Fang Yun smiled. Frieza. Give me your Dragon Ball, don't you have any objection? Fang Yun asked. No, of course not. Frieza answered very straightforwardly. Dodoria even trembled as she handed over the Dragon Ball with both hands. You say, isn't it a bit unfair for me to rob your Dragon Ball like this? Fang Yun held his chin and pondered. Frieza couldn't help but nod. Of course it's unfair. We finally got 4 Dragon Balls. You actually want to take advantage of the ready-made ones. But then, Frieza shook his head vigorously again. My brain is cramping, do I want to disappear? By the way, what wish do you want to fulfill when you find the Dragon Balls? Fang Yun asked curiously, and did not immediately take the Dragon Balls. Nothing, I just want to be immortal. Frieza was startled and replied hurriedly. Immortality? What's good about this wish? Fang Yun smiled slightly, you might as well wish to let your ears grow. Is this possible? Frieza was stunned. Of course, it's your freedom. Fang Yun said with a smile. Frieza didn't say anything. Frieza understood that too much talk leads to mistakes. After thinking about it, I think it's a bit unfair to take your Dragon Balls directly, so I leave these Dragon Balls for you. Fang Yun smiled. Chapter 50 Frieza, Farewell, Mr. Fang Yun. Frieza's eyes widened. Oh my god, there is such a good thing? Fang Yun actually doesn't want the Dragon Balls? Do you see the two people behind me? Fang Yun pointed at Son Gohan and Krillin behind him. Krillin was stunned. Son Gohan was also slightly startled. What do you mean? They are also collecting Dragon Balls, but they are now under my protection, but after 10 minutes, I don't want to care about them anymore. At that time, you will fight for the Dragon Balls, and I will stay out of it. How about it? Fang Yun said with a smile. Frieza looked at Fang Yun in astonishment. Fang Yun actually wants to stay out of it? Is it true? Why don't I believe it? Good luck to you. Fang Yun stepped forward and patted Frieza's head. Frieza dared not speak. By the way, I'll take this little guy away. Do you have any objections? Fang Yun pointed at Dendi. No problem, of course no problem. Frieza replied hurriedly. Just take a little Namekian away. Originally, Frieza was going to kill Dendi. Now, from what Fang Yun said, he didn't plan to take the Dragon Balls away, and it seemed that he was just going to take this Namekian child away. That's great. Fang Yun, just wait. When I gather all the Dragon Balls, I'll wake up Lord Beerus, and you'll be finished. Little guy, come here. Fang Yun waved at Dendi. Ah? Yes, yes. Dendi was so scared that his face turned pale, and he hurried over trembling. Good luck to you. Fang Yun waved to Frieza and others. Goodbye, Mr. Fang Yun. Frieza bowed. Fang Yun suddenly stopped. Frieza's heart skipped a beat. Why don't you sing a song to send me off? Fang Yun asked with a straight face. Frieza. Dodoria. Sabo. Two tigers, ready, sing. Fang Yun started. Frieza's body trembled constantly. However, when he thought of Fang Yun's fear, Frieza couldn't help but tremble his lips a few times and began to sing. Shua. Fang Yun waved his hand gently. Suddenly, the detectors worn on the eyes of everyone at the scene disappeared mysteriously. Shua. Fang Yun flew into the sky with Bulma in his arms. Gohan, Krillin, and Dendi behind him were completely confused. After a short silence, the three of them suddenly woke up and hurriedly followed. Not long after, Fang Yun and the others flew away under Frieza's gaze. Sir Frieza, what should we do now? Should we leave this planet immediately? Sabo asked in a low voice. Humph, there is no need. Frieza snorted coldly, I can see that Fang Yun wants to play a game with us. Let's see who can collect all the Dragon Balls on this planet. Game. Sabo was slightly stunned. He thinks he is the master of the game, so let him show off for a while. Frieza narrowed his eyes and said, when I collect all 7 Dragon Balls and wake up the sleeping Lord Beerus, I will let him know what the consequences of offending me, Frieza, will be. Sabo nodded vigorously. Dodoria followed and nodded. Then, the next time we meet those 2 Earthlings? Dodoria asked. Whatever happens, it's better not to kill him, so as not to anger Fang Yun. Frieza pondered, and pointed at a little brother and ordered, you. Contact the Jinya force immediately and ask them to bring the detector over. Above the sky. Dandy just looked at Fang Yun in front of him silently, and was shocked for a while. Dandy didn't expect that he would survive like this. Originally, Dandy thought he was dead. Krillin scratched his bald head, a little bit unable to keep up with Fang Yun's rhythm. There are 4 Dragon Balls. Fang Yun, why don't you bring those 4 Dragon Balls? Also, are those really Dragon Balls? Why are they so much bigger than the Dragon Balls on Earth? Brother-in-law, are they really holding Dragon Balls? Bulma asked curiously. Yes. Fang Yun nodded slightly. Fang Yun, what do you mean by what you said to them just now? Krillin couldn't help asking. Next, you guys find a way to find the Dragon Balls by yourselves. I won't participate. Fang Yun smiled. What do you mean? Krillin was dumbfounded. Why don't you participate? How can we fight against Frieza without you? Also, is that guy really Frieza, the so-called Emperor of the Universe? Why is he so cowardly? Could he be an extra actor found by Fang Yun? That's not right. If I hadn't seen those Namekians being killed on the spot, maybe they were really extra actors. Each of you will grow a lot on Namek. If I directly gather the Dragon Balls, summon the dragon, and fulfill my wish, it will be very unfair to you. Fang Yun said with a smile. Son Gohan. Krillin. What kind of perverse logic is this? We don't want to grow. We just want to survive. P.S. I will start posting extra chapters in the evening. Chapter 51 Brother-in-law, don't look at me like that, Yazangxian's reward plus more. Go on your own for the rest of the way, don't follow me anymore. Fang Yun called out to Krillin and Son Gohan. Ah! Let us go alone now. Krillin scratched his head. That's too much. Aren't we going to find the Great Elder on Namek? Son Gohan asked. That's your business. Fang Yun smiled, don't follow me, otherwise. As Fang Yun said this, he waved his hand and directly wiped out a mountain in the distance. Swish! The next moment, Fang Yun hugged Bulma and left quickly. Krillin. Son Gohan. You're leaving now? Looking at the backs of Fang Yun and Bulma leaving, the two were really speechless. What about taking us to see the Great Elder? Where is the Great Elder? What should we do next? Krillin was at a loss for a moment. I know the location of the Great Elder. I can take you there. Dendi said. By the way, I haven't asked you what your name is yet. Son Gohan asked hurriedly. Fang Yun held Bulma, found a mountainous area, and threw out the universal capsule. Bang! The universal capsule turned into an exquisite little house. Snap! Fang Yun pushed open the door and pulled Bulma into the room. Brother-in-law, why did you bring me here? Bulma said with a red face. Fang Yun didn't speak. Snap! Fang Yun closed the door. Bulma's face became even redder, and her heart beat faster. Fang Yun just looked at Bulma silently. Brother-in-law, don't look at me like that. Bulma felt that Fang Yun's eyes were really unbearable. If you look at people like that, they will be shy. Brother-in-law, is it really appropriate for us to ignore them? Bulma hurriedly changed the subject. I said, this is a training for them. Fang Yun smiled slightly, if I interfere with everything, they won't grow up. But, they won't be in danger, right? Bulma was still a little worried. How can they grow up without danger? Fang Yun smiled, don't worry, even if they all die, I can find a way to gather the Dragon Balls to revive them. Well. Bulma nodded slightly, raised her head, and asked in a low voice, then, my brother-in-law brought me to this place alone, because he wanted to. Bulma, when do you plan to complete the task your sister gave you? Fang Yun asked with a smile. Ah, what mission? Bulma's heart trembled, and she looked at Fang Yun in surprise. Brother-in-law knew? How did brother-in-law know? I understand, it must be my sister who told brother-in-law. Sister, you are too much. Did you tell brother-in-law about this kind of thing? Bulma's heart was surging, and she was at a loss for a moment. It's okay, take your time, don't rush. Fang Yun said with a smile. Bulma. This kind of thing should indeed be taken slowly. After all, I am not mentally prepared. If I had been prepared, the 1 month on the spaceship. Bulma thought a lot at once. Bulma, have you forgotten? Didn't your sister tell you? After you arrive on Namek, call back immediately to report safety. Fang Yun said. Ah! Bulma was stunned at the time. Call? What are you kidding? Brother-in-law, you should have said it earlier. I am embarrassed by your behavior, okay? What do you think? Fang Yun asked knowingly, just looking at Bulma. Not to mention, Bulma is really pretty at this time. Especially that shy look, which makes Fang Yun like to make fun of her. I think so too. Bulma replied quickly. Didn't your sister assign you any other tasks? Fang Yun asked with a smile. No. No. What tasks can my sister assign me? Bulma denied. Before leaving, Tais called you over and said what? Fang Yun asked. Really nothing. Bulma shook her head vigorously, and hurried over to pick up the phone, changing the subject. Brother-in-law, I will report my safety to my parents and sister first. Okay. Fang Yun nodded slightly. The call was quickly connected. Bulma said a few words to Tais, nothing more than reporting safety or something. At the same time, Bulma also said that a guy stronger than Vegeta appeared on Namek, and asked Sun Wukong to find a way to come as soon as possible. As early as 15 days ago, Wukong asked his father to find the spaceship he used to come to Earth when he was a child, and modified it. When Wukong's injury is healed, he will go to Namek immediately. Tais explained. Chapter 52 Great Elder, please bring Fang Yun here, 5,000 flowers plus more. Well, I know, so Gohan and the others will be safe. Bulma nodded. By the way, Bulma, are you with your brother-in-law? Tais asked with concern. Sister. What are you talking about? How could I do that kind of thing? Bulma shouted angrily and hung up the phone heavily. What did your sister say? Fang Yun asked. Nothing, by the way, Goku is coming to Namek. Bulma hurriedly changed the subject. It is said that Goku's spaceship only needs 7 days to reach Namek. Yet. Fang Yun nodded. All this was already expected by Fang Yun, nothing new. In addition, Fang Yun was not in a hurry to wipe out Frieza. Eliminating Frieza, for Fang Yun, just need to wave his hand to complete it. The problem is that after wiping out Frieza, the next guy to be wiped out is Android 19. Fang Yun, who is familiar with the history of Dragon Ball, knows very well that Android 19 will be 3 years later. How boring! After wiping out Frieza, we have to wait for another 3 years. Brother-in-law, what should we do next? Bulma asked. This planet will become a battlefield in a while, and it may be destroyed at any time. Fang Yun pondered. Ah? Destruction? Bulma's face changed color. I'll take you to a safe place. Fang Yun thought about it and decided to take Bulma away from Namek. Where to? Bulma asked. Yadrat. Fang Yun smiled. Yadrat? What is it? Bulma was a little confused. A planet with a pretty good environment. Fang Yun replied. Okay, I'll listen to my brother-in-law. Bulma nodded and asked, when do we leave? Let's eat something first. Fang Yun opened the refrigerator and took out some snacks from it. Bulma. Under the leadership of Dendi, Krillin, and Son Gohan finally met the Great Elder of Namek. Is this the Great Elder of Namek? It's so big! Krillin exclaimed. Son Gohan looked at the behemoth in front of him with a look of astonishment. As expected of the Great Elder, it is really big. The Great Elder. Little guy, do you describe people by volume as a unit of measurement? The Great Elder looked at Son Gohan with a dark face. I know everything about you. The Great Elder sighed and said in a deep voice, Fang Yun is still the same. After so many years, there has not been much change. Fang Yun? The Great Elder knows him. After Krillin asked, he wanted to slap himself. Isn't this nonsense? Fang Yun once brought ties to Namek and fulfilled his wish. Besides, it was Fang Yun who proposed to come to the Great Elder. How could Fang Yun not know the Great Elder? How could the Great Elder not know Fang Yun? I mean, can the Great Elder give us your Dragon Ball? We want to. Klin explained. I already know your purpose. I understand. I didn't expect that there are Dragon Balls on Earth. He is Kadaz's child, right? So, Kadaz's child finally arrived on Earth safely. That's good, that's good. The elder smiled comfortingly. It's a pity that he separated himself into two people because he wanted to become the god of the earth. If they were one person, the Saiyan would not be able to beat him. Krillin didn't say anything. Earthling, come here, I will trigger your potential energy. The elder called to Krillin. Ah! Potential energy. Krillin was stunned. Come to my side. The elder smiled. Krillin had to stand beside the elder obediently. The elder put his hand on Krillin's head. Swish! An invisible energy poured into Krillin's body. Suddenly, the breath in Krillin's body increased significantly. What? There is such a thing? Krillin was surprised and delighted. Earthling, I have a favor to ask you. Please bring Fang Yun here. I have something to ask him. The elder said to Krillin. Ah? Bring Fang Yun here. Krillin didn't know what to do. Fang Yun refused to come. If he was willing to come, he would have come together before. Who knows where Fang Yun went now? There was no aura fluctuation on Fang Yun's body. Bulma, who was with Fang Yun, was just a weak woman with a very weak aura. It was difficult to sense their existence, okay? I don't know where they are. Krillin was a little embarrassed. They are at the intersection of 501.125. If you keep flying in this direction for about 4,000 kilometers, you can see a blue mountain. Fang Yun is in that mountain. You can find him if you go there. The elder responded. Chapter 53 Looking for Fang Yun, 1000 evaluation votes plus. Ah! Great Elder, can you sense Fang Yun's exact location? Krillin was so surprised. I can't sense Fang Yun's location, but I can sense your companion. The Great Elder replied, Fang Yun should be with your other companion, right? The Great Elder is talking about Miss Bulma, right? Krillin suddenly realized. Earthling, please, when you come back, I will personally present the Dragon Ball to you. The Great Elder said. Okay, I understand, I will go find Fang Yun now. Krillin nodded gently. Be careful on the road. The Great Elder said. Swoosh! Krillin turned into a white flame and flew quickly towards the mountain area where Fang Yun was. Great Elder, why are you looking for Fang Yun? Nero, who had been silent, looked at the elder with some confusion. I can sense that our planet is in danger of extinction. The elder said in a deep voice, I believe that only Fang Yun can find a way to save the Namekians. Otherwise, our Namekians will be at risk of extinction. What? There will be such a thing? Nero's face changed color. Dandy was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his face. Namek is in danger of extinction. Son Gohan was also scared. A village. Vegeta killed all the Namekians in this village and found a Dragon Ball in the room. Is this the Dragon Ball? I thought it would be placed in a secret place, but it turned out to be so obvious. Vegeta raised an arc at the corner of his mouth. From what Frieza and the others said, 7 Dragon Balls are needed to fulfill a wish. As long as I hide this one, Frieza will not be able to fulfill his wish. Then, I will find a way to seize Frieza's Dragon Ball. Vegeta began his plan to snatch the Dragon Ball. I don't know what happened, Frieza's signal was completely interrupted. Vegeta pondered, with a detector in his hand. Vegeta was very smart. He crushed the detector he was wearing and replaced it with Chuyi's detector. This made Frieza and others mistakenly believe that Vegeta had lost contact. However, what Frieza and others didn't know was that Vegeta had been secretly monitoring their conversation. It is worth mentioning that when Fang Yun appeared on Frieza's side, Vegeta also asked about the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball in this village, and did not monitor Frieza. Therefore, Vegeta did not know that Fang Yun had come to Namek. Swoosh! Vegeta casually threw the Dragon Ball into the lake near the village. This way no one knows the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball. Vegeta smiled. But then, Vegeta's heart moved, and he suddenly looked diagonally behind him. This breath? Very familiar. Who is it? Vegeta was stunned for a moment and looked over from a distance. Swoosh! A white light passed through Vegeta's sight. Vegeta looked closely and his face changed color. It was that bald man. Vegeta was startled and thought he had seen it wrong, so he rubbed his eyes hard. It was really that Earthling. How is it possible? Why did the Earthlings appear on Namek? How did they get here? This is bad. Where is Fang Yun? Is Fang Yun here too? No. I have to follow him to see. At present, it seems that only the bald Earthling has not seen Fang Yun. Swoosh! Vegeta soared into the sky and headed towards Krillin. He chased after him quickly. This guy's combat power. 14,000. Vegeta looked at the bald Krillin flying in front of him with some disbelief. When I was on Earth, I clearly remember that his combat power was only a little over 1,500. It has only been a month, and his combat power is already close to my previous combat power value. What happened? How could his combat power improve so quickly? Vegeta's face was full of question marks. Fortunately, what made Vegeta feel relieved was that the combat power of this bald guy was still far inferior to his own. Where is he going? Vegeta frowned. Krillin was stimulated by the potential energy of the Great Elder, and for a while he was a little too proud. Now Krillin almost walked sideways on Namek. Krillin was flying vigorously, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. No. Someone is following me. Krillin's face changed color, and he shuddered after a slight sense. Vegeta. Why did he follow me? Why is he following me? This is bad. On Earth, when Vegeta was about to escape, I wanted to kill him. Will this guy hate me? It's over, am I going to die? Chapter 54 Vegeta, Fang Yun is here? Damn, why haven't I reached Fang Yun's place yet? Krillin felt something was wrong. Behind him. Oh? He seems to have discovered me. Vegeta smiled softly. Swoosh! Vegeta sped up his pace. In just a moment, Vegeta appeared right in front of Krillin, blocking his way. Stop! Vegeta chuckled. Vegeta? Is it you? Krillin stopped trembling, pretending to be surprised. Surprising, right? I am surprised too. Vegeta sneered, what I didn't expect is that with your Earth's technology, you can actually come to Namek. Krillin didn't speak. Where's Kakarot? Is he here? Vegeta looked at Krillin and asked. No. Krillin replied, Goku is seriously injured and is recovering. But Fang Yun is here. What did you say? Fang Yun is here? Where is he? Vegeta quickly became alert. I'm looking for. Krillin replied. Vegeta looked at Krillin silently. Should I kill this bald guy? Forget it, don't worry. I'll kill him when I become a Super Saiyan. Anyway, it's as easy to kill him as it is to kill an ant. For now, it's better for me not to alert the enemy. Another combat power response. Vegeta suddenly saw a combat power value appear on the detector, and couldn't help grinning, it's that guy Dodoria. Great. He seems to have separated from Frieza. Sure enough, the next moment a pink fat man appeared near Vegeta and Krillin. It was Dodoria. Dodoria came out to find the Dragon Balls, and after seeing Krillin, he turned around and ran away. So scary. Isn't that bald guy an accomplice of Mr. Fang Yun? Hey? The other person is Vegeta? Have they joined forces? No, I have to report this news to Mr. Frieza as soon as possible. Dodoria, stop right there! Vegeta shouted loudly. Dodoria flew faster. I won't stop. I'd better run away quickly. It seems that I can't even beat Vegeta. Bang! Vegeta quickly caught up, kicked Dodoria from the sky with a flying kick. Boom! Dodoria fell heavily to the ground like a cannonball. Vegeta, what are you doing? Dodoria shouted angrily. Dodoria, where is your detector? Vegeta looked at Dodoria with a smile. It's broken. Dodoria stood up and looked at Vegeta with an angry face. Oh? Frieza's detector is also broken. Vegeta asked with interest. Swish! Then, Vegeta waved his hand lightly, and a ball of flame quickly hit Krillin in front of him. Krillin was about to sneak away, but was driven back by the ball of flame. Bald, don't think about running away first. Wait until I deal with this guy, and then I'll have a good chat with you. Vegeta smiled lightly. Krillin's face turned pale. What can I talk to you about? Just let me go. Dodoria, do you want the detector? Vegeta took off the detector and looked at Dodoria with a smile. You want to give me your detector? That's great. Dodoria was stunned for a moment. Vegeta, you just need to figure it out. If you provoke Lord Frieza, you will only end up dead. Oh? Really? Vegeta smiled. Crack. Vegeta was light for a moment, and the detector in his hand was crushed on the spot. What are you doing, Vegeta? Even if you don't give me the detector, there is no need to destroy it. Dodoria was very puzzled. I can't use it anymore. Vegeta smiled. What do you mean? Dodoria looked at Vegeta in confusion. How can you capture other people's positions without a detector? Dodoria, you must know that I killed Chuyi, right? Vegeta smiled and looked at Dodoria. Is this why you dare not attack me? That was an accident. Chuyi was an accident. Your fighting ability will never exceed mine. Dodoria shouted. Bang! Vegeta punched Dodoria in the nose. Suddenly, Dodoria's nosebleed gushed out of her nostrils. You don't seem to be anything great. Vegeta smiled coldly. Damn it! Dodoria was furious and attacked Vegeta. You only have one arm, I don't believe I can't beat you. After more than 10 seconds, Vegeta put his hand on Dodoria's chest. You're done, Dodoria. Vegeta chuckled, and flames condensed in his hands. Chapter 55 Vegeta, do you know how to transform? Wait a minute, Vegeta, I have something to say. Dodoria said hurriedly. Oh? If you have any last words, say it quickly, or you won't have a chance in the future. Vegeta smiled. It's about Planet Vegeta. Dodoria spoke faster. Planet Vegeta was not destroyed by a meteorite impact, but was destroyed by Lord Frieza himself. Lord Frieza has long disliked you Saiyans, so he summoned all the Saiyans back, saying that he had discovered a superstar and was going to attack it. When you Saiyans returned, you destroyed Planet Vegeta. Unfortunately, your relatives and friends have all died in the universe. Vegeta's face changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. Okay, I'm leaving. You must be in pain now, right? You can mourn them slowly. Dodoria flew up. Planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza. Krillin whispered. Hehe, do you think I will be sad? I just regret that after so many years, I have been teased by Frieza as a doll. Vegeta said coldly. Puff. The next moment, Vegeta's energy penetrated Dodoria's heart. Dodoria, dead. Krillin's face changed color with fear. This pink fat man is not weak, but was destroyed by Vegeta? Vegeta is too powerful. At this moment, after hearing Dodoria's secret about planet Vegeta, Vegeta's mentality changed. As a Saiyan, a fighting nation, he was now exterminated by an outsider. Vegeta clenched his fists. Head, veins popped on forehead. Frieza must be worried that a Super Saiyan will be born among us Saiyans, so he attacked us Saiyans. Frieza, you wait for me. And Fang Yun. You guys wait for me. When I, Vegeta, become a Super Saiyan, I will let you know who is the strongest in the universe. Vegeta turned his head and looked at the bald man, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Krillin was startled, and his face changed again and again. Bald, what do you think? Vegeta narrowed his eyes and looked at Krillin. Krillin shuddered, not knowing what to do. Is this guy going to kill me? This is bad. I don't have a girlfriend yet. I don't want to die. Bang. Vegeta punched Krillin hard on the chest. Puff. Krillin spat out a mouthful of blood and felt unwell. Go back and tell Kakarot that no matter how much the lower-class warriors practice, they can never surpass a genius like me. Vegeta smiled slightly and patted Krillin on the shoulder with one hand. Krillin covered his chest, extremely weak. You're lucky I didn't kill you. Vegeta smiled lightly. Swoosh. The next moment, Vegeta flew up and flew away. Krillin was still in shock, but he was lucky to have survived. Vegeta actually let him go. Perhaps, Vegeta was afraid of Fang Yun. No, I have to find Fang Yun quickly. Krillin gritted his teeth, stood up with great effort, and walked towards Fang Yun step by step. While flying, Vegeta suddenly saw a familiar figure. Isn't this Sabo? My luck is so good. Vegeta grinned and laughed. But Vegeta was still very vigilant. Vegeta knew very well that with his current strength, he was not Frieza's opponent. After confirming that Frieza was not at the scene, Vegeta kicked Sabo down from the sky. Boom! Sabo's body hit the ground, leaving a big hole. Sabo flew up angrily and glared at Vegeta. Vegeta! It's you! Sabo said angrily, where is Dodoria? Was she killed by you? Yes, you guessed right. Vegeta smiled. Vegeta, your fighting power is indeed improving rapidly, but do you think you can beat me? Sabo snorted coldly. What? I remember that your fighting power is not much different from Dodoria's, right? What else can you do? Vegeta smiled contemptuously. Do you know how to transform? Sabo smiled, I like handsome looks. Transforming can make me powerful, but it can also make me ugly. But compared to my life, being ugly is nothing. Pa! Sabo immediately his body became fatter, and his face changed dramatically. In the blink of an eye, Sabo turned into a toad-like figure, and his fighting power improved by leaps and bounds. What? Vegeta's face turned ugly after sensing the other party's breath. Chapter 56 Target, Yadrat. Hee, Vegeta, I'll let you see my strength after transformation. Sabo smiled. Bang! Sabo's fist hit Vegeta's chest heavily. Vegeta's face spasmed, and blood spurted out of his mouth. 10 seconds later, Vegeta was dying. I forgot to tell you that Lord Frieza also has this kind of physique that can transform. Sabo smiled contemptuously, you can't even beat me, and you still want to rebel against Lord Frieza? Vegeta, you are really dreaming. Sabo brought Vegeta to Frieza. Sir Frieza, are you going to kill him? Sabo asked. Save him first, I have something to ask him. Frieza thought for a moment and ordered Sabo. Sabo sent Vegeta to the treatment device on the spaceship for treatment. While Sabo and Vegeta were fighting, Krillin finally took a difficult step and appeared in the blue mountain that the elder mentioned. We're here. According to what the elder said, Fang Yun should be in this area. Krillin was excited and released the sense. At such a short distance, Bulma's breath should be sensed. Over there. Not far. Only more than 300 meters. Krillin flew up. After Fang Yun and Bulma had some snacks, they moved the spaceship over. Are we leaving now? Brother-in-law. Bulma asked. Let's go. If you stay, your life may be in danger. Fang Yun nodded. Even if I'm in danger, my brother-in-law will save me, right? Bulma laughed. Don't make a fuss. If the planet is gone, I can't save you. Fang Yun shook his head. If you are in space, you will turn into a popsicle. Ah, brother-in-law. You are annoying. Bulma said angrily. Although I can find a way to revive you through the Dragon Ball, no one wants to die, right? Fang Yun said. Okay, let's go. Bulma nodded and didn't say anything more. Target, Yadrat planet near Namek. Snap. Bulma pressed the start button on the spaceship. Swoosh. The spaceship soared into the sky, and under Krillin's gaze, it disappeared in an instant. Krillin. Fang Yun. What are you doing? Krillin widened his eyes and looked at the disappeared spaceship, stunned for a moment. Fang Yun left Namek? What do you mean? Krillin was completely confused. It's over. This is bad. What should I do? Why did you leave? Are you going back to Earth? Then, what about Gohan and I? Krillin's tears were about to fall. What a pit. I'd better go back and report this to the elder. Krillin was depressed. Frieza's spaceship. Vegeta, who was being treated, suddenly opened his eyes. Boom. Vegeta fired a cannon and took away the 5 Dragon Balls in the spaceship. After Frieza realized what was going on, he was furious and ordered Sabo to take people to find the Dragon Balls and Vegeta's traces immediately. Vegeta was so happy. I didn't expect it to be so easy to grab the 5 Dragon Balls that Frieza had collected with great difficulty. So, with my Dragon Ball, there will be 1 left. Great! My luck is really good. Vegeta dug a pit and buried Frieza's 5 Dragon Balls. Vegeta looked over silently. Currently, only Sabo and one of Frieza's younger brothers were looking for him. Frieza was far away from here. Vegeta picked up a stone and threw it into the distance. Over there. Sabo and the younger brother quickly rushed to the direction where Vegeta threw the stone. However, after they went there was nothing. We were fooled. Sabo grinned. Boom. While talking, Sabo found that the younger brother beside him was killed on the spot. Vegeta's figure slowly emerged, looking at Sabo opposite with a smile on his face. Vegeta. Take out the Dragon Balls. I can ask Lord Frieza to be lenient. Sabo said angrily. Sabo, you really don't understand us Saiyans. Vegeta smiled slightly. What do you mean? Sabo was stunned. If a Saiyan on the verge of death is cured, his combat power will double. Vegeta smiled. What did you say? Sabo's face changed color. You will know it soon. Vegeta sneered. Boom. Vegeta killed Sabo on the spot. Krillin returned to the residence of the Great Elder with wounds. P.S. Extra chapters will be posted in the evening. Chapter 57 Great Elder, Fang Yun has left Namek, 2000 evaluations and extra chapters. Krillin, I will treat you. Dendi stepped forward and healed Krillin's injuries through healing. Dendi, you are amazing. Krillin was surprised and happy, and then he told the story. What? Fang Yun left Namek. After hearing Krillin's narration, the elder's face changed slightly, and then he sighed softly, so, my premonition should be correct. Namek is likely to suffer a catastrophe. My people are almost. Elder. I have a way, that is to give us your Dragon Ball, we can revive the Dragon Ball on Earth. Krillin suggested, if the Dragon Ball on Earth is resurrected, it can revive the dead Namekians. The elder's eyes lit up, nodded slightly, and reached out to take the one-star Dragon Ball on the seat. Take it, Earthling, I wish you good luck. The elder handed the Dragon Ball to Krillin and tapped the potential energy for Son Gohan. Son Gohan and Krillin left for the time being to find a new Dragon Ball. Uncle Krillin, look here, there is a Dragon Ball. Son Gohan pointed to a Dragon Ball on the Dragon Ball radar. Gohan, you take the Dragon Ball radar to find this Dragon Ball, I will find a place to hide this Dragon Ball in my hand, so that even if we are encountered by Frieza and others, we will not be caught in one fell swoop. Krillin suggested, when the time comes, I will release my breath to you to convey my location. Yes, Uncle Krillin. Son Gohan nodded. Krillin and Son Gohan acted separately. Krillin flew with the Dragon Ball of the Great Elder for a short time, and Vegeta sensed his breath. This is the breath of the bald guy on Earth. Why is this kid wandering around? Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I might as well go and take a look. Vegeta thought for a moment, and immediately flew into the sky and flew towards Krillin. Soon, the two met in the air. Krillin was so scared that his whole body was shaking. Why did I meet Vegeta again? Bald, it's not easy, you actually got a Dragon Ball. Vegeta was so happy. I just came out to try my luck. I didn't expect that I finally found the last Dragon Ball. Great. It's really great. Vegeta, am I finally going to fulfill my dream of becoming a Super Saiyan? If you don't want to die, give me the Dragon Ball. Vegeta looked at Krillin with a smile. Krillin gritted his teeth and handed the Dragon Ball to Vegeta. Very good. Vegeta laughed. But soon, Vegeta stopped laughing and looked around vigilantly. Fang Yun, it seems he's not here? Let's run away first. Swoosh. Vegeta held the Dragon Ball and flew quickly towards the place where the last Dragon Ball was stored. While flying, Vegeta suddenly sensed a faint breath in front of him, and suddenly hid. What's going on? I can sense that someone must have hidden his breath in front of him. Deliberately trying to avoid me. Who is it? Come out now. Otherwise, I will raise this area to the ground. Vegeta shouted loudly, condensing the energy bomb in his hand. It's me. Don't fight yet. Son Gohan hid the Dragon Ball obtained through the Dragon Ball radar and walked out from a hill below. It's you. Vegeta glanced at Son Gohan. You came with the bald man, right? Ah, yes, yes. The Dragon Ball you hold in your hand is Uncle Krillin's Dragon Ball. Son Gohan was shocked. You killed Uncle Krillin. If you want me to kill him, I can go back now in time. Vegeta smiled. Son Gohan breathed a sigh of relief. What is that in your hand? Vegeta glanced at the Dragon Ball radar in Son Gohan's hand. Ah! Son Gohan was startled and quickly responded, This is a watch. You brought this low-tech watch to this planet. Vegeta did not doubt it, and continued with a smile, He, go back and tell Fang Yun that I have collected the last Dragon Ball. When I realize my wish, I will talk to him. Son Gohan glanced at the Dragon Ball hidden behind him. You are really interesting. Do you think you have really collected all the Dragon Balls? By the way, go back and tell Kakarot that there are only a few of us left among the Saiyans. Vegeta smiled. Bang! Vegeta kicked Son Gohan to the ground. Swoosh! Vegeta flew quickly towards the direction of the last Dragon Ball. However, when Vegeta dived to the bottom of the lake, he could not find the Dragon Ball that was hidden before. Vegeta's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. No, that kid is not holding a watch. It should be a Dragon Ball detector. I've been fooled. Chapter 58 Bulma arrives at Yadrat, accumulated rewards plus more. Vegeta was furious, soared into the sky, and looked around for the whereabouts of Son Gohan and Krillin. I won't forgive you. Vegeta was so angry that his nose was crooked. Yadrat. Pa. Fang Yun's spaceship landed safely on this planet. Fang Yun pulled Bulma out of the spaceship. Fang Yun, long time no see. The great elder of Yadrat came to greet him in person, and silently looked at Bulma, and said strangely, Hey? I remember the girl you brought last time, Fang Yun, had golden hair. You what's that look? That's my sister. Bulma shouted unhappily. The elder laughed dryly. What a fierce woman. I wonder what Mr. Fang Yun needs this time when he comes to Yadrat. The elder asked with a wry smile. Fang Yun came to Yadrat for the first time and stayed for 3 months. Fang Yun originally said that he came to Yadrat to learn Spirito. However, Fang Yun studied for 3 months and didn't condense even a little Spirito. Then, Fang Yun asked P-Bala to take him to the Kaishan realm, snatched a time and space ring from the hands of the Kaishan, and took away the Patara earrings of the Kaishan, as well as the legendary sword of the Kaishan realm. The second time Fang Yun came to Yadrat, he brought a beautiful girl with golden hair. As a result, Fang Yun took Taisai and took away many valuable things from Yadrat when they returned to Earth. The girl named Taisai also held an empty universal capsule. That magical capsule was simply a bottomless pit, and it was finally filled with many things. The elder of Yadrat wanted to cry but had no tears. Now seeing Fang Yun bringing another girl over, the elder was in a bad mood. By the way, let me introduce you, her name is Bulma, Taisai's sister. Fang Yun smiled, by the way, the capsule last time was made by Bulma. The elder. P-Bala. That's too much. Making such a big capsule. Are you here to rob? Ah? Last time, my sister brought back so many good things, did she bring them back from this planet? I remember there are so many diamonds on this planet. Bulma's eyes lit up. There aren't many diamonds left. The elder's heart was bleeding. Gold is fine too. Bulma seemed to be thinking. The elder. The gold on our planet is just like your Earth, it is also a very scarce resource, okay? You go to other planets to rob gold. Why do you want to take advantage of Yadrat? Don't worry, elder. We are here to seek refuge this time. Fang Yun comforted. Refuge? Why do you say that? The elder looked at Fang Yun and asked back. Who would believe it? You can wipe out a person with a wave of your hand. You can also slap the king of the Kai and knock him unconscious. You seek refuge? You are afraid of someone too? Namek may be in a catastrophe. Fang Yun said solemnly. What? What happened? The elder of Yadrat didn't know about Namek. The Emperor of the Universe Frieza came to Namek to look for the Dragon Balls. Fang Yun replied, Now, there are only a few Namekians left. The elder. P-Bala. How terrible. The Emperor of the Universe Frieza. Has the Emperor of the Universe Frieza started to miss Namek? The elder immediately closed his eyes and silently released his senses. Although Yadrat and Namek are very far apart, the elder's sensibility is very outstanding. About a minute later, the elder could clearly sense the current situation on Namek. This damn Frieza! The elder trembled all over. There are only 3 Namekians left. There are only a handful of humans on the entire Namek. What wish does the Emperor of the Universe Frieza want to fulfill by looking for the Dragon Balls? Piccolo asked curiously. That's not clear. The elder shook his head gently and looked at Fang Yun. Don't look at me, I don't know either. Fang Yun replied. Elder, what should we do now? Should we secretly move the elder of Namek to a safe place? For example, Yadrat. Piccolo suggested. No, the God realm stipulates that we are not allowed to use teleportation to leave Yadrat. Piccolo, do you want our Yadrat to be destroyed? The elder scolded. Piccolo lowered his head and stopped talking. By the way, I also received a message. Fang Yun continued. Mr. Fang Yun, please go ahead. The elder nodded. Chapter 59 I will help you wipe out Jinyu and the others, 100 comments plus more. Frieza's Jinyu force, the next target may be Yadrat, you have to be careful. Fang Yun said. What? Jinyu force? The elder's face changed color. Jinyu. Special forces. Piccolo was so scared that he trembled all over. The rest of the Yadrat people were also scared. The Jinyu Special Forces, that is the most powerful team in this universe. This is bad. With the strength of the Jinyu Special Forces, won't they wipe out Yadrat? I guess they will come directly to Yadrat after leaving Namek. Fang Yun pondered. The elder closed his eyes again and began to sense the breath of the Jinyu Special Forces. A minute later, the spaceship of the Jinyu Special Forces is heading towards Namek. The elder's face became more and more ugly. If it is really Jinyu and his men who came to our planet, Piccolo was trembling all over. Fang Yun, you can wipe them out, right? The elder looked at Fang Yun for help. Of course it's no problem. Not to mention Jinyu, even Frieza, I can easily wipe him out. Fang Yun smiled. The great elder. Piccolo. You are such a boaster. We can still believe that you can wipe out Jinyu and the others. You said you can wipe out Frieza? You can wipe out the Cosmic Emperor Frieza with just a wave of your hand? Why don't we believe it? Maybe Frieza is more terrifying than Lord Kaishin? How come so many years have passed, and Lord Kaishin has left Frieza alone? Ahem. Then I'll ask Mr. Fang Yun if Jinyu and the others come to our planet. The great elder pleaded. No problem, you are my friends, how can I watch Yadrat in danger? Fang Yun nodded, turned his head and called to Bulma, Bulma, if you see anything good on this planet, just take it. The elders are very generous, right, elder? Of course, haha, of course, take it, take it. The elder responded quickly. Hey? Is this elder's chair, made of diamonds? Are there such big diamonds? Bulma had noticed the elder's chair a long time ago. This chair is shining, and it is not an ordinary item at first glance. The elder's face turned green. Is the elder's scepter made of vibranium? That is a very rare metal material. Bulma looked at the elder's scepter again. The elder's tears fell. Little girl, you are more excessive than your sister. Although the things your sister took away are also very valuable, at least we will not be hurt. You are going to take away all the heirlooms of our Yadrat. 1 hour later, Bulma moved a lot of things and piled them together. Some people say that if you are given a sack of bricks, you will definitely not be able to move it. However, if this sack of bricks is exchanged for the same weight of money, you will fly with it. Bulma wanted to empty the entire Yadrat. Bulma, you are already the eldest daughter of the richest family on earth, why do you still take so many things? Fang Yun was also speechless. Brother-in-law, many resources on this planet are not available on our Earth. If you take them back for research, the technology on our Earth will surely advance by leaps and bounds. Bulma laughed. The elder shed tears. Elder, in order to comfort your injured heart, I'd better wipe out Jinyu and the others now. Fang Yun smiled. At the same time, Fang Yun waved his hand gently. The vast starry sky, the vast universe. There are 5 mini spaceships moving rapidly towards Namek. 5 spaceships drew 5 arcs in the starry sky. Captain Jinyu, we will arrive at Namek in 20 minutes. GIs reported. Very good, it's finally time for us to show our power. Jinyu laughed. We are the strongest team in the universe, we can't lose face. Bart smiled. Of course, with our strength, we can easily wipe out the entire Namek. Rikum replied with a smile. Swish. As he was talking, 4 of the spaceships disappeared in an instant. Nothing was left. Disappeared without any signs. The only thing left was Jinyu and his spaceship. Jinyu was confused. What's going on? Where are they? Hey! GIs. Rikum. Bart. And Guldo. Jinyu shouted the names of the team members. However, there was no movement. Disappeared. Mysteriously disappeared. Jinyu turned pale with fear. Namek. Gohan and Krillin sat opposite each other. There was a Dragon Ball beside them. It's been a few days, and we're getting closer and closer to where Vegeta keeps the Dragon Ball. Krillin looked at the signal indication on the Dragon Ball radar with some surprise. P.S. Please give me rewards, flowers, and recommendation tickets. Every reward will get 1 more. A total of 5,000 flowers plus 1 more. A total of 1,000 evaluation tickets plus 1 more. A total of 100 comments plus 1 more. Chapter 60 Let Vegeta become a Super Saiyan. Uncle Krillin, are we really going to steal Vegeta's Dragon Ball? Gohan asked a little worriedly. Gohan, this is not called stealing. Krillin corrected, the Dragon Ball belongs to Namekians, and the Great Elder of Namekians has promised us to give the Dragon Ball to us. Besides, didn't Vegeta's Dragon Ball come from Frieza? Yeah, Uncle Krillin, I understand. Son Gohan nodded vigorously. We have hidden our aura now, and Vegeta will definitely not be able to sense it. As long as we secretly take away his 6 Dragon Balls, plus the one in our hands, we can realize our wish. Krillin said excitedly. Yes. Son Gohan nodded. The 2 of them hid their auras and quietly approached the direction of the Dragon Ball. It wasn't long before the 2 saw traces of the Dragon Ball being buried in a mountainous area. Here it is. Krillin cheered softly. Isn't Vegeta here? Son Gohan looked around vigilantly. Don't worry, his aura is far away from us. Krillin smiled, Vegeta will never think that we have stolen his. Uncle Krillin, didn't you say we weren't stealing? Son Gohan corrected. Krillin. The 2 quickly dug out the Dragon Balls. The 7 Dragon Balls finally gathered together, emitting a golden glow. Krillin and Son Gohan cried bitterly. I didn't expect that the 2 of us, the weakest, could actually gather 7 Dragon Balls by chance. Uncle Krillin, let's make our wish come true. Son Gohan urged hurriedly. Yeah. Krillin nodded. However, just when Krillin was about to summon the dragon, suddenly, a figure appeared on the scene. Vegeta. Krillin was shocked. Son Gohan was so scared that he trembled all over and couldn't say anything. Unexpected, right? Earthlings. Vegeta had a faint smile on his face. Aren't you far away? How did you appear? Krillin was stunned. It's very simple. I just need to condense an energy bomb that is difficult to dissipate at that position and release some of my breath into it, so that you will naively think that I am at that position. Vegeta looked at Krillin and Son Gohan with a smile. In fact, I have been lurking here for a long time, waiting for you to come and snatch my Dragon Balls. Krillin and Son Gohan were pale. Don't worry, I won't kill you now. Vegeta smiled lightly, at the same time, I also want you to witness this very meaningful day for me. The next moment, Vegeta faced the 7 Dragon Balls with an endless smile on his face. Me. Fighting Nation. The Prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta. Today, I will finally become a Super Saiyan. From now on, the entire universe will be under the control of me, Vegeta. Frieza. Fang Yun. You will all be trampled under my feet. Let me Vegeta become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta made a wish to the 7 Dragon Balls. Son Gohan. Krillin. The two looked at each other quickly. This idiot. Doesn't he know how to summon Shenlong? That's right. He only knew that the Dragon Balls could make wishes and fulfill wishes, but no one had ever told Vegeta and Frieza that the Dragon Balls needed to summon Shenlong to fulfill wishes. Also, what does Super Saiyan mean? It's so confusing. The two looked at Vegeta silently. Vegeta looked at the 7 Dragon Balls lying on the ground silently. I don't seem to have become a Super Saiyan. What's going on? Didn't they say that any wish could be fulfilled by gathering all 7 Dragon Balls? Why didn't it work? Hey, Dragon Ball, let me become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta. Vegeta made a wish to the Dragon Ball again. Krillin. Son Gohan. Snap. Vegeta grabbed Krillin by the collar and lifted him up from the ground. Let go of Uncle Krillin. Son Gohan was shocked and shouted. Tell me, how to make the wish come true. Vegeta said coldly, if you don't want this bald guy to die. As he said that, Vegeta's big hand directly pinched Krillin's neck. As long as Vegeta exerted a little force, Krillin would be pinched to death on the spot by Vegeta. Gohan, don't say it. Krillin shook his head vigorously. Okay, if you don't want to say it, I'll send you to hell right now. Vegeta's eyes flashed with murderous intent. I say. Don't hurt Uncle Krillin. Son Gohan said hurriedly, you can't make your wish come true this way. After collecting all 7 Dragon Balls, you need to summon Shenlong and make a wish through Shenlong to make your wish come true. Chapter 61 Jinyu, where are your teammates? What? You still need to summon Shenlong? Vegeta was surprised. I thought that as long as I collected all 7 Dragon Balls, I could make my wish come true. So Shenlong still exists? Why don't you summon Shenlong quickly? Do you want this bald guy to die? Vegeta threatened. Yes, I will summon Shenlong right now, don't hurt Uncle Krillin. Son Gohan promised hurriedly, and then shouted to the 7 Dragon Balls, Shenlong, come out and make our wish come true. Dragon Balls, no response at all. Where is Shenlong? Vegeta asked with a dark face. No, why doesn't it work? Son Gohan was confused. Are you kidding me? Is it that easy to summon Shenlong? Vegeta didn't believe it. I really didn't lie to you. That's how the Dragon Balls on Earth summon Shenlong. Son Gohan said hurriedly. Bang! Vegeta kicked Krillin to the ground. Krillin coughed heavily a few times. Boy, you tell me. If you dare to lie to me, I'll kill both of you. Vegeta shouted angrily. I'll try. Krillin scratched his head, walked over and shouted to the 7 Dragon Balls, Shenlong come out and fulfill our wishes. The Dragon Balls still didn't respond. Vegeta's face became uglier and uglier. You dare to lie to me, Vegeta? Do you believe that I will let you die rhythmically? Vegeta, I think, in order to fulfill your wishes, I'm afraid you need to use Namek. Krillin guessed. What? Namek? Vegeta was stunned. Yes, that must be the case. Krillin nodded. By the way, I also heard that the god of Namek dragon can fulfill 3 wishes. We don't object to you becoming a Super Saiyan. But can you give us the remaining 2 wishes? Yes, as long as I become a Super Saiyan, let alone the remaining 2 wishes, even the remaining 100 wishes are all yours. Vegeta smiled slightly. Well, let's take the Dragon Ball and go to the Great Elder immediately. Krillin made a prompt decision. Uncle Krillin. Son Gohan didn't want Vegeta to fulfill his wish. Gohan, this is the only way, hurry up. Krillin called. The three of them immediately took the Dragon Ball and flew quickly towards the direction of the Great Elder. Soon, the three of them appeared outside the residence of the Great Elder. Nerlu came out of the room. Nerlu, the situation is like this. Krillin explained. Nerlu, agree to them and let them fulfill their wishes. The Great Elder sighed, I'm afraid this is the best choice at the moment. Yes, Great Elder. Nilu nodded. Dendi, go and help them realize their wishes. The Great Elder ordered, also, tell them that a powerful aura is approaching Namek. Understood, Great Elder. Dendi replied, and walked out of the room and explained the situation. A powerful aura is approaching? Is it Goku? Krillin asked in surprise. Is Dad coming to Namek? Son Gohan was also very excited. No, it's an evil aura. Nilu looked up at the sky. Evil aura? Who is it? Vegeta was a little puzzled. It's not the Jinyu force, right? No, it's definitely not. The Jinyu force has 5 people. Now there is only one person. No matter, whoever loves it can go. I don't have much life left, so you should act quickly. The Great Elder said in a deep voice in the room. Vegeta and others turned into several flames and flew away with the Dragon Ball. At the same time, Jinyu's spaceship also landed on Namek. Jinyu quickly found Frieza and handed the detector to him with both hands. Vegeta, you are really together with those 2 Earthlings. Frieza muttered with a cold face, then glanced at Jinyu and asked, why are you here alone? Where are the others? I don't know what happened on the way, and I suddenly disappeared. Jinyu scratched his head. What did you say? Frieza's face changed color. Could it be that it fell into the big crack in the universe? It's unlikely. Our spaceships are not too far apart. Jinyu also looked confused. Could it be Fang Yun? Frieza was frightened and pale. What Fang Yun? Jinyu looked at Frieza in confusion. Jinyu didn't know about Fang Yun. It was also because Frieza didn't want more people to know about it. The more people know, the more embarrassing it is. Let's go and see Vegeta immediately. After Frieza finished speaking, he turned into a white light and rushed towards Vegeta and others. Jinyu also soared into the sky and quickly caught up. However, Jinyu was soon left behind by Frieza. Chapter 62 Me. Vegeta. Super Saiyan. In the distance, about 1 kilometer away from the Great Elder, there was a spacious flat ground. Shenlong, come out and fulfill our wish. Dendi called Shenlong loudly in Namek language. The 7 Dragon Balls gathered with golden light. In a moment, the golden light gathered into the size of a bowl and rushed into the sky. Suddenly, the whole sky suddenly became dark. What? What's going on? The sky turned black? Vegeta looked up at the sky, surprised. The next moment, a huge fat blue dragon emerged. People who have gathered the Dragon Balls, tell me your wishes, I can fulfill any 3 wishes. The majestic voice of the dragon Porunga came out. Is this the dragon? Vegeta looked up at the blue behemoth. Yes, on our Namek, we call it Porunga. Dendi nodded. Very good. The first wish belongs to me. Did you hear me? Vegeta shouted. You are dreaming. You killed so many Namekians, I will not help you fulfill your wish. Dendi clenched his fists and glared at Vegeta. What did you say? Vegeta's nose was crooked with anger. I am about to become a Super Saiyan, am I going to capsize here? Not good. A strong breath is approaching. There are 2. Son Gohan said tremblingly. It's Frieza. Frieza is coming. Vegeta said hurriedly, and grabbed Dendi. Boy, hurry up, do you want to be killed by Frieza? This. Dendi was at a loss for a moment. Uncle Fang Yun is here. Frieza dare not do it. Son Gohan gritted his teeth. Where is the Fang Yun you are talking about? Vegeta said angrily, I'm afraid he has left a long time ago. Krillin. Vegeta, you are right, Fang Yun really left Namek. Vegeta, what is the Super Saiyan you mentioned? Krillin asked hurriedly. There is no time to explain in detail, only the Super Saiyan can defeat Frieza. Vegeta shouted. You want to defeat Fang Yun, right? Krillin frowned. I promise you, when I become a Super Saiyan, I will definitely not kill you. Vegeta promised, of course I won't kill Fang Yun either. Vegeta thought about it. I promised not to kill you. But I will make you live a life worse than death. You can't imagine it, right? Dendi, promise him and fulfill his wish. Krillin hurriedly called out. Okay. Dendi nodded helplessly and made a wish in Namek. Porunga, please let this person become a Super Saiyan. If you want to become a Super Saiyan, you need to experience it yourself. Although I am a dragon, I can't directly make a Saiyan become a Super Saiyan. Porunga replied. Vegeta. Vegeta was confused. Can't you make any wish come true? You made me a Super Saiyan, can't you do such a small wish? Although I can't make you a Super Saiyan directly, I can tell you how to become a Super Saiyan, but the way forward requires you to practice by yourself, and whether you can do it depends on your own luck. Porunga looked at Vegeta and said. Oh? Let me practice by myself. Vegeta smiled slightly, just you say it, I'll listen, I'm a genius. Then, I can tell you how to become a Super Saiyan for free, it doesn't count as a wish. Shenlong Porunga said. Thank you Porunga. Dendi nodded quickly. First, Super Saiyan is a transformation, which requires a combat power of at least 100,000. Second, to transform into a Super Saiyan, you need to have a peaceful heart. Third, to transform into a Super Saiyan, there are generally two ways. When the first two conditions are met, the first way is to use extreme anger as attraction to transform, and the other way is to concentrate the energy on the back. I have finished speaking, tell me your first wish. After Shenlong finished speaking, he looked at Dendi again. So Shenlong, Super Saiyan is the most powerful warrior in the universe, is this legend true? Vegeta asked again. The whole universe. Porunga's face was sweating. Do you know how big the whole universe is? We are only the 7th universe. The whole universe includes the 1st to the 12th universe. Super Saiyan is not the most powerful existence in the whole universe, and I don't know the most powerful existence in the whole universe. Porunga replied. What did you say? Super Saiyans are not the most powerful beings in the universe? How is that possible? Vegeta's face changed again and again. How could this be? Is that legend false? Chapter 63 Angry Frieza, Kangyu's Reward plus more. Super Saiyan transformation increases your normal strength by 50 times. Porunga explained. 50 times. Vegeta's pupils shrank. Oh my god! The giant ape transformation is only 10 times, and it also requires various conditions. Super Saiyan transformation is 50 times the basic combat power. With a strength of 50 times, can't I beat Frieza and Fang Yun? Impossible. Me. Fighting Nation. Prince of Saiyans. I will not lose to anyone. Vegeta digested Shenlong's explanation about Super Saiyan for a while and didn't say anything else. What about the first wish? Who do you want to revive? Dendi looked at Son Gohan and Krillin. Let Piccolo revive, so that the Dragon Balls on Earth will be revived. Krillin called out. Can Uncle Piccolo be revived? That's great. Son Gohan was excited. Please revive Piccolo on Earth. Dandy made a wish to Porunga. No problem, the first wish has been fulfilled. Porunga's eyes flashed red, and dragon power bloomed. Second wish, hurry up. Dandy urged. Second wish? What should I do? Who should I revive? Krillin and Son Gohan didn't know what to do for a while. At this critical moment, Piccolo's voice reached Son Gohan's heart. Is it Uncle Piccolo? Son Gohan was surprised and happy. Gohan, the second wish, let me go to Namek. I want to fight Frieza. I also want to see this cosmic emperor. Piccolo said. Yes, the second wish is for Uncle Piccolo to come to Namek. Son Gohan said. Dandy nodded and immediately made a wish to Porunga. Okay, the second wish has been fulfilled, the third wish. Shenlong replied. Fulfilled? Where is he? Krillin looked around. Oh no, just now I just told him to come to Namek, but didn't say the specific location. He might have been randomly teleported to a certain location. Dandy's face was sweating, and he asked hurriedly, do you want him to come to the scene? This. Krillin was also at a loss. Are you going to use 3 wishes on Piccolo? Hey, give me a wish to make my arms grow. Vegeta suddenly interrupted, and stepped forward to grab Dandy. What did you say? You said you only need to become a Super Saiyan. Dandy retorted. I did say that, but I didn't fulfill my wish, didn't I? Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to die? Frieza will come soon, and none of you will survive. Vegeta shouted loudly. Krillin shuddered. Don't tell me about Fang Yun. If Fang Yun works, will your companions on Earth die? Vegeta shouted. Krillin's pupils shrank, and his face changed slightly. Color. Yes, Fang Yun probably won't care about what's going on here. Fang Yun seems to have said that we should train here by ourselves. Otherwise, how could Fang Yun and Bulma take a spaceship to leave Namek? Hurry up! Let me grow my arms. Otherwise, I can't be Frieza's opponent at all. Vegeta shouted. Dandy, satisfy him. Krillin shouted. Okay. Dandy nodded and was about to make a wish to the dragon. However, at this moment, the dragon Porunga suddenly turned into a golden flame, quickly sank into the starry sky, and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, the sky was bright and recovered from the darkness. Pa! 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 Immediately afterwards, 7 dragon balls fell from the sky and turned into stone eggs. What's going on? Vegeta was stunned. The Great Elder has passed away. Dandy lowered his head. What? The Great Elder? He. Krillin shook his head and sighed. Uncle Krillin. Yes, yes, yes. Son Gohan turned his head and looked in a certain direction. On the high mountain not far away, it was the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. However, Frieza's image was a bit funny, and his 2 ears disappeared magically. Hee hee, Earthlings, you did a good job. Frieza's face was ashen. At this critical moment, the Dragon Ball turned into stone. Vegeta was extremely disappointed, and I was also deeply saddened. Tisk! Vegeta snorted coldly. You ruined my good thing. Frieza was furious and shouted, let Fang Yun come out. Let Fang Yun come out? Krillin was stunned for a moment. Krillin had seen with his own eyes how cowardly Frieza acted in front of Fang Yun before. Now he dared to speak in this tone? In fact, Krillin had no idea that Frieza had already prepared a backup plan. If Fang Yun really came out, Frieza would tell Fang Yun that he came to sing a song for Fang Yun. This was also to test whether Fang Yun was actually there. Chapter 64 P. Bala, Send Me to Namek, 2000 votes plus more. Frieza's trick really worked. Uncle Fang Yun. Uncle Fang Yun is not here. Son Gohan was frightened and couldn't help but tell the truth. Krillin. Vegeta. You are so honest. You actually said Fang Yun was not here. Oh? Where did he go? Frieza asked with interest. I don't know. Krillin shook his head, but he should be nearby. That's interesting. Frieza smiled, his face gradually became cold. You stole my Dragon Ball and ruined my good deeds, I will never forgive you. Pa! Frieza flew down. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from Frieza's body. Sir Frieza, why do you have to do it yourself to deal with these minions? Just then, a voice came from a distance. It was Captain Jinyu who rushed over quickly. Okay, you should do it. Frieza nodded gently without objection. It just so happened that Frieza also wanted to take the opportunity to observe whether Fang Yun was at the scene. Pa! Jinyu fell from the sky and landed opposite Vegeta and others, with an endless smile on his face. Who should be dealt with first? Jinyu smiled. Suddenly, two green figures also came quickly and landed nearby. It was Piccolo and Nero who rushed over in a hurry. It wasn't long after Piccolo was teleported by the dragon Porunga that he met Nero. The great elder that Nero was guarding had passed away, so he flew over with Piccolo. Oh? Namek? I didn't expect there are still Namekians alive. Frieza smiled. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan walked up excitedly. Piccolo put his hand on Son Gohan's head, nodded and smiled. Great, now we have the advantage in numbers. Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. Who did I think it was? So you let Shenlong revive such a waste? Vegeta shook his head gently. Vegeta, who do you say is a waste? Piccolo was furious. You know who I'm talking about better than anyone else. Vegeta chuckled. Do you want to try? Piccolo said angrily. What? Do you want to die again? Vegeta said coldly. Okay, you can stop arguing. Frieza was so angry that his nose was crooked. Why are you still fighting among yourselves? You should come together to challenge me. Jinyu, give them a good beating. Frieza ordered. Yes, respected Lord Frieza. Jinyu bowed and saluted. The arrival of these two Namekians just now disrupted my thoughts. Let's start with them first. Yadrat. The great elder of Namek has passed away. The great elder said in a deep voice. Did they realize their wishes? Bulma asked hurriedly. The people of Earth have realized 2 wishes. The great elder replied. Great! Bulma cheered happily. The battle has finally begun. The great elder sighed, the Emperor of the Universe is very angry. P-Bala, send me to Namek. Fang Yun suddenly said. Ah, let me take you there. P-Bala was shocked. Last time I sent you to the Kaishan realm, I risked my life. You want me to teleport again this time? Do you want us, Yadrat, to be exterminated? Go, P-Bala. The great elder ordered P-Bala. Swish! Jinyu said, and appeared in front of Nero at a high speed. Nero quickly waved his arm to block. Bang! Jinyu punched Nero's arm. Kaka! With a crisp sound, Nero's arm was immediately broken and changed shape. Ah! Nero screamed in pain. Puff! Jinyu's fist directly penetrated Nero's heart. Bang! Nero fell to the ground with a bang, raising a cloud of dust on the ground. What? Just one move to defeat the most powerful Namekian on Namek. Piccolo's face turned extremely ugly. Next, it's your turn. Jinyu sneered and flew towards Piccolo. Magic Light Killing Cannon. Piccolo quickly condensed the Magic Light Killing Cannon and pointed it in Jinyu's direction. Swish! Jinyu easily avoided Piccolo's attack and appeared behind Piccolo in a flash. Disappear, Namekian. Jinyu put his hand on Piccolo's back, and energy was already condensed in his hand. Uncle Piccolo. Be careful. Son Gohan was shocked. However, it was too late for Son Gohan to help. Besides, even if he could make it, Son Gohan and Jinyu were a world apart, how could he save Piccolo? Chapter 65 Jinyu, who is Fang Yun? Is he famous? Damn! I really underestimated this guy Jinyu. Vegeta clenched his fists. I'm too naive, I'm afraid I can't even beat Jinyu. Unless I can become a Super Saiyan. But what is a peaceful heart? Could it be that I can calm my heart enough? It's already this fucking time, how can I calm down? Go to hell! Flames burst out of Jinyu's hands. Swish! However, just when Jinyu's energy just emerged, it disappeared all of a sudden. What happened? Jinyu was confused. Where is the energy I released? Why is it gone? In the distance. Mr. Fang Yun, I can only send you here. My instant movement is not easy to be discovered by outsiders. P-Bala said with a wry smile. Don't worry, P-Bala, it's okay even if you are discovered. If King Kai dares to punish you, I will make him disappear. Fang Yun greeted with a smile. P-Bala wiped his sweat. You are really boastful. You dare to make King Kai disappear? That is the greatest god in this universe. If you make Lord King Kai disappear, who will take care of the universe? Mr. Fang Yun, I'll go back first. P-Bala waved his hand. Go, go. Fang Yun nodded, and with a wave of his hand, he wiped out Jinyu's energy. Fang Yun could see that if he didn't take action, Piccolo, who had just been resurrected, might be killed. The current situation is that Frieza has met Vegeta, and Sun Wukong has not landed on Namek and is still sailing in the starry sky. In addition, Piccolo and Neru actually joined forces to fight. It's not a joint battle, to be precise, they were abused by Jinyu together. This plot is different from what I know. Let me sort it out first. No, if you don't follow the script, what if Android 19 doesn't exist? My erasure has always been, do you want to stay at the gold stage and not upgrade anymore? Of course, Fang Yun can also erase 1000 large cities, which can also advance the erasure ability to platinum. However, where can you find 1000 large cities? There are only 4 large cities on Earth, namely the 4 cities in the East, West, South and North. Fang Yun once tried to erase a medium-sized city similar to Earth on an alien planet, but it didn't count at all. So, Fang Yun took action in time and saved Piccolo first. If Piccolo died, history would also change dramatically, and maybe Android 19 would really not exist. What's going on? Where's my energy? Jinyu was extremely surprised. Piccolo also had cold sweat on his face, and was scared out of his wits. I was almost killed just now. I am still alive? Piccolo hurriedly distanced himself from Jinyu. Ah! This is... Yes, yes. Frieza's pupils shrank sharply and his face turned pale. The energy released by Jinyu just now disappeared. After seeing it, Frieza felt that this scene was too familiar. Isn't this done by Fang Yun? Only Fang Yun can erase the released energy. Swish! Fang Yun appeared at the scene with a smile, floating in the sky, silently looking at everyone present. Who the hell is this? Captain Jinyu was a little confused. This person, I don't know him at all. Where did he come from? He looks very arrogant. Bang! Frieza was terrified, flew up, and smashed Jinyu's head to the ground. With a muffled sound, Jinyu's head came into close contact with the ground. Jinyu was confused. Frieza, I am Jinyu. Why are you hitting me? Didn't he hit the wrong person? The next moment, a shocking scene happened to Jinyu. Frieza knelt down and kowtowed to the stranger. Are all the people here? Fang Yun smiled and slowly descended from the sky. Frieza didn't understand what Fang Yun meant by this. What did he mean by all the people are here? Sir Frieza, who is he? Is he famous? Jinyu asked in a low voice. If you don't speak, no one will think you're dumb. Frieza glared. Jinyu quickly shut up. Next, I'll arrange how you fight. Fang Yun smiled. First, Naru, you and Piccolo should assimilate into one person. Now, even if you are cured, you won't be able to play a big role in this. While Fang Yun was talking, Dandy had already run over to treat Naru. Enru's face changed slightly. Assimilate. Piccolo was stunned. After assimilation, fight with Jinyu, do you understand? Fang Yun greeted with a smile, and then turned his head to look at Vegeta. Vegeta's body trembled. Damn it! If I became a Super Saiyan, I wouldn't have to be afraid of this guy. Chapter 66. Your backer is Beerus, right? Vegeta, your wish is not to become a Super Saiyan, right? Fang Yun smiled. Vegeta bared his teeth. Shenlong can't fulfill such a wish. It's beyond Shenlong's ability. He can't fulfill it. Fang Yun smiled. Vegeta didn't say anything. What's the point of saying this now? Shenlong has disappeared, okay? Frieza, what's your wish? Fang Yun smiled. It can't really be immortality, right? Of course. Really? What else can I wish for? Do I have to wish to become a Super Frieza like Vegeta? Frieza replied hurriedly. I'm thinking, Frieza, your wish should be related to your backer. Fang Yun held his chin and pondered, and turned his head to greet Piccolo and Nero who were watching the show. Don't be idle, assimilate quickly. Nero. Piccolo. We don't want to assimilate, okay? Sir Fang Yun, I don't understand what you are talking about. Frieza laughed. Don't understand? Do you want me to tell you the name? Fang Yun smiled. Frieza didn't say anything. You tell me. Tell me the name, let me hear who it is. My backer, can you, a small human, know it? Your backer is Beerus, right? Fang Yun smiled. Frieza's pupils shrank sharply, his face changed again and again, and his body trembled slightly. How is it possible? How could Fang Yun know? By the way, it must be those two idiots Sabo or Dodoria who told it. You heard what Sabo and Dodoria said, didn't you? Frieza sniffed. Whatever you think, but I advise you that even if Beerus comes, I can still wipe him out. Fang Yun said with a smile. Frieza looked at Fang Yun silently without saying anything. You just brag. Can you still wipe out Lord Beerus? Are you kidding? That's the most powerful god in the universe. If you can wipe him out, we might as well just follow you. Ahem, actually. I'm looking for the Dragon Ball just to make me grow ears. Frieza didn't dare to tell his real purpose. That's asking for trouble. Besides, the Dragon Ball is gone, what's the point of saying that? Why haven't you two recovered yet? If you delay any longer, I will make you disappear. Fang Yun looked at Piccolo and Nielu impatiently, and shouted unhappily, didn't you see that I said so much, just to give you time, so that your good ones can assimilate as soon as possible? He is right. Although I don't want to assimilate with others, only by assimilating can we give birth to stronger warriors. Nielu looked at Piccolo and said, I agree. I will assimilate with you and give you my body. I will stimulate your energy. Put your hand on my chest. Piccolo. After a brief hesitation, Piccolo finally put his hand on Nielu's chest. Hey! After Nielu shouted, he quickly merged into Piccolo's body and became a part of Piccolo's body. Piccolo gasped heavily, and then felt the changes in his body with a look of surprise. I can become so powerful? This power is too strong, right? Hehe, I didn't expect that I would have such a reward. Piccolo smiled slightly, looked at Fang Yun, nodded to thank him, and then looked at Jinyu with a fighting spirit. The two of them merged together. What a strange race! Jinyu pondered. Don't be careless, that Namekian has become much stronger. Frieza said. Swish! Piccolo, who had assimilated Niru, rushed towards Jinyu at a high speed. Bang! Piccolo knocked Jinyu down easily with just a light punch. What? That's Captain Jinyu, the one I once defeated, and he was knocked down so easily. Vegeta was so surprised. Damn it! Jinyu screamed and attacked Piccolo with his teeth and claws. Bang! Piccolo waved his hand lightly and slapped Jinyu away on the spot. Jinyu bounced a few times on the ground and fell to the ground again. His face became extremely ugly. It was only 2 times, but he was seriously injured? Hehe, do you think you can beat me? Jinyu laughed grimly, stretched out his arms, and aimed at Piccolo's body. What do you want to do? Piccolo sneered. Your body, I want it. Jinyu laughed loudly, and while saying this, he suddenly turned around, and the flames on his body also whistled towards Fang Yun. Frieza's pupils shrank. This idiot! What does he want to do? Does he want to exchange bodies with Fang Yun? Chapter 67 Frieza, it's really not my order. At this moment, Frieza was a little nervous. If the exchange is successful, will Fang Yun no longer use the Erasure ability? At that time, I can abuse him well. Looking at the energy coming at a rapid speed, Fang Yun just waved his little hand. Shua! The exchange energy that flew over just disappeared magically. Jinyu, you are so brave, you dare to exchange bodies with me. Fang Yun looked at Jinyu with a smile. Wow! A strong energy suddenly emerged from Jinyu's body and blasted towards Fang Yun. Shua! Fang Yun waved his hand again and wiped out Jinyu's energy. You are the first person to provoke me. Fang Yun looked at Jinyu with interest. Shua! The next moment, Fang Yun waved his hand, and Jinyu's limbs disappeared mysteriously. Pa! Jinyu fell from the sky and became a human stick, and it was difficult to move. Fear was written all over Jinyu's face. By the way, wiping out the energy in your body and throwing you into the water to feed the fish may be the best choice. Fang Yun waved his hand again. Shua! The powerful energy in Jinyu's body disappeared mysteriously. Jinyu felt his body sink, and a feeling of powerlessness came over him. Bang! Fang Yun kicked Jinyu into the nearby waters. Not long after, a shark-like fish jumped up from the water and chewed Jinyu in its mouth. Jinyu cried heartbreakingly, and he looked extremely miserable. Gulp! The big shark swallowed Jinyu clean in a few bites, and looked at the shore. The meaning in his eyes seemed to ask, is there any more? It's delicious. If anyone doesn't listen later, I'll send him to you to eat. Fang Yun said to the shark with a smile. The shark seemed to understand, fell into the water, and waited silently. Everyone present was dumbfounded. It's not that the shark is scary. With their strength, they can easily kill a shark 100 times bigger than this one, let alone a shark like this. The real scary thing is Fang Yun. Did he really wipe out Jinyu's energy? Because with Jinyu's strength, even if his limbs disappeared, he couldn't die in the mouth of a shark. From this, it can be seen that Fang Yun really has the ability to wipe out energy. This made everyone present refresh their understanding of Fang Yun. Krillin was even trying to think about whether he had offended Fang Yun before. No? It seems that Fang Yun and I have not had much contact before. I definitely haven't offended Fang Yun. Yes, for sure. Pico's face was sweating. I must have offended Fang Yun a lot before, right? Pico remembered that Fang Yun was also present at the last world's first martial arts tournament. Pico used indiscriminate group attacks at that time. Did I hit Fang Yun at that time? I don't know if it's too late for me to apologize now. Vegeta was also trembling for a while. Fang Yun can make other people's energy disappear? Energy disappears in the body? Are you kidding? Is there such a terrible magic? I wonder if becoming a Super Saiyan will change this tragic fate? Frieza was so scared that his face changed again and again. What the hell? I am so powerful. If my energy is wiped out and I become an ordinary person, I might as well die. Also, Jinyu is my subordinate. Fang Yun will definitely suspect that I ordered him to do it. It's hard to explain now. I swear to God, it was not my idea. This kid acted on his own, okay? Frieza, why don't you explain it? Fang Yun looked at Frieza with a smile. Frieza's heart skipped a beat. As expected, what he thought came true. Sir Fang Yun, it really wasn't me. I didn't instruct him. He was the one who had a brain attack and wanted to attack you. Frieza knelt on the ground in fear, raised his hand and swore to the sky that it was definitely not him who ordered it. Okay, I'll believe you for now. Fang Yun nodded slightly, looked at Frieza and said, I killed your little brother Jinyu, you won't blame me, right? No, no, he deserves to die. Frieza replied hurriedly. Who would blame you? Who dares to blame you? I still want to live, okay? Frieza, I have to say, you are getting more and more sensible. Fang Yun smiled and patted Frieza's shoulder. Frieza laughed dryly. Well, it's time to resolve the grievances between the two of you. Fang Yun said to Frieza. Sadao, so, Vegeta, you join forces with them to fight against Frieza together, how about that? Vegeta didn't say anything. What about you? Any objections? Fang Yun asked Piccolo again. Piccolo, Krillin, and Son Gohan certainly had no objections. Fang Yun, what about you? Krillin asked curiously. You asked us to fight. What did you do? You just wiped out Frieza and Vegeta, wouldn't that be fine? Do you have to let us do it? Chapter 68 Frieza, Transform. 10,000 rewards plus more. I'll sit over there and drink tea and watch you fight. Fang Yun smiled slightly. Shua. Fang Yun appeared on a mountain in the distance and picked up a universal capsule and threw it out. Bang! The universal capsule turned into a set of tables and chairs with tea sets. Krillin. Son Gohan. You are so leisurely. Dandy, come here. Fang Yun waved at Dandy. Dandy was stunned for a moment, flew over, and sat down next to Fang Yun. By the way, Dandy has the ability to heal, and will be protected by me. Each of you has the right to receive treatment 3 times. Remember, there are only 3 times. If you exceed 3 times, don't blame me for letting Dandy watch you die. Fang Yun said to Frieza and others, the treatment method is very simple. As long as you raise your hand, I will let Dandy go over to heal you. Humph, do I need to heal them to deal with them? Frieza snorted, as long as you, Mr. Fang Yun, don't participate, I don't need these 3 treatments at all. Okay, Frieza's treatment authority is cancelled. Fang Yun nodded. Frieza. I was just bragging. Why do you take it seriously? Forget it, can I, Frieza, still be defeated by these little ants? Let's start. Fang Yun ordered. Frieza, come on! Vegeta shouted. Vegeta, you look very confident. Frieza smiled and flew towards Vegeta. Snap! The two crossed their hands and their energy continued to increase. Bang! Frieza kicked Vegeta to the ground. Vegeta gritted his teeth and rushed up again. Bang! Frieza slapped Vegeta in the face, and Vegeta flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Puff! Vegeta spit out a mouthful of blood and felt that he was not feeling well. Vegeta, the most powerful one among you, is just like this. I am really disappointed. Frieza smiled. Vegeta gritted his teeth and raised his arms. Dandy, go! Fang Yun called to Dandy. Yes. Dandy flew over and treated Vegeta. I'll deal with him. Piccolo stepped forward and stood in front of Frieza. Namek? You want to challenge me? Frieza smiled contemptuously. Bang! Piccolo punched Frieza in the face. Frieza howled and flew backwards. Bang! 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 Piccolo beat Frieza so hard that even the detector on Frieza's eyes was broken. Vegeta, who was recovering from his injuries, was stunned when he saw this scene. How is this possible? He is just a Namekian. How could he become so powerful? Besides, I killed him on Earth. Did he become so powerful just by assimilating with another Namekian? I don't believe it. Vegeta was shaking all over. Bang! Piccolo grabbed Frieza's body and smashed it heavily to the ground. Then, Piccolo pointed his hand at Frieza's head. Humph, the Emperor of the Universe? You don't seem to be that great, do you? Piccolo smiled contemptuously. Maybe I've become too strong? My strength has exceeded your imagination. Uncle Piccolo. Great. Son Gohan was surprised and happy. Piccolo has become too strong, right? Even stronger than Goku. Krillin also widened his eyes, with an incredible look on his face. Piccolo could actually beat Frieza so easily. So, Fang Yun doesn't need to take action. Goku doesn't need to come over either. Great! We are going to win! Pa! Frieza patted the dust off his body and stood up with a dark face. What? Do you want to continue? Emperor of the Universe Frieza! Piccolo chuckled. The battle just now was really unsatisfying. The Emperor of the Universe is really weak. Namek, I underestimated you. Frieza sniffed, but if you knew how terrible I am, you wouldn't say that. Oh? What do you mean? Piccolo was stunned. Humph, Frieza, if you want to transform, do it now. Vegeta shouted. Vegeta, your injury has been healed? Do you know that I can transform? Frieza sneered, did Sabo tell you? Stop talking nonsense, you can't transform at all. Vegeta said coldly. Very good, then I will do as you wish. Frieza laughed, and the energy in his body also surged out crazily. Chapter 69 Krillin, Fang Yun, Will I Be Killed? Seeing Xiaoshan's reward plus more. Shua. Frieza's body changed rapidly, and his body became huge on the basis of the original. The second form. Frieza changed into the second form. How is it? As you wish, I have transformed. Frieza smiled. However, although Frieza changed into the second form, he still had no ears, and looked very funny. Frieza's head was still like a ball, round and plump. Frieza's ears were wiped out by Fang Yun. No matter which form he changed into, his ears did not exist. Erasure is so magical. He still has no ears. Krillin whispered. Son Gohan was so scared that he trembled all over and nodded vigorously. You must be surprised. Frieza smiled lightly, my current transformation has a combat power of at least 1 million. What did you say? Vegeta was so scared that he trembled all over. This monster. Why is this guy so scary? Shua. Frieza appeared in front of Vegeta at high speed. Bang! Frieza slapped him. Vegeta stretched out his arm to block. Crack! There was a sound of bones breaking. Vegeta's only left arm was slapped away by Frieza. "Ah, my arm!" Vegeta screamed. Puff! Frieza sneered, stretched out his hand, and a muffled sound came. Vegeta's chest was directly pierced by Frieza. "Ah, ah!" Vegeta trembled all over, his face turned pale in an instant, and blood flowed down Frieza's arm. Snap! Frieza retracted his hand. "Ah!" Vegeta's pupils shrank sharply, and he felt that his vitality was rapidly dissipating. Frieza grabbed Vegeta's collar and lifted him up high. "It's a little early, but I'll kill you anyway." Frieza smiled and was about to kill Vegeta on the spot. "Pa!" Just then, Frieza suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder. "What's going on? Who is it? Who appeared behind him?" Frieza turned his head and looked behind him. It was the Namekian. "Frieza, you got the wrong person." Piccolo smiled, "Your opponent is me." "What?" Frieza's face changed color slightly. Bang! Piccolo punched Frieza's face hard. Frieza let out a wow and flew backwards. "Hurry up and send him to Dendi for treatment." Piccolo called out to Son Gohan and Krillin. Bang bang bang! Piccolo himself launched a fierce attack on Frieza. After more than 10 seconds. Bang! Frieza kicked Piccolo onto a mountain, which collapsed and raised dust. Piccolo walked out of the ruins covered in dust. "Namek, you have completely angered me." Frieza narrowed his eyes and looked at Piccolo. "I thought you were so great, but after the transformation, you are only this much." Piccolo smiled lightly, took off his cloak and threw it aside. Bang! The cloak hit the ground heavily, making a big hole. "I didn't use all my strength either." Piccolo smiled. Frieza widened his eyes and smiled very sinisterly. Krillin sent Vegeta directly to the top of the mountain and asked Dendi to treat him. Dendi quickly healed Vegeta's injury. "Twice, and there is one last time," Fang Yun said. "Hey, Fang Yun, what do you mean by our relationship? Can you help me later?" Krillin laughed dryly. "Are we on good terms?" Fang Yun looked at Krillin and asked. "Krillin, can you please not be so honest? I don't know how to answer." Krillin sighed in his heart. "Don't worry, even if you die, I will make your death very valuable." Fang Yun smiled. "Ah!" Krillin was stunned at the time. "What do you mean by dying valuable? I will still die, right?" "Fang Yun, what do you mean? Will I be killed?" Krillin asked hurriedly with a pale face. "I'm just talking casually, don't mind it, go fight." Fang Yun smiled mysteriously. "Krillin, that's too much. Are you trying to scare me?" Bang! Piccolo, who took off his gravity suit, beat up Frieza in his second form. At this time, Vegeta's physical strength was fully restored after treatment. However, Vegeta only grew one arm, and the other arm that was wiped off by Fang Yun did not grow out. Chapter 70 Vegeta, my combat power is 2.5 million. Vegeta stood up with a dark face and looked into the distance silently. Vegeta was really stimulated today. That Namekian is too powerful. He can actually surpass Frieza after transformation. It's so scary. "Frieza, prepare to die." Piccolo pointed his hand at Frieza's body. "Yes, Namekian, your performance is indeed beyond my expectations." Frieza snorted coldly, "But if you knew how terrifying I am, I wouldn't be so arrogant." "What do you want to say?" Piccolo smiled. "What I want to say is that if you knew that I have 2 more transformations, I would like to see what your expression is like." Frieza smiled and looked at Piccolo with interest. "What?" Piccolo's face changed color. Vegeta was so scared that he trembled all over. "Ha ha ha ha!" After Frieza laughed wildly, his body changed rapidly, and the breath in his body surged out crazily. The third form. Frieza turned into an ugly monster. Piccolo's face changed color. Very good, let's see the effect of my transformation. Frieza smiled contemptuously. Bang bang bang. Frieza pointed his finger at Piccolo and tapped him frantically. With each tap, a bloody hole appeared on Piccolo's body. Piccolo screamed in pain. Uncle Piccolo! Son Gohan was shocked and angry, and punched in the direction of Frieza. Bang! Son Gohan's fist hit the back of Frieza's head directly. Looking at Frieza again, he was like nothing happened and ignored him. Boy, you have good strength. Frieza glanced at Son Gohan. Bang! Frieza's tail swept lightly and hit Son Gohan's body. Son Gohan flew backwards, his body rubbing against the ground, leaving a mark on the ground. When Son Gohan stopped, his whole body was twitching, his neck and body were dislocated, and he was about to die. Gohan! Krillin was shocked. Dendi, treat Gohan quickly. Brother Gohan, here I come. Dendi flew towards Son Gohan at a high speed. Then, Dendi placed his hands in the air above Son Gohan and began to treat him. It's so scary. This monster. Vegeta trembled all over. Bang! Frieza kicked Piccolo, who flew backwards on the spot, seriously injured and unable to move. Swish! Frieza's flame flashed and pierced Krillin's heart directly. Uncle Krillin! Dendi was shocked and treated him and Son Gohan together. Next, it's your turn, Vegeta. Frieza sneered and quickly appeared in front of Vegeta. Bang! Vegeta had no time to dodge and was slapped to the ground by Frieza. The next moment, Frieza's big foot stepped on Vegeta's head. Bang! Frieza stepped hard and Vegeta's head was deeply embedded in the ground. Everyone is wiped out. Frieza sniffed, okay, since you have felt my horror, I will let you see my true face. The difference between you and me is that the reason I transform is because I have too much energy and it is difficult to control, so I compress myself into the previous appearance. Boom! Endless energy surged out from Frieza's body. The vast breath made the entire cloud layer a little erratic. At the same time, a large piece of dust was raised around Frieza. Dendi was very busy, treating everyone one by one. Fortunately, Dendi's treatment level was still very good, and he finally treated everyone present. When Vegeta stood up, Dendi added, "Third time, your treatment authority has been used up." Humph, it doesn't matter, I think my combat power has far exceeded Frieza's. Vegeta smiled lightly, my current combat power is at least 2.5 million. What? 250? Krillin turned his head and looked at Vegeta. Piccolo looked at Vegeta in shock. How is it possible? Wasn't this guy's combat power less than 100,000 before? Besides, he couldn't beat Jinyu. How did he raise his combat power to 2.5 million so quickly? You are such a boaster. At this time, Frieza finally completed the transformation to his final form, which is his true appearance. When everyone saw Frieza's final form, they were slightly stunned. This change of Frieza is a bit kawaii. This is the best proof that strength cannot be judged by appearance. This guy's strength is stronger than before. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Chapter 71 Son Goku arrives on Namek. Swoosh! Frieza raised his finger, and a bright red flame blasted towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan was so scared that he stood there motionless. Idiot! Get out of the way! Vegeta kicked Son Gohan aside. The bright red flame brushed Son Gohan's body. What? What happened just now? Such a fast speed! I couldn't see anything at all. I only saw a flash of red flame. Piccolo's face became extremely ugly. Gohan, are you okay? I'm fine, Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan nodded, stood up and said to Vegeta, "Thank you for saving me." "Humph, no need to thank me, I saved you because I wanted you to see how I beat Frieza." Vegeta smiled coldly. "Vegeta, you are quite confident." Frieza rubbed his nose. "I remember that you have used up all the treatments, right?" "Tisk, I can no longer use it. Now my strength is far beyond yours. I can defeat you without Super Saiyan." Vegeta clenched his fists. "Oh? Really?" Frieza smiled slightly. Swish! Frieza's figure flashed and quickly disappeared from the spot. Vegeta turned his head and looked for Frieza's figure. However, no matter how hard Vegeta tried, he could not catch Frieza's trace. Cold sweat broke out on Vegeta's face. "Hee, Vegeta, I just moved a little bit, and you can't see me? Just like this, you still want to defeat me? You are really wishful thinking." Frieza smiled lightly. This. Vegeta's whole body was shaking. "Just because you still want to become a Super Saiyan? Didn't you make a wish to Shenlong? Didn't Shenlong make you a Super Saiyan?" Frieza chuckled. "Wow!" Vegeta was poked in the pain point, and his body trembled violently. "Destroy Frieza!" Vegeta condensed a huge energy bomb and blasted it in the direction of Frieza from a high position. "Vegeta, do you want to destroy this planet?" Krillin exclaimed loudly. Frieza originally wanted to kick the energy bomb away. However, after hearing Krillin's exclamation, Frieza ran away quickly. "It's better for this planet to explode quickly, so that I can get rid of Fang Yun's control." Vegeta's energy bomb hit the ground. "No! The planet is going to be destroyed." Krillin was so scared that his face turned pale. Swish! Just as Vegeta's energy bomb was about to hit the ground, Fang Yun waved her hand gently. Suddenly, the energy bomb that flew over disappeared. Krillin widened his eyes. "Is this possible?" Piccolo and Son Gohan looked at Fang Yun without blinking. "Great! It's safe now." Fang Yun smiled at Frieza. Frieza was startled and his face changed color. "Don't look at me. What do you think I mean? I didn't do anything wrong." Frieza suddenly woke up. Bang! Frieza punched Vegeta heavily. "Vegeta, you dare to destroy this planet? You still want to destroy the planet? See how I deal with you." Frieza beat Vegeta up. The gap between Vegeta and Frieza is not small. Vegeta is powerless to resist and is tortured by Frieza until blood spurts out of his mouth. "What a pity, Vegeta, your healing times have been used up. No one can save you this time." Frieza wrapped his tail around Vegeta's neck and lifted him up from the ground. Bang! While saying this, Frieza punched Vegeta in the back. Blood spurted out of Vegeta's mouth. "Are you going to come over to help?" Frieza smiled at the trembling Piccolo and the other two. Bang! Frieza swung his tail and knocked Vegeta to the ground. At the same time, Frieza pointed his finger at Vegeta's body. "Go to hell, Vegeta." Frieza smiled softly. "Hey? What?" Just when Frieza was about to kill Vegeta, he saw a spaceship falling from the sky and landing nearby. "Spaceship? Who's coming?" Frieza was stunned. "It's a spaceship? Could it be Goku?" Krillin was excited. "It's Dad." "Great! It's really Dad." Son Gohan clapped his hands excitedly. "Old son, you're finally here." Piccolo also had a smile on his face. "It seems like a great guy has come." Frieza rubbed his nose. Swish! At the scene, an orange figure suddenly appeared. It was Sun Wukong. P.S. Several big guys left messages asking how many Frieza is based on Frieza as a unit of measurement. You can calculate it based on 100 million combat power, and the 20 million can be ignored. So, the current combat power of the protagonist is as follows. Bronze, 10 billion. Silver, 100 billion. Gold, 1 trillion combat power, that is, 1 trillion. After gold, the combat power of platinum will be greatly improved. Chapter 72 No, Wukong was killed in seconds. Sorry, I'm late. Sun Wukong looked over silently. This guy's face looks familiar. Frieza glanced at Sun Wukong and felt familiar. You are Frieza, right? I didn't expect Vegeta to be defeated by you. Sun Wukong looked at Frieza and said. Who is this guy? Looks mysterious and not pleasing at all. Frieza muttered in a low voice. Vegeta, are you okay? Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta in his hand again. Vegeta didn't speak. Why is this guy's breath so strong? Sun Wukong's face changed again and again after sensing Frieza's breath. Humph, you ignorant guy, come and die. Frieza snorted coldly, and the bright red flame in his hand shot towards Sun Wukong. Wukong, get out of the way. Krillin was shocked. Where can Sun Wukong get out of the way? The current Sun Wukong's combat power is only 180,000 at most. The basic combat power of Frieza's fourth form has reached 3 million. Effortlessly in Frieza's state, it was too easy to deal with Son Goku. Puff! With just a muffled sound, Son Goku was pierced through by Frieza's energy flame. Bang! Son Goku fell to the ground with a bang. Krillin was dumbfounded. Son Gohan was stunned. Piccolo was also completely stunned. Vegeta showed an expression of indifference. Kakarot, why don't you stay on Earth and come here to die? You can't even beat me, and you still want to challenge Frieza? You are really dreaming. Goku! Krillin shouted loudly. Dad! Son Gohan also reacted immediately. Old son! Piccolo said in a deep voice. Cough cough. But Son Goku kept spurting blood from his mouth, and he was about to die. Tisk, who did I think was running over here? Turns out he's only this good, I'm so disappointed. Frieza laughed contemptuously. Wukong. Krillin had already run to Sun Wukong's side. Haha. Krillin. Sorry, I came so late, and I haven't done anything yet. Sun Wukong looked guilty, this guy is really too strong. Wukong, it's okay, Dandy can treat you, I'll let Dandy treat you. Krillin responded quickly, and shouted loudly, Dandy, come and help. Dandy turned his head and looked at Fang Yun, meaning to ask if he should be treated. It's too late, just give him a chance to be treated. Fang Yun called out to Dandy. Yes. Dandy flew quickly towards Sun Wukong's direction. Dandy's hands hovered over Sun Wukong's body, and the healing flames bloomed. Soon, Sun Wukong's injured heart also quickly returned to normal. Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes and jumped up from the ground. It's amazing, I'm completely healed, and it works just like senzu beans. Sun Wukong looked at Dandy with surprise. Wukong, luckily you're okay. Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. Dad. Sun Wuhan came up and smiled. Hey? Fang Yun is here too. Sun Wukong then noticed Fang Yun drinking tea on the top of the mountain, he's still so leisurely. Frieza. Is this guy healed again? It seems that Fang Yun just said that he would only give him one chance to heal. Fang Yun said that he would only give you one chance to heal, so you'd better be careful, Goku. Krillin gritted his teeth and said to Sun Wukong. What do you mean? Sun Wukong was stunned, not understanding what Krillin meant. Dandy can be treated. Frieza could have killed him, but because of Fang Yun, he protected him. Krillin explained simply, but even if he is protected, he can't keep treating us. Fang Yun said that each of us can only be treated 3 times. You can only treat him once because you came late. Krillin, you mean, Frieza can't beat Fang Yun? Sun Wukong understood this time. Yet. Krillin scratched his head. It's more than that, he can't beat him. Frieza is a coward in front of Fang Yun, okay? But I think Fang Yun is not the kind of person who will watch someone die without helping, right? Krillin lowered his voice and whispered to Sun Wukong. I think so. Sun Wukong nodded slightly. No matter what, Fang Yun once said that he doesn't like fighting, so let's leave this matter to us. Your heart was pierced just now, but you can still survive. You are quite lucky. Frieza looked at Sun Wukong with a smile. Let's start over, Frieza. Sun Wukong's expression became serious. You seem quite confident. Frieza rubbed his nose and kicked Sun Wukong. Chapter 73 Frieza, my fighting power is 120 million, 10,000 flowers plus more. Sun Wukong reacted quickly, supported the ground with one hand, and kicked back. Bang! This kick directly kicked Frieza in the face. Frieza howled and flew backwards on the spot. Frieza landed steadily on the ground, rubbed his big face that was kicked, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Swish! Frieza waved his hand, and a bright red flame whistled towards Sun Wukong. Goku, be careful! Krillin exclaimed. Just now, Sun Wukong was pierced through the heart by this flame. Can he avoid it this time? Pa! Sun Wukong slapped him. The flying flame was slapped away. Oh! Frieza looked at Sun Wukong in surprise. Krillin was also very surprised. What happened? Goku, you are so stupid. It's already this time. You are still pretending. Krillin said unhappily, you just started to show your current level. You shouldn't have been pierced through the heart by him. Krillin, I was really not his opponent just now. Sun Wukong shook his head gently. I can feel that when I first came, the difference in strength between him and me was too great. What about now? Krillin asked. Now? It should be about the same now. Sun Wukong smiled slightly. Ah? What's going on? Why don't I understand? Krillin asked curiously. Piccolo also widened his eyes and felt incredible. Hey, it's normal. Vegeta added, we Saiyans are reborn after being on the verge of death, and our fighting power is very strong. It will double, and there may be a big explosion. Just now, Kakarot's combat power just exploded. His current combat power is at least about 3 million. What? 3 million? Piccolo shuddered. No wonder Vegeta's combat power just increased so quickly. Saiyans are simply a bug. 3 million. Krillin was so scared that his face was sweating, and his eyes were full of surprise. Is Goku going to surpass Frieza? Great, Dad! Son Gohan also cheered happily. I said that my combat power increases every time I am treated. So that's the case. Hey, I thought so, so that's it. Frieza smiled slightly. Let's continue, Frieza. Son Goku responded. It seems that you are very confident. You just came and don't know how terrible I am. Frieza smiled. Since we are talking about combat power, why don't you guess how much my combat power is? If you guess it right, I can reward him with a planet. Bah! Who wants your planet? Vegeta shouted, what's there to guess about your combat power? It won't exceed 5 million at most. Oh? Really? Frieza looked at Vegeta with interest. Kakarot, don't you know some King Fist? If your current combat power is 3 million, with double King Fist, can you reach 6 million combat power? It shouldn't be a problem to defeat him. Vegeta said to Sun Wukong. Hehe, you are wrong, Vegeta. How can my combat power be only 5 million? Guess higher. Frieza smiled. Stop bragging, Frieza, your combat power will not exceed 8 million at most. Vegeta pointed at Frieza and shouted. Krillin. Pico. Vegeta, Vegeta, why are you exaggerating Frieza's fighting power again? From 5 million to 8 million. Nothing, even if it's 8 million, Kakarot can defeat him with triple Kaioken. Vegeta smiled. Guess again, it's wrong. Frieza stretched out a finger and shook it gently. Okay, you say it yourself, you keep dithering, I'd better just wipe you out directly. Fang Yun couldn't listen anymore and said from a distance. This Frieza, you are really good at pretending. Fang Yun didn't like this guy very much. You are even more pretentious than me, is this appropriate? Ah? Yes, yes. Mr. Fang Yun. Frieza was dumbfounded at the time, and hurriedly nodded to Fang Yun. Krillin. Pico. Where is your momentum just now? Frieza, you are too cowardly, aren't you? According to official statistics, the final calculation result is that my combat power is 120 million. Frieza announced with a smile. The scene was silent. Except for Fang Yun, everyone was stunned. Combat power 120 million. Are you kidding? Vegeta didn't believe it either. Combat power is also over 100 million? If that's the case, can you kill me with just a fart? I have calculated it. I only need to use half of my strength to turn you into dust in the universe. Frieza said, his aura continued to rise. Chapter 74 Vegeta was ordered to take charge in times of crisis, 3,000 reviews plus more. In just a moment, Frieza raised his combat power to 60 million. Everyone was dumbfounded. He is not being mysterious. Sun Wukong said in a deep voice. Sir Fang Yun, you said that you will never interfere, right? Frieza bowed to Fang Yun. Yes, I said so. Fang Yun nodded. If I kill those who have used up their healing times, you will not interfere. Frieza asked again. You can understand it this way. Fang Yun nodded slightly. Okay, I understand, thank you, Sir Fang Yun. Frieza smiled slightly. Swish! A beam of light directly penetrated Krillin's body, consuming Krillin's last chance of treatment. Immediately afterwards, Frieza quickly injured Piccolo and Son Gohan, making them also consume their last chance of treatment. Now, we are fair, you can't receive treatment anymore, right? Frieza smiled. This is bad. Son Goku's face changed color, and he stood up first. I will deal with him. If it is true as he said, he only used ordinary strength, I think I am afraid I am not his opponent. 10 times Kaioken. Son Goku performed 10 times Kaioken. Bang bang bang. Sun Wukong launched an attack on Frieza. 3 seconds later, Frieza punched Sun Wukong in the nose. Sun Wukong's nosebleed flowed down. Hee, I said, my combat power is 120 million, your current combat power is only 30 million at most. Frieza smiled lightly, and punched Sun Wukong in the abdomen again. Puff! Sun Wukong spit out a large mouthful of acid water, and felt that the whole person was not good. Prepare to die. Frieza pointed his finger at Sun Wukong and was about to kill Sun Wukong on the spot. Fang Yun was angry at the time. Frieza, why don't you play by the rules? If Sun Wukong died at this time, what if Android 19 doesn't show up? Do you want me to stay in the Golden State? Just when Fang Yun was about to intervene, he saw Vegeta suddenly blasting a large energy bomb at Frieza. Humph, a trivial trick. Frieza took a look. Bang! Frieza waved his hand lightly and directly slapped the energy bomb that Vegeta attacked. What? Vegeta's eyes widened. Vegeta, you dare to challenge me with such little attack power? Frieza smiled contemptuously. Puff! The bright red energy flame directly penetrated Vegeta's heart. Vegeta coughed up blood and was about to die. Humph, Vegeta, I didn't expect that the first person to die would be you. Frieza chuckled. Damn. Vegeta trembled all over, gritted his teeth, and looked up at Sun Wukong. Oh? Vegeta, it seems you have any last words. Frieza turned his head and looked at him, then smiled and said, say whatever you want to say quickly. Your heart has been pierced, and I guess you can't say a few words. Kakarot, our Saiyan planet Vegeta was not destroyed by a meteorite impact, but by Frieza. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said word by word, Frieza was worried that there would be a kind of Saiyan called Super Saiyan among us Saiyans, and he was afraid of it, so he exterminated our Saiyan race. Goku. I came to Namek this time mainly to realize a wish through Dragon Ball, and the wish is to make me a Super Saiyan. Vegeta smiled self-deprecatingly. Unfortunately, Dragon Ball can't realize this wish. Yes Vegeta, wishes beyond the scope of Shenlong cannot be realized. Goku nodded. Vegeta. Don't talk to me. Puff. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood again, and his vitality became weak. Kakarot. Although I can't become a Super Saiyan, I have learned from Shenlong how to become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said, I'll tell you now, although I don't quite understand. Don't say it, Vegeta. Sun Wukong couldn't bear it. Oh? It's really not easy. Your heart was pierced, and you still said so much. It must be more than 200 words, right? You are worthy of being a fighting nation. Frieza smiled and rubbed his nose. Listen to me. Vegeta said angrily, according to the hint given by Shenlong, as long as the combat power exceeds 100,000, you have a peaceful heart, and then use anger as attraction, or condense the energy to the back, you can become a Super Saiyan. Chapter 75 Sun Wukong, there is such a transformation? What do you mean? A peaceful heart? What is it? Sun Wukong was puzzled. I've been thinking about this question as well. Vegeta smiled. Our combat power has exceeded 100,000 now. I've also tried to be angry and tried to concentrate the energy on my back, but unfortunately, there is no change at all. I'll try. Sun Wukong took a deep breath. Boom. Suddenly, a golden lightning rolled down from the sky. What's going on? Frieza was startled. The sky, at this moment, suddenly became dim. Boom. Sun Wukong's hair suddenly stood up high and turned golden. The next moment, a golden lightning struck again and landed on Sun Wukong. Pop. Then, Sun Wukong's body was filled with golden light. Vegeta's eyes widened. Frieza's pupils shrank sharply. Sun Wuhan's face was full of surprise. Piccolo was even more stunned. Is there such a transformation? Sun Wukong was also surprised to feel the changes in his body. You should have told me earlier. Is there such a thing? It would have been great if you had told me earlier about such a good transformation. I wouldn't have been beaten so badly by Frieza. Vegeta was about to cry. What kind of transformation is this? Why don't I have it? Could it be that this is a Super Saiyan? Vegeta, this is not the Super Saiyan transformation you mentioned, right? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Vegeta howled and fainted on the spot. What? Super Saiyan? How is it possible? Frieza's face also changed color. Super Saiyan? Really a Super Saiyan? Is that the wish that Vegeta wants to realize? Krillin was also shocked. Impossible. Impossible. Frieza didn't believe it. Dendi, go and save Vegeta. Fang Yun called to Dendi. Ah? But he has used up his 3 chances. Dendi asked in surprise. I say, give him one more chance. Fang Yun smiled. Dendi. Okay, you have the final say. I understand, I'll go and treat him right away. Dendi flew over and treated Vegeta. Sir Fang Yun, what do you mean? Frieza was furious. Didn't you agree not to treat him? Why did you let this Namekian treat Vegeta? Fang Yun smiled slightly, waved his hand lightly, and directly wiped out a nearby area of water. That area of water covers a large area, just magically disappeared without a drop of water left. I suddenly remembered that there is a lot of water in the human body. Tell me, if I wipe out the water in your body, what will you become? Fang Yun looked at Frieza thoughtfully. Frieza was frightened and knelt at that time. You wiped out the water in my body, you might as well kill me. Without the water in my body, I will become a mummy, okay? At this time, Vegeta had been cured by Dendi and stood up from the ground. Vegeta, come here, you are already dead, so you can't participate in this battle anymore. Fang Yun waved at Vegeta. What? Vegeta was stunned. Besides, even if you fight, it's useless. You can only be a burden. Fang Yun smiled, and Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin, you three come over too. Next, let Sun Wukong fight alone. Well, it's up to me next. Sun Wukong clenched his fists. Vegeta and others quickly appeared on the mountain where Fang Yun was, looking over silently. Bang! Frieza attacked Sun Wukong first, and punched Sun Wukong with a powerful punch. Pa! Sun Wukong stretched out his hand lightly and easily resisted Frieza's attack. What? Frieza's eyes widened. Bang! Sun Wukong punched over and hit Frieza's nose. Frieza howled, and then rolled several somersaults in the air, and fell headfirst into the mountain behind him. Voila la! The mountain collapsed, and Frieza was buried inside. My body has become even stronger. Sun Wukong was surprised to feel his own powerful energy. Vegeta trembled all over, and his face changed again and again. Hey, Vegeta, is this considered a Super Saiyan transformation? Sun Wukong turned his head and asked Vegeta. Vegeta, can you please stop talking? I don't want to talk to you. Wukong, Shenlong said that the Super Saiyan transformation is 50 times the normal one. You can feel it carefully. Is the strength increased by 50 times? Krillin said loudly.